once that's up, I'll bring up the pre-show, and we can enjoy EMEA. Kind of excited for the games today. Today's games should be good. I know I've said that like every day, but today should be like actually good. Like they should be bangers for sure. Okay. That's all set up. Perfect. Perfect. Cool.
Team Liquid just yet, and I am a little bit
there you go.
concerned. As you guys know, every single region has felt it over in VCTCN in the Pacific.
The first seed. They're talking about first seed.
It's been the same old story, of course. I'm
what
talking about
the robe?
First seed curse. One by one, the top seeds have fumbled their initial shots
sound
for
effects.
Masters Toronto, and only RRQ.
Wait, hold on. Okay.
Dodge it.
I was wondering if that
The
music
curse
was from the
has
broadcast or
arrived
not.
In EMEA, but unlike the rest of the world, we do not believe in curses. We're not afraid of it. Our teams are built different. They're
Chat,
here
is she
to
challenging me?
break it. Now,
Is that a challenge?
channeling the Indonesian power that blessed RQ, I've put my top agents.
Is that a
on the
challenge?
case.
They don't
We're
believe in
here
curses?
to flip the script.
I mean, listen, I wasn't gonna do it. I wasn't gonna do it to EMEA, but I mean, do they want it? All right, let me go put on some rice on the rice cooker. Be right back. What the hell are they doing, dude? What are they doing to poor RQ, man?
I've got onions on my mouse pad.
Okay, good job.
Keep them here.
I wanna get the Omega prediction from you guys, Giga Quick. Give me the 3 teams making Toronto, and give me the 2 teams making the grand finals here at playoffs. Go.
For me, it's gonna be us, Fnatic. Oh wait, can it be us, Fnatic, and Liquid? Is that possible?
Yeah, it's possible.
Okay, yeah, us, Fnatic, and Liquid, and it's gonna be us versus Liquid in the finals.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think I agree.
Yeah, I think Liquid's...
Dude, there's a small chance, actually. I could see BBL going on a run.
BBL could
on the lower. I think BBL are dangerous.
Yeah.
I agree with you, though.
I think BBL are like the dark horse of playoffs.
Yeah.
I think people underrate them a lot, but they are like really, really good. Like really, really good, in my opinion. Like when they're playing good, they have very talented players. And I think, for me, I respect Yampy a lot. I think he's a great IGL and he's a great player. And I think when you have a leader like that, like when you have a strong leader, I think you can do a lot and you can upset a lot of games. So yeah, I believe in BBL as well.
It's a hard team to anti-strat as well, just because they have so much.
Oh
individuals.
yeah. Sometimes I don't know. Levin makes the riskiest decisions. Sometimes
Yeah,
I'm like,
it's
you
very
can't
hard
prep
to
for that.
predict. Yeah,
You could not prep for that.
Well, be careful what you wish for, because Team Heretics will be taking on BBL for a shot for Toronto. Do you agree with some of the things that Neil was saying? You know, BBL, they're harder to prep for. They bring a little bit more surprises. What's the playstyle mismatch here?
I think that he has a point in saying that it is a different beast to the ones that they've been used to playing. The separation in groups, of course, puts the focus on just the 4 teams that you have to be, the 5 teams that you have to go up against. And when you look on the other side, it's been so different, right? He is right to say that BBL, it's a difficult team to prep for because they've been doing a lot of prep and changing a lot of things. And if you look at different maps, you're going to see different approaches.
I think as well, a lot of their game plans so far has been how can they set Levin up for success, and they play very unpredictably. So like, how can you actually anti that? How can you come in and be able to predict whatever Levin's being set up for? We've seen it time and time again throughout kickoff, throughout stage 1 here as well. So yeah, I think think for them, they're going to be kept on their toes coming up against BBL.
What you guys didn't see from that podcast clip, check out the podcast, by the way, on YouTube, is them both saying they would rather play Na'Vi. They were like, we hope Na'Vi win. We would much rather play Na'Vi. They're not going to get that. But one person, though, surely, Billy, that can go toe-to-toe against Levin today is Miniboo. He is back in on live form.
Oh, 100%. Last week was all about the Boo brothers. You know, they both had an exceptional performance against Fnatic. And I think that we're finally back to prime Miniboo as well. I think that he's been doing so well. You can see that the confidence is really lifted with him as an individual, but also within the rest of the team too. And I think having that prime player being able to pop off really does help lift the confidence of the rest of the team.
Going into stage 1, every team had a different set of homework to do. For Team Heretics, is can you go back to being what you were last year? Everybody was excited for you. Everybody was cheering for Los Niños. And one of the key pieces was Miniboo. Yes, last year was a little bit about, you know, who can play this tournament and whatnot. But seeing Miniboo like this, it makes and rounds up Team Heretics as the final boss of EMEA.
There's a lot of number ones on this stat right now. Just Heretics in general have been playing really well. And Neil even touched on a little bit about what's been going on with Miniboo. And I think it's really interesting here, Kukuka, he spoke about, we'll see this quote. It's not, he doesn't feel like it's not just Miniboo that didn't perform. It's as a team they didn't perform. And Miniboo maybe just took the brunt of that because stats.
Yeah, exactly. Stats, he's the duelist, you know, like it's a very long list of things that are going to point at him, but every single time that we've had a conversation with them, it's been I think that the good thing about them that they've been also speaking about throughout the entire year is that we lose as a team and we win as a team. We are going to stick together. When we do good, it's because all of us, and when we do bad as well.
It's kind of what I alluded to, right? You have that player that's able to pop off. It kind of lifts the rest of the confidence amongst the team. And I mean, if they keep performing the way they're performing, they're
win in Toronto. Say it, win in Toronto.
Right? No, but like they need to win.
We can only break
they need to
one
win EMEA
curse at a
first.
time,
They need to win EMEA first, Bill. Let's just calm down.
Do you know what?
One trophy.
Do you know what, RQ?
Trophy.
Do it for us. Do it for Team Heretics. Do it for all the curses out there. I'm just going to leave this here. I think we're going to need it throughout today. Let's talk a little bit about BBL though, because
I can't believe you had that ready there.
I did. I carry this around with me. I have Indomie and I have this in my bag at all times. But for BBL, you know, dark horses, maybe underdogs, maybe at this point unexpected. Is that real though? Isn't that a fake narrative now we've seen them play? Because they're just good.
I think that people want to wait until it actually happens because, as you said, today there are not going to be tears of sadness, but I could see some joy. Any of the storylines that we could send into Toronto today are so good for BBL, from qualifying into their first playoffs to qualifying into their first event in 2 days. That could be absolutely crazy. Same goes for the rest of the other teams. We have very, very good storylines, but if you're a BBL fan, you've been through thick and thin, and you know that, Yinsu.
Yeah, I know that. Like, shout out to AIM DLL, my brother. But yeah, sorry, carry on.
I think as well, the one thing that we have to consider, and this is what I was shouting about, is the form that they're in, right? 4 weeks of going 2-0. Team Heretics are going to be looking to put a stop to that today. And when we look at the roster, this is the first time BBL have gone international with their roster, and they're deciding now they're going to make playoffs, potentially going to make Masters Toronto. I think it's been such a turnaround for the organization.
I have a lukewarm take. I like the fact
Ike님
you mentioned
안녕하세요.
they've
I
gone
had my mic
international,
muted.
But in my opinion, their best player is still a Turkish player. And it is not Levin. It is sociable. The oldest rookie in the entire world. Fluent in English. Beautiful English he spoke the other day. And just for me, it's been a long time.
Oh yeah, Sociable was the one who was like, I don't need no translation.
I was asking him here the other day, maybe he didn't understand the question of, I think he's definitely in the running for being one of the best tejos, because the most important thing about teams is when you peak, right? Is you're going to have a moment where you're at your best set of the performance. And I feel like for BBL, we're still not there. As you were saying, Billy, they haven't lost the map in over a month. Like for them, this is all going in crescendo, and Sociable is the
Have they really not? They haven't
example of
dropped
that,
the
because
map
performance that we saw
in the
other
last
day
month?
did not make any sense.
No, I have to agree. And the fact that his response to him potentially being the best tail in the region was no idea. It's just crazy to me. He's been so good so far. But yeah, I mean, top performers stats-wise in playoffs so far is Alpha. Sociable is the Turkish player that sat right behind him. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how he gets on today.
I genuinely believe that if they make it today, it will be on the back of him having a crazy steady, consistent, reliable performance. He's just.
I do agree with that actually.
Rookie, I guess,
like Levin is very good,
right? Usually we
and you want Levin to be consistent too. But I think the Rock will be sociable if they need it.
Yeah, and it's very important
hey,
that
Yugi
we
boy.
make that differentiation there, right? Between the duelist that comes from Turkey that is going to be explosive and someone that plays in an initiator role that has that potential to clutch and has that in-the-moment decision-making that has made sociable what he is.
What?
And also look at your screen.
Yappy.
The other day
Of course it's Yappy.
Especially when the map went deeper and deeper.
That's
the
so
better
funny
his
looking in
performance was.
slow-mo.
Yeah, I have to agree. He had a great performance yesterday, and it's people like that. We're talking about Social being a rookie, but Magnum, as someone that's been here, has played in these pressure moments, he's going to be all guns
Oh, this is
blazing
the
in this
close
first
song.
match today.
Yeah, and he's changed, I feel like, since he's been back. He's been a little bit more
I think.
cheeky, you know? He likes to yap a little bit more. I love that. And speaking of yapping, obviously, we have a couple of Turkish players on the other side as well for Team Heretics, and there were some pretty wholesome moments with this particular one between Sociable and Vut as well. I love it. I mean, wisdom, right? How do you say this in Spanish?
Mountains are there to be climbed one day.
When I see this quote,
Based.
but I will have to think of one.
There will be
But,
one.
yeah, I'm sure there is one, but it's also in response of what Sociable said about Heretics. They
Yep.
are the mountain to be climbed. If they are the best, one day someone will.
I
come
like
over
that
them
line
and feel
though.
comfortable enough
I
to
like
say
that
you know,
attitude.
mental
I'm like, yeah, they're the
The
mountains,
funny
but
thing is, when he said this, I had to ask Bea. I was like, what does he mean
yeah,
by
two
that?
worlds.
Am I
That's
reading into
that's
this a
the
little bit
name
too
of
much?
the
But
song.
It's true. If you want to be the best, you have to be able to beat the best. And so I think
No, yeah, I think
Sociable
it's
coming out
exactly
here
as it
saying
says.
that
Like
in his
you
first
give
interview with
respect
us
that
here
they're a
at
mountain, but
EMEA, honestly,
they are there
hats
to
off
be
to
one
him.
day climbed,
Yeah,
just
you
like
gotta
how
love
patterns are
that.
meant to
And
be
of course,
broken,
the
chat.
stakes for BBL simple, right? They want to go to
VCT
Toronto, but for
universe is all
Heretics,
coming
we
together.
already mentioned it a little bit. They have to win, not just today, but a day after, next week, and all the way to the grand finals. It almost feels like a failure at this point if they don't make it to a final.
Yeah, I think that at least getting to the final, maybe getting their first trophy after all of the finals that we saw last year could be there. But just making it to Toronto, it should be
Bare
enough.
minimum.
Absolutely
Yeah.
bare minimum. Especially for what we've been seeing for the past month. They owe that
Heretics.
to us.
Yeah, and they haven't lost.
Do you think this is
I
a
mean,
2-0
I
chat?
just
That's
think
my.
that Team
I
Heretics
want
right
it to
now,
be a
if they lose
2-1,
today,
but
it's just not great. Like they are our best shot at Toronto
I'm like
right now, in my
half
opinion.
afraid.
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure about this one. No,
I
I'm kidding.
agree.
But
I
BBL,
agree
they
with
have
what
never
Billy's saying
made a
though.
global event
For
before,
now, it
but
looks
they
like
are
Heretics is the
one
best
win
shot.
Away from changing that, all they have to do is take down Team Heretics, who
2-1
still have not lost a single
BBL,
game
really?
this split.
I mean,
It's
I'm a
time to
BBL
get
believer.
down
I'm a
to business
BBL.
and send
I'm a
it down to
BBL
the
believer, but that's bold. That is bold. Why does Miniboo look so confused? Heretics have a history of failing in crucial moments. Yeah, but that's grand finals, not upper finals or upper semis even. Probably a 2-0, but it only takes 2 BBL players to go crazy for a 2-1. Yeah, no, I can believe that. I love that they show us what the signal is, like how they let them know when to go for it.
Away from Masters Toronto, but as both of you said, for Heretics, they have to win today. They are still the favorites. They've not lost a single game this entire split. Will it start today?
All
We'll see
right.
as we take a look at the map vetoes, because there's a different.
Yeah,
there's a
map
few
veto
different
is very
places we
curious
could go,
about
right?
that.
Where would you like to see this?
Absolutely. I mean, there's a couple. I mean, I think for me depends on what BBL are going to be banning and how Team Heretics is going to.
You banned the
react to
Lotus
that.
for sure,
They're going
yeah.
To decide to take the Lotus out. They've done this in the past, even though they've also had some showings.
I mean, they're okay on Lotus, but Heretics is like Gen G. Like they're just comfy on Lotus.
This is a very interesting first
Ascent
map.
Icebox.
Turkish. Nice.
No, see, I like this. I wanted to see BBL pick
Ooh.
into Ascent, given that when we saw Team Heretics play, it didn't look great, right? It was Apex that
I'm
managed to push them over the edge with that one.
Was that the
However, in
only
saying
time
that,
Heretics
that
have played
was in
Ascent?
week
Was the
1 of
Apex
regular
game?
season. Knowing Team Heretics, they will have 100% gotten that Ascent up to scratch by now.
I'm okay with it though. Like, you expect Heretics to be stronger than that on Ascent, but I think it's still a good map for BBL.
Considering they never play it.
Yeah, they banned it.
literally
They
never play it.
literally perma-banned it for an entire year. It's a map that
Benji's a lovable guy.
As you're saying, Billy, they're showing that
When I did that Gen G content video, Gen G Heretics content video with the KBBQ, Benji was a joy. I mean, so was Woot, but both of them.
There was 2 chances for you to go. There's not that many options that BBL can take to break you down. And Ascent has looked like a weakness on the side of Icebox as well. Minibu is going to be extremely unleashed. I think that if you're a BBL, you need to shut that down as soon as possible.
I heavily favor Levin and BBL on Ascent. I think Heretics, I think we're going to get all 3 maps.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Haven.
Man, are we gonna get all 3 maps? Oh.
Haven is, yeah, that's a
You
banger
deserve
for
it.
both of
I
these
think that I'll be
teams.
happy. I don't care who wins today. I just wanted to make it to the map 3.
Do you really not care who wins today?
No, I don't. Because I'm
gonna go for Heretics.
No. I'm gonna be completely
Getting
honest.
called
I
out.
love the storylines for both of them.
Yeah.
For Heretics, I would freaking love them to have a flawless run, make it into Toronto, smash all them noobs.
Yeah.
I love
Smash
that. But on the other side,
noobs.
BBL.
All right,
what
Twitch,
they've
I got
done this
Gamba
year,
up for you
looking so
guys. I
unstoppable
got you
today,
covered.
Beating Heretics.
I'm telling everyone in
It's a
Spain you
statement.
said
It is
that.
a
I'm
statement
telling
if they
everyone.
were to do
Let's
that.
take a look at the
Ooh, Jet
and we have some
Yoru.
changes.
Oh, I gotta go
I love it.
check
I
on something in the
this.
kitchen
I
real
like
quick,
this a
but
lot. I'm
Jet
glad that they've taken
Yoru,
Minibu off of
really?
That Waylay, it didn't look like something that they were 100% comfortable with when we last saw them play Ascent. And like I said, I was expecting to see Prep going into this. We have Woods playing the Jet. I'm here for it.
Absolutely. I mean, Turkish, Jet, Ascent,
Literally.
loving this combination, loving Team Heretics, doubling down on this double duelist. I really want to see how the dynamic is going to be, especially on the defense. The possibilities for aggression from 3 players that I'm seeing right now, also comboed with a Sentinel like Benji Fishy and Rians. Just Rians, it's amazing.
We have a very tasty best of 3 coming up. And just in case you haven't had your lunch yet and you're still hungry, fresh out the booth and toasted to perfection, it's Panini.
Thank you so much, the desk there, kind of leading us into this one. Obviously, the agent change up here has caught our eye, but we want to start that step before with the veto. Mini, there's a lot to be said about this, but kind of, I feel like BBL have known their win cons here. They are the underdogs coming up against the undefeated Heretics thus far, but have they found enough room with Ascent being first?
I think Ascent is the absolute map that BBL needs to pick here to test Heretics' map pool.
Yes.
We've been saying this about some other teams not being
Absolutely.
tested, but BBL have chosen the right map here. Heretics have avoided this map. They've lost on it to Apex of all
yes.
teams. And the rest of the maps, we've got Icebox, which Heretics' Icebox is beautiful.
It's gorgeous.
It doesn't tick my boxes as a coach, but like, it doesn't matter. Like, if I'm saying it's beautiful, despite not ticking my own boxes, it must be beautiful. And then Haven, like,
if we get there, we can start that conversation.
There's so many. Both teams play beautiful Valorant, and these maps are the maps I want to see it on.
Yeah, and we can now start looking towards the
was Mini
change up
casting
that
today?
Heretics went for here. That Waylay just didn't look quite good. That was featured in that series up against Apex.
아, 그거 진짜 재밌었어요, 젠지
It
콘텐츠.
didn't look like it suited them by any
Heretics
means.
played
We
Ascent
focus
only
on the
against
game for
Apex.
now. We'll touch
Okay.
back in on this role. Well, not even
Wait,
role swap, but
before
the
that, the
agent
last time was
change-up
Grant-
coming
well, yeah, I
through,
guess
but
it was-
will be, of course, Heretics on the defending side.
Out earlier.
Heretics are ready for this mid approach.
Well, there's one thing to be ready, it's one thing to deal with it. Miniboo saved by Woot there, but the patience pays off. Takes the TP out, and it's a great first strike.
Yeah, surprised how BBL have all this utility with the triple initiator and walking straight through the smoke.
Almost
Caught off
creepy.
guard.
You know, trying to save all that util potentially, and going to be punished off the back. They're left with 3
Rice
standing.
has like 5 minutes left or so.
11, Profek. Still able to maybe navigate some options. You see a very passive hold on this A site.
Yeah, we'll come down to Boo.
I mean, you kind of just need to battle your way through. But you have Omen, Tejo, and Jet, so it's actually a pretty good combo. Well,
The
not
shot's real
anymore.
nice as well from Benji. Quick trade though.
To try to
but they don't
3v5
know
as well.
about
Oh
Boo,
my
and look
god.
at this man, so ready for it. Waiting patiently, and he gets his reward. Sociable now trying to maybe cut off the support system, but they can play the numbers now. Even Miniboo waiting there. It's
That's
lovely
rough.
from Heretics, but BBL missing some steps, it felt like.
Yeah, if I want to talk about the compositions a little bit.
Yes, please.
The triple initiator is, in my opinion, is an attack-sided composition on this map. You
Oh,
have all the
100%.
utility to take all the space you possibly want.
100%
If
agreed.
the opposing team tries to re-clear you, it doesn't matter. You can just util back. All this recharge utility just gives you so much space. Didn't quite work out on the pistol round. And the opposite side, Heretics' comp isn't supposed to be an amazing defense comp. It's got double duelist.
Yeah,
which
Jet
it's got no
Yoru
attack.
is
If they
weird.
can start getting some rounds on this defense side, like the pistol,
I'm curious how they're going to play it. It seems like an odd Heretics comp, to be honest.
Back and forth moments. Maybe not so much with these two teams as such, but I do want to keep a little bit of a close eye on it. It seems very all in for now. Going to have to go through their protocols though, because we can see the setup in place. Now, Benji's already got one, just I imagine.
The
revealed them
spam, the
potentially. Or actually, no, it
pings.
doesn't even look like the assist was on that one, so maybe just a shot in the dark. But rewarded nonetheless, and this approach is already not finding what they want.
Yeah, that
You got
approach from Heretics
Fade,
felt
Teho,
reminiscent of
KO.
last year, the Benji Cypher, Rian Soba on the same
You
side.
really need...
Deadly duo.
Yep, Recons, Wallbangs.
I mean, the thing is
And
like...
speaking of Benji, what a return to form for him as of late. A lot more of that kind of clutch potential.
What was
rising up.
the
You
what
roll your
was
mind
the
back to
old
the kind of
school?
sunset days.
Oh, it was
This
just
guy was
Sova
getting
instead of
2-3
the
Ks every time,
Teho.
It felt like closing out rounds for Heretics. Starting to see a little bit more of that from him as well.
I
Love
don't
to
know.
see
I
that
don't know how I
coming
feel about
back into
that.
form. And for Heretics, it has been this road of recovery. Kickoff was a disaster.
Yeah, Heretics is a very
return of some of these
Heretics is
elements.
actually like a good
one of
balanced
the things we were
fun team
impressed
to
with this
watch,
team
you
is the
know? They're not
resilience
like
overall.
all in crazy W gaming, they're not all in just perfect Valorant, but they're very well rounded.
Simple stuff. Oh!
Like them and Gen G in my opinion are like Gen G are slightly more skewed to like fighting and Team Heretics is slightly more macro, but like they're both kind of in the middle, right? Whereas like G2 is like fully more micro and like I guess Paper X is like fully more fighting.
Not kind of the thing that you expect from a team like Heretics, but I mean, I can't doubt Woot.
2025 Ascent has been good. I mean, I liked
Woot and
original
Mini
Ascent,
Boo
but I
is-
like current Ascent
this
as well.
stage
I
have been
think Ascent
phenomenal.
is...
Like
Oh,
beyond
just the
phenomenal.
instant spam.
And it feels like they're almost sometimes underrated for what they're doing statistically.
I am
even
curious
visually,
what it's going to look
how
like
good
with
they
Teho
are here.
nerfed. I am
Certainly
curious.
deserving their flowers throughout this run. However, Bite come in here for BBL. Gonna have to deal with what remains with Heretics on Heretics' bonus.
This will be the big one
Bulldogs,
for
the
BBL.
Guardians,
There's
and it
still
looks
3
simplistic.
rifles.
Yeah,
They
very
picked the right
singular
site without the
approach here.
Cypher,
Gonna be
Flash,
pushed off from
and
behind
Haunt.
Flash. I think that should at least allow them the site.
So it's stuff like that. The triple initiator lets you basically guarantee the site once you're ready, and it can like guarantee whichever space you want to take. But this is a fast flank.
Random. Sat back down. Miniboo so swift with it. And now they've got problems, right? Nowhere feels safe. So BBL maybe looking for some security. A quick dash.
Oh,
to sprint.
I like that dash.
Ideas of where they want to push from and hold from.
Oh, I like that dash.
There is not much going right for BBL in this one, and this strangling hold of this site is going to get.
I just realized it's Woot on Jet as well. Feels like it's been a little bit.
Taking the steps, it's Miniboo to clear the last
Dude,
two.
that...
And Heretics look
That's
very
a
comfortable on that retake.
flawless bonus retake.
Round for BBL. They're playing to their comp strengths to some degree with the Teho bursting in.
Holy.
But Heretics have identified already one of the major
When do we
weaknesses
close
of attacks.
predictions? Oh, I guess I'll
Like I
close
said
it.
before, this is going to need to be a big attack side for BBL in this composition matched up head to head. Sorry.
Dude, that... But the early flank was such a call. Something.
The early identification and even the fact that they're pressuring those backlines so early, you know, that first buy round coming in.
Miniboo 6-0 on the Yoru on Ascent defense.
Taking away Magnum. And it's a cold start for BBL here. Look, we know they're the underdogs in this regard. We know they're coming in on the back foot if you're up against basically a flawless run team.
Oh
but they
my
need
goodness.
something to work out for them here. Some of these players yet to even get on the board.
That's tough.
It feels very cold.
Yeah, and when Miniboo's opening up like this, like already
Yeah.
looking warmed up.
Like, what do you do?
Highest rated player of this stage, I believe, so far.
Is he really?
Heretics.
Certainly is, and this is the map choice of BBL, so this somewhat frozen start.
Yeah, Heretics is leaning heavy into double duelists these days. That is true.
Recipe for disaster. However, we wait to see if there's more life in them yet. We've been giving a lot of credit to BBL, playing within their means perfectly, if not over-delivering in some aspects. Some very talented individuals, the coaching staff, everything about them.
I mean, I guess this is also technically the first full year that Miniboo has, right? Like last year, he's had to... He couldn't join in the beginning, and then he had to take a break in the middle because of school and the combination of stress.
different levels right now.
We haven't really thought about that. He was always a very good player, but this might be the year that like he can really try to achieve full potential.
The flash was, I don't know who that even came from in the end, but at this point, Yampy and Magnum, can they still get under the skin? I don't think so.
Yampy can't get it.
Heretics making them look.
Is he the highest KD globally? I thought it was somebody else. He might be. He has highest KD globally. Okay.
Yeah, and that's the big problem. When you lose that pistol, lose that bonus, you start to look a little bit silly. Like, we're looking at essentially the first real gun round of the game is already 4-0.
I actually have Heretics as a favorite to win Toronto. I mean, I think they're definitely in the conversation for it. I've been kind of hesitant. Just I've been holding my thoughts on it too strongly yet because they haven't actually made it. But Heretics are definitely. They should definitely always be in the conversation for sure, especially if they make it today.
Tempo change potentially here, but still the setup, still Benji to have to handle. If he suppressed, that'd be marvelous, but I don't think that's going to be the case here.
Ooh, the ping.
For now, struggling to get cleanly on the side.
He's got to get the dart out. Yeah.
Slightly, but pathway open, but the TP taken. Miniboo's here, locked in visually, plays it forward. He's dealt with.
Dude, the
nice
haunt plus the Armageddon to guarantee, but Benji, oh my.
Back-to-back kills, but BBL fighting
through. Ooh, BBL,
got
at least they don't lose more. They stem the bleeding.
This is what the doctor ordered. But Woot against them in a 1v3. Can he isolate? He has a fair fight on the first. Yampy, would you be your first challenger?
I mean, it's
not gonna happen.
I was about to say, I mean, it's Woot, you never know, but I guess we do know.
Able to make it through onto the site.
Yeah, BBL, it seems like they've changed game plan completely. It's going to be an all-in style with this composition, trying to overwhelm the sites with Teo. I liked Heretics' approach and reaction, though. Again, playing a bit more of a retake style, knowing that holding these sites is going to be a little bit difficult. The flooding didn't quite work, though.
That haunt was lovely that came through. Starting to see that more and more. Magnum doing his work, yet to get on the board, at least kill-wise, but
all right, let's see.
That push to be as
I don't know how much you can all in so much, though.
Operator still in play for Woot, though. Big investment.
They're fighting
here we see
the
op utility being used on the A side of the map as an anti-KO ult setup here for Heretics. Expecting Yampy to use the KO ult early.
Oh, it's going to be Woot then standing to attention. Does he get punished early on here? Yeah, he absolutely is. But Rien still holding the line, denies it.
Oh, that's a nasty spam. Just a little tap through the smoke.
They're already dwindling in numbers. Woot's tucked in the corner. This is still fine for him, apparently. No pressure.
He knows there's one more.
Where's that pressure coming from A main, though?
I think he could have almost got it, but
Miniboo left on his own. Does go down, leaving Propik in a 1v2. He's sprayed.
Damn, dude, Heretics is looking good, man.
Even in all that chaos, Heretics still looking like they're in control.
Yeah, Heretics reading the KO ult beautifully, knowing that it's likely going to be a fast round using that KO ult. Rien's got some beautiful kills. Wu, in a very awkward position, still manages to do damage.
Oh, that tap is nasty.
Yeah, the fact he's still able to fire off from there. Bloody hell.
Heretics look like they've been practicing Ascent.
Heretics look like they've been practicing Ascent. That's a great way to put it.
Just yet. But
damn.
Something that kind of reminded me, I hate to bring up Fnatic because you're here because it feels even worse, but it was kind of, it was felt reminiscent. And I was
thinking about going and getting my rice here, but the replay came in to cut a lot of that time, so I'll go during halftime.
Let's say,
that was a really good round. Chobra, I have to wake up early tomorrow for extra tuition, but I wanted to watch Fnatic Liquid. Should I sacrifice sleep to watch Nats?
All these teams will be looking at your veto process. Obviously, Fracture's not high up
Heretics, that's a tough one.
And Ascent has also not been a good map, so having
what if you, I mean, I think if you slept earlier and just woke up earlier, that would have been the best choice. Fnatic Liquid's going to be a good one, though. That's all I can say. I can't recommend losing sleep, but that's all I can say.
He already qualified, so we're just doing a little bit of trolling.
Yeah, like, well,
but in this instance, yeah, you're absolutely right. Like they have two clear weak maps technically.
Could it be another Boom Gen G? That was my fear. That was my fear. Because while I like BBL, I think have won 62% of their opening fights in stage 1. Wow. I think BBL is a bit one-dimensional in the overall how they play the map, and so.
It's been a very direct approach. Heretics haven't had any problems with that.
No, I don't have a very large apartment, but I would have had to like get the bowl out
See
and
the utility coming in. That's going to be handled by Boot. And away we go. 11 out of the sky.
shot down.
And this is just a simple purchase, but
Oh,
it's made it
no.
look lovely for Woot. Back-to-back impact.
Oh,
He's
no.
still firing a feel-good round. All around. He almost got Profek pinned there, but just missed the timing. Has a look. Oh, come on, easy Tiger. Profek can be given an opportunity, but you can see it instantly being shut here. They are flying.
That's
in
disrespect,
Profek. It ain't
man.
gonna happen. Heretics about to hit that Brazil number real soon.
Yeah, BBL trying again. They were faking towards the B side of the map, but
그러니까
whilst they were
이게
faking, they executed at the same time. So the fake wasn't
평균은
really
퍼시픽이
coming
확실히
through. And
높은데
another signal for Heretics. If none of this
고점은
refresh utility
야,
is
이거 모르는
really
거예요,
at the start of the
진짜.
round, there's gonna be some
Just watching the way
red flags,
Heretics
like,
is
why
playing,
is
it's like the
Heretics
average of
being
Pacific is definitely
moving
higher,
up
but
and executing? So
some of these like
Heretics,
top teams of the other
relatively
regions,
easy reads on
G2,
that
Heretics,
round.
they play a different game.
Goal-wise, not much here for BBL. One away from 11 though, so that could be nice to have. But on the other side, starting to really build that full hand up. Benji's got his, Woot's got his.
This is a must-win round for BBL.
It does feel like the difference of a complete blowout, or maybe, you know, get
It's
enough
because
rounds on this
BBL,
side,
like
but you're already
Minia
talking about
said,
the
they've
comp, how it
switched to
suits
this idea
side.
that
They
they're just
should
going to
be
all
trying
in
to
on
get
the
as
site
many as
util dump
possible.
to get on
But
and then
Woot,
fight
once again,
post plant
right place,
because they've been
right
having
side.
trouble
They've
fighting
got
for
the receiving end of that
space.
3-3-8 more often than
Heretics
not.
just have them in their
And this is just
in the
gonna
palm of
start
their
feeling
hands,
so
really.
uphill.
I didn't realize how good Woot was with his operator.
But he's just
been phenomenal.
And he's everywhere. It feels like you're not getting away from him. There's something very oppressive about having to deal with someone on this op who's just constantly around the map. We've seen him in the previous round over towards A Heaven.
Yep.
We've now seen him towards B main. This needs to be added to the checklist for BBL to remove that, identify
Yeah.
it. But right now, this checklist feels like it's already missing steps.
Usually, with initiators are supposed to stop the
Yes.
operator, and they've got 3 of them. It's not happening right now.
He's here again.
Because they're trying to save their util for the site hit. They're scared of the actual
Just caught the flash
gaining
in the end, but then
space.
Benji allowed to swing. It's still a nice
It's rough for
combination, still
BBL.
effective trading for
I think
Heretics.
they
BBL trying to take those next steps in
either
towards
you
site.
use another
Once again, they're
timeout
gonna
or you
lead
just say GG go
towards a
next.
bomb here.
I really think so.
Sociable, the only one disconnected from this. Still standing on 8.
We
Manageable
should
with the
fight
operator.
on shooting the
Utility for the post plant. Sociable's there, but he's got a lot of work on his hands.
Big jump. Hold
Sacrificial
up.
on the first
Okay.
swing. Boo goes down,
I thought they
but
were going to
Rien's
body block
trades
each
it.
other, but
Again, numbers still on their side, but the HP is becoming a factor. Rien's on 27. Yampi's patience. The discipline there from Yampi. Just
Suddenly?
gorgeous. Did he get
suddenly
bombed?
doable? That's
the
a
needed
crazy
round.
spray down.
They might just get it. Woot though, not gonna work.
Okay,
out. Back in
okay.
the end.
They're okay.
Gonna
They're
secure
keeping things
BBL
alive
for a
here.
second. And a vital round.
Yeah, Yampi there leading from the front. It's going to be difficult to replicate that round specifically, but buys them a little bit more time to figure out what's going wrong on this attack.
Cool. These are the sort of games, though, you look to your likes of
fighting for
Yampi's, your
his life.
big boy players who've got that experience, who can keep them mentally in this game, focused up. Sociable coming out with the opposite.
딜렉이 에스트레아가 들어오면서 많이 느려졌죠.
Well, speaking of fast, Levin's on.
아무래도 코라는
He's not gonna go well here, though.
no.
Heretics already have players down the deep
And
bottom
he's
of mid.
out.
Perfect
Dude,
for
Woot
Moose.
is just trying to
Woot,
style
look
on
at
him, but
Miniboo. Gonna use
dude,
this as almost to get
Miniboo.
out of jail here, but at this point the damage once again done. Number advantage.
gets out for free, re-clears areas.
Everything
This is
Heretics are
a
doing just
that was a
seems to be
good
working.
call.
Like another
Good called round.
set round this time, aggression, and BBL are caught off guard.
And I quite like that. It feels very disruptive to pull out a really aggressive round, almost like a Hail Mary.
Yeah.
At those sort of points, momentum completely then just gets put off track.
Yeah, it's a beautiful variation of the traditional vision strikers, using the Euro almost to TP in there.
And it worked well.
Here.
Jungle camp from Benji.
It's interesting.
Here now in the foliage.
That's tough. He's looking for it. Oh, finds it.
But they're going through the list of trying to remove some of this utility, and in the meantime, BBL taking steps towards
Vision
middle. Heretics
strikers
already kind of understanding
mentioned.
that space has been left somewhat neglected.
ECT
You can see
Korea.
Boo's reposition, you can see Rien shouldering that angle. So awareness is there, and there is no pressure through B main. So it
Oh,
all
he's
comes
pretending
through
he's not in
market.
main. Boo's pretending he's not in main.
He's got a timing here that he could hit.
Waiting on the contact from Rien's. Oh, more
Okay,
than
gets
contact.
one.
But there's the kill, and there's
Ah, that feels bad, man. If you're a Prophet, you're freaking cursing him out right now.
You got a clutch for me here.
Spotted.
Boo's waiting. Similar scenes on either side.
The Cypher ult. Really?
Yampy, this would be
Remember that Kai knife
magic
clip
for
in
him.
Ascent
But it
Mid?
ain't
Yeah.
gonna be easy. First one not gonna happen. Heretics is 3.
Kai is a
Striking
crazy
back
player
in on
too.
the site.
Yo, thank you for that,
One thing I want
Paradox.
to touch on here is that we were praising BBL for simplifying with the jet picks. Like Levin's been very good since.
다크님 안녕하세요.
simplifying jet, the teams look better. On the map where you
Yeah, no, have a good one, Paradox.
see Jets farm quite a lot, Levin having a
You guys have some good
poor
family
performance
time.
so far. I'm not going to put it all on his back necessarily, but he's not being set up for success here.
And I mean, if we talk about that, let's.
Very clean, boys. Let's go.
Yeah, very clean indeed.
Doesn't it? But if we talk about that bigger picture here as well, we can't ignore the fact that Heretics were the one that.
Levin's
put the likes of
181.
Durka in, you know, back
Yeah,
in
but
the
yeah,
top
like
on ice
the setup's just
That was
not
one of
there.
those
They're kind
where
of
they're
trying
very
to
good
sneak
at
up and then
handling these
neutral
jets,
dump, but
handling these traditional plays, these aggressive plays. Certainly not the first instance we've seen them achieve this. Let's see if Levin can once again try and approach this. A lot on his shoulders here. It'd be lovely to have a little bit more front line working for them.
It's a KO again for BBL. Same strategy as
Set up.
before.
Boo, same place this time. We saw last time around Rien's actually define the double
Okay.
through there. That looked like a leg it is. Magnum down only
And the
30.
flood.
Rien's now
Oh,
takes his time
no.
and strikes. Magnum
Through the
gone,
seas, but
they take
didn't
away
check the
mini boost, and
corner.
The site is looking a little bit more vulnerable, potentially a plant. That's what they'd need. At least get the time on
at least
their
it's a
side.
4v4.
Spike now being shuffled in, and oh my word, Boo, he knows his angles.
Oh,
and already a
no.
pre-take here. Wu wants all eyes on him and wait for the others to come through
Dude,
as well.
so
But
much
BBL
space by Woot.
fighting back. Couldn't control
Risky
in the end.
though.
Profit from the back line,
Little
still
shaky.
wonders, leaving just Benji alive. Praise that clutching.
I mean,
coming back
honestly,
on
if
for the
BBL
big
gets
time is
4,
low
it's
here.
anybody's game.
Not an easy scenario.
The momentum looked like it was 100%
He
on
absolutely cannot.
on Heretics'
BBL
side, but suddenly it's not feeling like that
Clinging on
anymore.
tight with the third now in their pocket.
And because of Yampy's performance so far, it means he gets that KO ult for a second time. KO ult and Ascent being one of the most powerful ults in the game. Heretics had the read again, how to play around it. Maybe doing the exact same setup wasn't the play, but they were ready for it. BBL able to convert off the KO ult.
이 BBL도 되게 공격적이라서 더 그런 것 같아요. 근데 헤레틱스도 막 엄청 기다리는 스타일은 아니고. 근데 현재 메타가
And yeah,
this map is Woot's first. Oh, it really? Okay, well that makes sense why Mini had no
They've
idea.
now got 2 rounds to prove that they don't need heroics or a KO ult to win some rounds, BBL now.
Early control over towards B main though being showed here by Heretics.
근데 현재 메타가 저는 헤레틱스가 진짜 잘 읽고 있다고 생각해요. 젠지도 그렇고. 그러니까 둘 다 젠지도 사실 되게 템포가 빨라졌거든요. 작년에 비해서. 그게 되게 중요하다고 생각해요. Just talking about Heretics and how just fast they're playing in a way, but I really think that's the way to play in the current meta. Both Heretics and Gen G have learned when to up the tempo. Basically, when to like stick to the fight and re-clear. My throw can never handle the chicken without the rice.
Spike's down in a precarious
You're still
position,
worried about the
but with
chicken and
55
rice?
seconds, they have time to work.
Spike down towards short though. Wonder how they're going to approach this. Prophet does have his Omen ult, so that could be a play they do. You see Benji already rotating towards B in case that happens.
They've got so many bodies, they don't have to take a risk. They can leave it 3-1, 2-2. They could do whatever they want. Sociable needs to get a kill here, really, to alleviate some of that stress. But can they split their attention? Prophet trying to
This is so tough. It's such a tough angle for Prophet. Yeah, he gets spotted.
Got to look towards Sociable. Can he get the kill in time?
He doesn't clear Miniboo.
Force him off the angle, but they don't know about Miniboo until then. Great from
Miniboo was
Sociable.
more
The
concerned
time,
about the
13 seconds, it's time to get a wiggle on. Gotta go
main.
fast, boys. 9 seconds, door shut.
Hold up.
It's still game on here. And now they know the post-plant position, at least for Profek. Smoke comes through, and they are divided. Can they stand on their own 2 feet?
Sociable.
Crossfire now negated.
Ooh, needed that at the bare minimum.
In the 1v3. Incredibly hard to handle now,
Ooh.
but great damage on
Benji's
Benji.
low.
They're not safe yet, Heretics. And he knows the spike's not being diffused. Can he keep his cool? Can he keep his nerve? The second try now for Heretics.
Oh my dude, if Boo, this was a weird case where if Boo trusted his teammates too much, they would have lost. That's
Really well
actually
played round
crazy.
at the end there for both teams. The Cedar die put into Heretics' mind with the Omen ult, and then Sociable Prophet just
That was almost a round. That was almost a round thrown.
8-3 down
For
right
sure.
Now for BBL, it's not looking great.
He stuck through the first death, and then he, like, let go right before. Yeah, they know it was close. Yeah, I try my best, Yugi boy. I try to... Just because I want to make sure that, you know, Korean speakers can participate in chat as well, but obviously I don't want to alien another side. Oh, there was definitely another world where that succeeded. But again, if you can get 4, I think it's anybody's game still.
Playing is not like a Jet I've seen before.
Like I like the synergy with Miniboo as well. Already seeing them working
Minibu's the
together.
operator player.
Oh, this is...
I love that they can swap
so
back and
small.
forth. Yeah.
He didn't even know he was walking into his
No
death. It feels
idea.
like Heretics just constantly getting these man advantages early, and there's no trades to it.
No, there's nothing.
I mean, BBL are just kind of just having all 3 initiatives do their own thing and see who can get some progress.
This isn't a good enough tactic.
Drone denied. Meanwhile, Nightfall, just make sure that you're tied up no matter what.
Long enough, Levin again. Oh my god, I thought that was on, but Magnum from afar still gonna do work.
Dude, Levin is
saving him.
I mean, he's just not being set up properly because it's just 1 initiator with him.
Gotta know that Yappy was disconnected.
Loot moment.
A quick beheading. As now Wu plays it
Dashed
forward.
out.
This is looking lethal.
Oh.
It's lovely from Wu. As Yampy late to the party. Doors shut on him. This is a tough task here. Gotta face it.
Oh, okay, okay. 4 HP, 4 HP. Alright, chat, I'm gonna go get my rice.
Now, sitting safe at 9-3, Mini.
Yeah, 9-3 on defense there. The side that I had more DAX on the numbers for Heretics, but it looked like the Wu-Tang Mini Boo show there.
And look, we've got a little bit of a treat here hearing from Mini Boo, so let's head over to that. It's behind the wall. They've walked in late to this. Fnatic having to dig deep here. But Rien's doing the dance on the back of the site, and there's a problem. Mini Boo swings. Oh, and he's focusing the back lines. It is divine work.
I think we have everything, like games that we play. I think we play like really methodical. But if it gets like a 1v3, any player from Team Heretics can clutch this and just hit like some insane shots. And we can be really chaotic or really slow paced depending on the enemy we play against. So what's needed to win the game, we're gonna do that.
Nice! Let's go, guys! Well played, Dennis. You're playing so well, bro.
This year, sadly, we started as a 3rd place and we didn't qualify to Bangkok. So it was a little sad, and I reality check that like international events are not given and we need to reach for them. So I mean, it would be nice to get back to internationals, you know, like just a feeling of going to Toronto would be amazing, you know?
And it is a reminder that this isn't just another game for Heretics. This is to set the records right for them here. Bangkok obviously weighing heavy on them, a disappointment in the start of the year. To come back now on their flawless run, now a map and a half away from Toronto.
Yeah, if they can make a statement in this game, looking into Toronto, they're going to be one of the favorites like they always are going into those global events.
Certainly are, and it takes a lot to stop that level of dedication and want. BBL, the question is, how bad do you want it? How deep can you dig here? That's the real question on my mind. Levin's had a brutal game. It's not been easy for him. He's got to activate now. We've got to see all of them firing on all cylinders.
And playing in a Sent with no Sentinel on the defense, it's going to be very difficult. They're going to be hitting shots, and that initiator utility is going to be having to get the information that the Sentinel would not be usually getting.
Show me how much you can do. Already good info early on here. At least of some sort of presence. Whether there's commitment behind, we're yet to see. But it seems this slow build towards A is happening.
halftime so fast?
Yeah, Miniboo TPing across so he can set
Okay,
up
no
his
deaths.
TP lineup for the A split here. Oh, it looks like a crunch into garden.
This is nice though to offset the tempo.
Oh, that's
Look at
beautiful.
this. It's an assassination.
That is.
Magnum instantly deleted. I could watch that all day long. But
Oh.
you want shots to be hit, and they're doing it.
Oh, when Levin doesn't need to be
There's the Levin we were
set
begging
up.
to show up. And now Wu left
You
in
get
the
his shots.
1v3. It ain't looking likely. Profek, safe.
Here's the rice. We got
from
rice.
hell.
Rice in the house.
Yeah, Heretics coming in with the beautiful micro play there. Whenever they change their comps, you can expect it, but it's all on Levin. Tripling his kills in the pistol round.
Tripling
I mean,
his
he needed
kills.
that, right? That could be a
That's
little
messed
confidence
up.
boost, that little bit of a, you know, a reminder of who he is. But watching this back, I'm sure we'll see it at the start. That little crunch, as I said, it was so systematic, that destruction.
Nice, boys! Nice ball again!
There he is as well. If you want to see someone pumped up, you kind of want to see Yampy being one of those players, right? He is that emotional leader.
Yeah, it's good to see that despite being so far down, it's not dissuaded him at all.
Nope. He's the most hot-blooded Finn I've ever seen. Normally ice cold, but this guy does get the people going. Levin once again, right place.
Oh.
Ooh, tries to do the dodge, good damage.
Ooh,
He's-
Levin
I
kind
mean,
of gets
it's not
baited
ideal, But
in.
you'll take it at this point. That's nice, though. He's playing A.
Okay.
Winning, and he's setting the
This time
high
it's
score.
sociable.
Just down the woot now.
Dude, Bunny, you missed a hell of a match.
Impossible, just improbable. Especially when the spy came with you. It feels like they're tracking his every move here. Yeah, he's been caught. BBL now.
And not knowing
Another clear
Shimron.
step. This is what
That was
they
gonna take
needed.
too much
Yeah, Levin
effort
did
right now
do-
because
did
I have
do a lot
to.
of damage there,
I'd
but
have to
I was
watch the
0-9
water boil. I
because
don't want to
wanted
leave something
see
up
him
on
get
the
that momentum going.
stove.
If you get a couple more kills,
Then you're
those
feeling it, right?
Eco Cobra momentum can lead on into these gun rounds. It would be potentially better half for BBL here. Sociable here.
Sociable's a treat to watch there. It feels like you put any aimer in that position, they do well. It's like Demon 1 comes to mind back in the day, this now.
Just a pure headshot.
It is. It's real nice to watch. So, bonus round is looking pretty tasty here for BBL. Lot
Yeah.
of rifles. Not a lot
4
missing.
rifles and a Spectre.
Of course, on the other side.
They can break Heretics' economy here.
Game
It's
back
huge.
on.
BBL's economy is not looking too shabby either.
I mean, I said 4, but if you get 3 and pistol into a
Mini move
bonus,
ND.
might as well be 4. Might
Really
be
trying to
even
keep
better
up that
in a
presence.
sense.
It doesn't seem to dissuade BBL yet.
Usually, Minibu in that kind of situation is looking to break the Sentinel utility. Nothing there to break, just distracting a little bit. Feeling out the map.
The other thing is if I'm eating chicken, I actually don't like it with anything with
expecting some kind
soup.
of
So if I
aggression.
had
That's not
and
gonna
if
be
I had
happening
like the
from
stir
BBL
fry
side.
one, that would have gone well. But
Again, Boo for me. There's
Or
been a lot
like,
of discussions about mid-rounding
Chapaguri or
RGLs, how
something,
well
but-
they're doing across regions here, but Boo to me is still one of the brilliant ones. A great mind for the game.
Absolutely.
See how well he handles this. Obviously, BBL, as much as they may be underdogs, they are certainly in the limelight today. Yampy
okay, but it's at
Fallback
40
here.
seconds, so you deny any extra info.
feels very tentative across the map. We're down to 35 seconds.
Heretic's kind of reads it though, right?
Maybe just
He's
one
out there
smoke. He used
alone,
the
that
smoke earlier
deep,
on A.
no trade,
Maybe
no
wait for
extra
something
gunfire,
there to
no
execute.
extra
It's gonna be all
util.
on Yampy's shoulders on this B side of the map.
Heretics has a decent read.
Tough
The real
spot for
question
him.
is
This ain't
do
gonna
they get
be
cut off
easy.
in mid? Okay, they know.
Now
Sociable
noted they're getting a
shoots his
good
gun.
read of where these players are, and here it comes. And there goes Yampy, unable to
That's
really build the fight for the 13
rough, and
seconds. It felt
Boo,
dicey,
dude,
but
Boo
Heretics
draws him in
slowing
too.
down the tempos worked wonderfully for them.
Does no Shim have a
Focus on
rice
grinding the
product? I
damage
don't
that
think
BBL
so,
would've been
actually.
dreaming of, and that's a little
Oh,
a little out there.
yeah, that's
Bad
rough.
for Profek. Gonna need
If
a
you
lot
can get
more of that.
one more, not
Yeah,
bad.
vulnerable. Only
If he gets
10,
2 more,
but the
pretty
numbers
good.
Stiflingly favored towards Heretics here. Okay, Profek, paranoia. Hold on. You gonna make me pay attention to this, Profek? Let's see. How far can you take this? Not
Nope.
far enough. Brienne's
Not
there.
far.
Make sure it doesn't go too far. Another weapon lost. That could have been a
Yeah.
conversation. For now, though, they get to 10.
BBL just trying to do a little bit economic damage there. They knew if they could flood into that site, get the retake going, it was so important to the context of this half.
Enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
A bit unsure there for BBL's side why Yampy was alone on the B side. Maybe that one smoke that Boo threw towards the A side of the map was enough for
All right, time out. I'm gonna get a spoon.
BBL to over rotate towards that side.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what's going on here. There's one of our commentators. Pal.
Oh yeah.
Yep. He's
Try
like,
cast buddy.
But a big swing point here now, because this feels like if BBL get the next, then you're starting to look at the ults coming online. Then you're starting to look at that money getting a little bit more robust, and it feels like the momentum doesn't get taken away. Heretics have done kind of what you'd expect in the fact that, yeah, they lost the pistol, that's fine, but they win out on their first buy round. So far, kind of following traditional trend. This next one, though, is key to me. There's no massive ults here yet, though, either for Heretics.
Big thing for me though, if BBL were able to to win that round, the operator could have come online for 11,
true.
and that now they're playing a very important round.
Which team did you pred? I predicted Heretics. Heretics and Fnatic today.
It could have changed a lot of the outcome, at least with maybe even confidence levels coming into this, but pause to get minds set right.
I wonder what else Heretics have got up there.
신라면에는 삼겹살 나쁘지 않아요. 삼겹살 목살 둘 다 나쁘지 않고. 왜냐면 기름진 거랑 좀 매콤한 거랑 잘 어울려가지고. 소고기랑 잘 어울리죠, 라면은. Shinramyeon pairings, some beef. Pork belly works.
Rian's just choosing which lineup he needs. Yeah, it looks like Heretics just playing it very slow. Their game plan is just a slow, methodical ascent.
Yeah, but the thing is if you go slow against triple initiator, if the initiator team knows what they're doing, you can't possibly win out on the info war, though. So you'd have to always rely on a bit of a fake, and I think BBL might be able to catch up on that.
Nice attempt there from BBL. They threw the KO flash over from the B side with the haunt, trying to catch someone out of middle. Nice to see that micro there. Doesn't catch anyone though.
Dust somewhat settling from these early moves on the board. Sociable seen Benji, or has Benji seen Sociable? Doing the dance back and forth here. Yeah, there it is. Pixels shown, and Benji's got it. That's a big pick here. That opens up middle, but it does leave it in the 2-2. So it's not like they have a huge advantage until, well, we look towards the site. And look who's in the corner. Magnum, this is a tough position. The paranoia flies by. But Profeg, wait, he's got 2 out of this. How's he just found 2? And
just on the site, he gets 3 in the smoke.
Surely.
And G. He thinks he's going to be hiding on site. That's a good hold from Profeg. What does Chapaghetti go well with? Chapaghetti also goes well with beef. That was like the whole thing in the movie Parasite. That's like steak Chapaghetti.
I thought him and Ruxic were going to be those players coming up from tier 2, and
how do you like your eggs cooked when having ramen? Soft boiled or nice and fried? If it's not just like straight up in the soup, then soft boil.
I hope that was on purpose.
Was that on purpose?
I hope it was. If not, Rian's is being flamed a little bit here, but...
I mean, if it is intentional, if EVS, if we could ever find that, I'd love you guys endlessly. I know I'm being a pain in the ass. But for now, Heretics, hey, here's the change point. We were saying how critical that last round was. Well, now you're seeing it. Now you're seeing the sheriffs. Now you're seeing the hero guardian.
Yeah, normally I just kind of put the egg into the broth as I'm cooking it.
Recon flash coming in again.
But you can like, ooh, good haunt. Yeah, this time it does.
Gets his man. Lovely from BBL.
You can swirl the water so that it kind of keeps its form, so it's a soft-boiled egg still. But you could also just mix it into the broth, which is also nice. The egg. 11. Oh, gun game. All right.
Okay, step by step. We got to close the game now. Heretics not having the run of the house here. And I'm very impressed. Couple ults now getting very close by. And it looks like there's going to be a timeout already. And here it, yes, it kind of looks like it was sent in. The recon drone. I love you, EVS. Americas could never. They could never. Honestly. But, okay, let's kind of take stock then.
Was it Rians who did that before, too? There was another team who did that on the clone.
We got ults coming in, and we've got a big momentum change, right? BBL have taken back
Isn't that basically a poached deck? Oh, I guess it would be more poached. Yeah, you're right.
Though, right. This is now going to be them put under the pressure to step up to the plate. We've seen a good defensive side in some regards coming out.
It's heresy.
So where do we sit on them handling this? You know, what's the look back here for Heretics?
I think for Heretics, they don't need to be too worried yet. I think a lot of this is looking like, again,
we crusade
loss, and then Profig having an insane round.
Dude, what is it with me and Eggs? Like, I just can't ever catch a break with Twitch chat.
Worried for Heretics.
Okay.
Obviously, if they start losing a couple more, then it's, you know.
Ooh, yeah.
The one thing is, though, again, I don't think BBL can afford that operator. And when that starts getting into play too, that's just another angle that BBL have to potentially shut down Heretics. This round, I expect Heretics to just work around the solo ult they have.
아, 그냥 약간 중계진들끼리의 약간의 재미를 곁들인 신경전이죠. 서로 우리 지역이 더 좋다. 퍼시픽도 종종 그래요. 저 영어 쪽에서.
cycling through 11 as well.
Someone was wondering
This
if
round could
the
really
EMEA casters
heat up.
hate Americas.
As Heretics once again, pace change though, a little bit earlier.
It's not so much that, just a little fun poking. You know, we do it in Pacific too.
Some of these. A bit of a different position too, and actually willingly
You must learn your eggs
further
only, then will you
may.
cook sideshow.
BBL can always do this with their composition. They can always go for
Imagine I'm in the kitchen. I'm like trying all these different egg recipes, and my wife's like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, "I gotta learn to cook." And she's like, "That's fine. You don't need to cook. You can just cook the basics." I'm like, "No, I gotta cook the egg."
Sociable spotted.
Drone going out. Drone is down.
All eyes. Did he get away with this? I wouldn't
She'd
say
be so
Heretics are
confused.
A lazy, clear team. Oh, but he's found the timing just right, and he gets his reward. Marks his man. Miniboo's gone.
So they BBL's taking a little bit of
I'm
contact
starting
there,
to believe a
despite
little bit
playing
here in
triple innie.
BBL. They've been convincing me round by round. That smoke
Ooh, good
holding
bait from
back
Levin too,
basically the
in case they
majority
do
of
try to come through the
Heretics.
smoke. That hides sociable.
Yeah, Heretics has a very clear plan of what they
And again, now you have Fade mid, you have KO short. The Omen into main. That seemed a little trigger happy.
He's
Because
trying to play this out. Oh, the faith in the reveal.
Because yeah, this open this. Oh, I don't like that Omen ult play. You didn't need to do that. Okay, they get enough kills, but. Oh, whoa. Okay, well, I mean, if Levin plays like that, it doesn't matter.
First half, finding his footing when BBL
It's your
needed it.
guilty pleasure food snack drink. Guilty
Yeah, that's
pleasure?
everything for
Guilty
BBL.
pleasure.
And now operator economy comes online. Levin can lean into that
I mean,
too.
just like pizza in general, but guilty pleasure. Well, guilty pleasure, Taco Bell, I guess.
On that attack side, up to 9 already.
We will win this game. If we don't talk, we will lose.
Ooh, Levin saying if we talk, we'll win this game. Trust me. Okay, the rookie saying that. You love the energy.
I just want a close game between these two.
Yeah, it seemed like Heretics in that round. I was trying to say
Yeah,
that,
like Taco Bell or any type of like burrito or quesadilla is a good guilty pleasure. I actually love like Haribo sour gummies.
Of some sort, but the basics in that round.
That's my go-to. Like if I'm ever tired or stressed or whatnot. And then an age-old, ever since I was a kid, is Reese's peanut butter cups, which I haven't had in a while actually.
There's always a chance you get a mini boo round. There's a chance you get a woot round. There are options.
So your guilty pleasure is spending hours on the toilet? Chat, you just have to eat enough Taco Bell to gain endurance.
This game already.
You gotta gain the tolerance. You gotta build tolerance to Taco Bell.
Not easy.
Yeah, everyone who complains about Taco Bell in the bathroom, it's because you only eat it like once every 2 years. You gotta eat it regularly enough that your body knows how to deal with it.
Looking like a B split here for Heretics.
Who's got ult?
Sociable Magnum bunkered in with that Odin. And
Why do you think I eat Taco Bell in Seoul even though it's not as good as Taco Bell in America? It's you gotta keep it up, you know?
Now, supplementing and reinforcing the rotation. And it's side
Oh, sociable. Okay. Oh, dude, if you got picked off there, that would have been bad. Huge kill.
And now things are looking even better for BBL. Levin, even
I really like the Minima skins. I really do. That's a good shrouded step. Oh. Huh?
Whoa, making this look not impossible.
Oh, buying time. He has time. Oh my gosh, no. Oh, BBL, this feels bad.
Is he the one to do it here?
Perfect. Oh no! No!
These players are like no others.
Dude, why did they do that?
The second you thought you were safe, Heretics remind you who they are.
And it always seems to be Rians in those
Ah, they got too lax on that, man.
Oh, they bloody did.
They got too lax on that. I mean, Rians is a beast. There's no doubt about that. But why is Yampi peeking out there?
BBL, they took their eyes off of who they were facing for a second. These kind of individual moments. You get punished. And you can't forget
Lactose intolerance skill issue. 저거는 그러니까 리엔즈가 진짜 잘한 건 맞는데 얌피가 애초에 나가지 말았어야 돼요. Okay. Does he pick off Riens? Yeah, he senses it. He senses it. He knows there's a... Oh!
My God, the timing. Yampi This is a brutal fight. He
Okay.
wants it, he wins it.
That's kind of
And
big.
now surrounding on both fronts.
10 seconds. 10 seconds for
Still
Salvo.
has
You have
utility.
drone as well.
He's got his drone. He's got bits to play with here. And he steps out on his own. Boo. Tucked in towards hell. Misses the critical shot.
But why? He had to take one.
Leaving just sociable alive.
You couldn't wait
Hard to
5
clear
seconds.
this. But it's Salvo's now. Swings the smoke, doesn't find anything, sends the stun off to the right.
Oh my, dude, Yampi, you're the leader of this team, man. Calm down.
Getting the gap they needed.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm rooting for, like, I'm not rooting, but I predicted Heretics, but, like, if BBL is close to winning, like, I want them to win. The story's so good.
Talking a little bit what happened last round, how can we
Oh,
and
my
Heretics
goodness.
Not giving them time to think about that, and straight into that ace site.
And it all felt safe and secure for a moment, right? We were believing in that comeback from BBL, the gap getting closer.
That's a good
and
trip.
Then that gear change.
Any Cypher players, you should make sure you use that.
Heretics are. And now can BBL respond in kind.
Another simple
Oh, hello. He knows you have a judge as well.
He's not stopping.
What?
He's been seen.
Yampi.
They know he's here. But can they remove him, right? The smoke feels almost obvious, but he's still going to stand his ground.
Only one hurts, though, because the Euro's already on site. He needed more than one.
It's under pressure as well.
I think.
Levin trying to backfill the space, but they
11.
know they've lost control of the site. Mini Boo's
Ooh,
there.
Levin?
They can't hear him. They can't see him.
Levin?
And now they've dealt with him. BBL.
Okay, I mean,
Yampi on 3-2-1 with him.
that's classic BBL, though.
Yeah, just praising Heretics for the
Win the
pace
hard
shift.
round, I
But
guess.
to do it again against a composition that has that KO knife available, the KO knife just hits. all
Damn,
of them.
dude, they are loud. They are getting loud. And I mean, again, it's because BBL never got to play a match like, or only once or something, right? With the audience, they were always scheduled for Wednesday, which is so unfair.
Okay, breathe. We've still got a
Three
chance in this.
chances.
Yampi's got ult now. 2 away from
Heretics,
Sociable.
this one you kind of, this is one where
On the other side, pretty far from their ults, pretty
kind of
far
use
from
it for
full purchase.
conditioning.
But do remember how they got back in this game off the back
Death
of
ball it.
Rien's. 2 of those Guardians, one with Woot, one with Benji. Sheriff's outside.
they'll be able to buy, if they lose in a row, they'll be able to buy 2 rounds in a row, so.
Give that Guardian over to Rian's again.
Why wouldn't you? I mean, Woot's on 10.
There we go.
Oh, there you go.
Thank you, Woot.
They're
Oh, never
listening.
mind.
Coach
Goes over to
Mini's
Miniboo.
back. This feels like the pistol round.
It does, yeah.
My word.
Oh, boy.
Oh my god, hello! There's a lot of players in that
Oh,
smoke.
okay.
Levin farming up! A feel-good moment for him! And Boo with 5 to find and a ghost.
Remember this one time Sean Garris woke up for EMEA? The one chatter said if BBL won, should get a B.
We're up to 10 now.
And I was starting to get worried that we're going to have a very one-sided affair. After we picked
Right.
it up, it's a beautiful game of Valorant between 2 good teams. And BBL, they're doing their best to make us not look too stupid.
And a timeout for Heretics here. Maybe time to pull out a set piece, a play, something in mind. This is very late in the day, and it's a Weber conversation rather than the Niels conversation.
Yeah, Weber usually talks a little bit more in these moments, I feel like. Has a bit more of that kind of mid-round, mid-game adaptation approach, it feels like.
I've noticed that with Heretics.
Sometimes.
Yep.
But
A lot
Weber,
of their
very
like
good
adjustment
strategic mind games.
timeouts are
How much you
Weber.
pay for that shout out?
I was thinking about it recently because I watched the podcast with Benji and Neil,
Yeah.
and I remembered that, you know, I am friends with these people, so
I
should probably
remembered
say
that
nice
I'm
things
friends with these
sometimes.
people.
Well,
I used to be a competitor, so I actually used to hate them, you know.
got it, got it.
Now I
Now
gotta
you're
admit,
like, okay.
you know.
No, I think a lot of us have been impressed with what they've been able to achieve. Again, it's not the fact that Heretics were good once, it's the fact that they're getting back to being good. Now, this half, though, is a solid
Mini's
reminder
funny.
of the fact
I
that
like
BBL
Mini.
are dangerous. You know, we've been talking about them as the dark horses here. Obviously not on the flawless run, but my god, you know, eye test alone, they are passing it. And they are making this work for themselves. It could be all over in a blink of an eye
All right,
in one round.
2 chances.
But for now, they are going toe-to-toe with Heretics.
We could
and
go.
making them
Isn't
work
it
for their
BBL
dinner.
Foot that we're in the
Yeah, it's a good
infinite
sign of shutting
overtime?
down
The record holders?
explosivity from the double duelist.
Do it again.
Heretics
Let's
might
do it
need to
again.
now adapt and play a little bit more of a style that the double duelist isn't as good at, just to feel it out more.
Seeing the outlaw out for Yampi, and you can see the light shields
Fake
on the
tiles
other side.
crunch.
So this is big investment and probably a
It's the
valuable.
Odin Tiles play.
Dude, but okay, so what they're doing both times, both in mid and in tiles, is you flash and haunt and force them to move and get tagged by the haunt
To wait and see.
with no
Very
vision,
convincing
so they
are.
can't
You've already
clear
seen
the
outside.
haunt.
Hello and goodbye. A quick trade
Only
from
gets
Benji
one.
leaves this now available. Ult to come through, and they're gonna
Uh-oh.
lurk in middle. Oh, big shot.
Oh,
from
nice
Yampi
shot.
Opens up the retake now. 3v3. His ult could be key in this one. Changing out back to
Yeah,
the Vandal.
Yampi.
And on site, you got Mini Boo, Benji
Where's Magnum going?
Ult comes in.
Line up.
BBL getting closer. Haunts there. Prowler's there. Magnum sends it in. Benji looking for it, but he's blinded.
Paranoia on
Move
top,
this. They
dude.
gotta get
Their
going
chaining
now,
is really
though.
good from
Time
BBL.
running short. Benji again finds Prospect. It's all down
But
to
Heretic's
Yampi
post plant
Wolf.
positions are
Heretics,
insanely
you
good.
pressure 'em, you can get the map close, but it doesn't mean you're gonna win it.
Damn,
13-10.
I mean
But what a great
NT from
first map.
BBL.
Yeah, beautiful first
If
map.
they had
We highlighted
gotten,
this as the map
I'm
that
telling you, if they had
BBL
gotten 4 on the first
could
half.
punish Heretics on, and we didn't know what to expect from Heretics. Great first half from them, and getting over the line in the end on knockdown pick.
Yeah, if this is the sign of things to come, I cannot wait for Icebox. So don't go too far away.
Good game though. Good game.
Nice! Look, guys, we're so good!
Oh, that's what he said.
Nice! Let's go!
Very clean, boys. Let's go.
Ah! What the? What? Bro! Ah!
You are the best player in the world.
That has to be the Rian's clutch, yeah? Yeah.
Let's go, boys. Let's go.
All right, I'll give you your points. Let's get a prediction up for map 2. Icebox, yeah? All right, if you're watching on Twitch, we got the predictions up. No, Paperx got 6. Oh, on defense. Yeah, I think on defense. Yeah. 아, 벤지도 어려요. 벤지랑 우츠가 텍처 선수보다 훨씬 어려가지고. All right, while we wait, let's educate ourselves. Time to get educated, chat. What do we want to get educated on today? I guess we did GeoGuessr. We haven't done Time Guesser, huh? Once they go to the desk, I'll have the audio on for radio. Whoa, what the? Carlos Kune Gassenschau. I mean, it's either it's definitely German, or I guess it could be like another Germanic language, but I can read all of it. So time daily 7:30 to 9. So let's see. Germany. What is going on though? Wait, what is he doing? Oh, he's tight roping. Oh my gosh, he's tight roping on a bunch of. Are these spikes? What the hell? What is he doing? It's somewhere with a river though. Munich's got one going right through. Nuremberg, I don't think any of them are this big. Could be Berlin. Feels more Berlin. Actually, I'm not sure. Are we allowed to help? Yeah, I mean, if you've done it and like you know the answer, don't spoil it, but you're allowed to help for sure. You feel like it's Hamburg, really? Oh, wow. I've never been to Hamburg actually. I think. No, I was in Hamburg for a day, but yeah, just like a day. This seems likely. I'm with it. I just don't know which of these it would be. Maybe like here? No, I'm down to try it. Now, what year are we thinking? It feels a little old. Thinking like 95. No, maybe 98. 85. It's Zurich. Ah, we got baited. We got baited by the German.
Team Heretics in this qualification game versus BBL.
Rough. I mean, that's a tough one. I think maybe maybe this is a chapel that you could like identify.
Do you think you would be able to beat 100 men?
Ah, right here.
Easily.
Yeah.
What are they talking about?
See what I did there? See what I did? I've been sitting on that for a while. But yeah, Ascend.
It's Gorilla. Oh, they have Gorilla on. That's why.
On BBL's map pick?
I think especially with the comp change, like
Could you beat 100?
as opposed to Relay, I think that Heretics has a much better chance. Just because I know that BBL are very. Like,
Whoa, where is this?
So,
This
yeah,
is
I
a
think
cool
that kind of
photo.
threw them up a bit.
I absolutely love this idea. They've been so extremely successful running the double duelists. It looks like it's kind of natural for them. You get Woods a lot of that flexibility that he also likes, but the freedom to do some crazy things.
And for a team that never plays Ascend, they bring out a comp
I'm
that
at a
no one
loss
else
here.
runs. It's just their comp. But it also helps that Rians is Rians, and he probably won Kakuga the most important round of the entire
What
match.
language is this?
Absolutely. Heretics is such a momentum-based team that when we see a 1v3 like this one, in which the economy was not in their favor, he just had this Guardian using.
I mean, like the housing, the roads, all of it feels somewhere in Africa.
And getting those beautiful kills
Obviously,
is the kind of,
the
it's
people,
the kind of round
all
that
of it,
literally
but I'm
brought
not.
Heretics back on the board. BBL
I don't know where I could get
round
more
after round, and you know, even though he thought it was
hints
decent,
here.
everybody else was
This is
losing
tough.
points.
How
This is a
would
cool
you
photo,
have
though.
dealt with that if your boys threw a 3v1
Looks
like
like
that?
French. Wait, then
At some
doesn't
point, you just gotta put your hands up and say, well, played.
doesn't
Like, I think
Algeria
Rians is
use
one of,
French?
if not, honestly, probably the best initiator we have.
No?
In
the
Europe,
world.
in the world at least.
Trent exists, but carry
Trent
on.
exists, but I
Yeah.
think Rians is better. Like, that's just my opinion. So at some point,
I mean,
like, when you
that's a
have
tough
world-class
one.
players
Trent
like that,
versus
they
Rians.
pull rounds just out of nothing.
Yeah, and they
Let's
snowballed
go
that to a
with,
win, but it also helped that
I mean, I
Kakuga
don't
had
know.
such a great start to this map.
Again, it goes back to the momentum. They know
Feels
this and they're
pretty
aware of
modern.
this. The best
I'm
thing
gonna
that
go
you
with
can do,
like
when you think about the map, you're starting on the defense. You have this double duelist, and you see a composition on the
2015
other side
even.
that does not have a sentinel. You try and abuse it, and even
No.
though this position was
Yeah.
great from Magnum,
Well-
Minibu gets the kill. And look at what happens here. This is, as I say, the bonus round.
Definitely,
The moment
I
that
think
this is open,
it's 20.
the
It's
reaction
past
from Wood to go
2010,
on
I
the,
think.
on the smoke dash, create that distraction.
2012.
And the paranoia coming in from Boo. This
2017,
shows the
Cameroon.
Heretics. They're so quick on the reactions. They're so
Cameroon. Oh yeah, I guess there's a couple other options. Yeah.
They permabanned Ascent for such
Forgot
a long
about
time that this
Guinea
was
as
in their
well.
repertoire the entire time,
Ivory
you know?
Coast
They
as well,
benefited.
actually.
Yeah, they were saving it.
Damn,
What a
we
great
got
time to bring
wrecked.
it
Dude,
out as
Africa's
well.
so
And,
big that
Gorilla, of course,
I only
talked
get
about the
800
prep
points for
and
that.
maybe
Not even.
what they couldn't anticipate. There is no way that we would have.
Today's time guessers are hard, huh?
Who has not picked up an op this entire year? It's gonna pick up an op. Get, I think,
School
7 kills out of 6
demolishing,
rounds.
Anchorage,
How do you
Alaska.
deal with
Okay.
that when something like that happens in the game?
Well, I mean, on one hand, when you have a triple initiator comp, especially one with a fade, and fade is so good at like dealing with the AWP, you got
It's
the
a
prowlers, the
school
eyes, the
somewhere?
seizures. Like,
I
you
think.
shouldn't
Well,
be
actually,
taking
it
as
doesn't
many
have to be a
AWP
school.
or
Actually, I don't know why I thought it was a
in
school. It
general
looked like a
as
school
you
building.
can, but
Kind of
on
looks
the
like a
other
school
hand,
building.
like,
Kind of looks like those school buildings in
BBL
PUBG,
run, they don't
like
really
a
have
center
lot of, like,
staircase, and
all the
then
mini
there's always
smokes
the
right
other
beside the
side.
cages. Yeah, they have the jet smokes here, but like it just means that Root can just post up wherever.
Let's go with like a more residential area.
At some point, you're gonna run out of smokes, right? You're gonna run out of
Year-wise,
utils to
I'm
kind of block these
thinking.
Very nicely
What are we
done,
thinking?
we
50s,
would say, from
60s?
the, side of Team
50s?
Heretics. Now they have a great opportunity to close this out 2-0.
I just googled auto Ecola Christma and immediately it popped up in Cameroon. Really? That's crazy.
But Kakuga, is it really that easy as we head to Icebox?
I mean, as I said, on terms of preparation, and as we're mentioning for BBL,
Is
they
it
know
before,
that the
like,
moment that they ban Lotus, we are
these
going to
cars,
Icebox.
etc.?
It's a map
Is it
where we've been
before
speaking
the
about how Minibu has
60s?
been performing the last weeks, and
Maybe,
it's a map where
actually.
he should be completely unleashed. If we add that to Wood now playing the operator and how they complement each other,
Seems
on
pretty
this map,
advanced though, like the
things
crane and
only get
everything.
more and more
Let's go with
scary.
50.
And I'm so glad you're here with us, Gorilla. Because,
64
you faced them on
earthquake
Icebox
damage.
already.
Oh.
Koi have always always had a very good icebox. So is there an
Damn, the
icebox you think you
timelines are
prefer
wrecking
here?
me today.
Who would you be leaning towards?
The
when it
96
comes
is
to
for.
these two teams?
Oh, there was a
Honestly, I'm
great
leaning
Alaskan
towards
earthquake. I didn't know about
Heretics
this.
if
96
everyone's
cost
running it.
139
Even from last year
deaths.
dealing with,
Holy.
their retakes especially, and the fact that on
Jeez.
defense they just
In
group up
Alaska,
towards the
that's
center of the map, they just wanna
crazy.
flood. They don't want to let you plant. They don't want to let you get in good positions. It's so hard to deal with. Like, you've got to have a really solid game plan.
Uh-oh.
Again, on
Somebody's
the
gotta
side,
know.
when you have the
Motocross?
change with Levin going over to the jet, and just
Anybody
letting
know
him
who that
just be
is?
unleashed as he was on that
Any
defense hub.
motocross
You know, that's
enjoyers?
honestly a lot better than what they were running at the start of the split, but I think Heretics is just too good.
Do you anticipate more changes?
I have
from
no
BBL?
idea.
Would you like to see it?
I don't think so. I think what they have going for them is probably the best with the players that they have.
I think that we also saw it coming from Foot, if I'm not mistaken. The sticking to the simple composition that gives you a very clear idea of what you want to do in the map and where your strengths are lies. Yes, it might be easy to read for the opponent, but it gives you a key in comfortability that of course plays to their advantage. I think on the side of BBL we see the players playing to the
Really?
best of their ability and following what they've been doing on the
Oh, wait, hold on.
Heretics that change it up. I love the Gecko so much.
Wow.
I absolutely adore it. I think that bringing it back from not seeing it through the entirety of the regular season to now seeing it after Navi, I believe it was Shao, the first one that did it. We're seeing a lot of teams. Why do you think it is, Guriel? What's the strength of Gecko that makes so many teams want to pick it?
I think it's the plant installation. The fact that you can just send wingmen
Yeah.
just to go and plant somewhere.
With the neon as well.
My Spanish is not that good. So you can send wingmen to go and plant and then fight the site with it as well. And it's the same with retake, like I was saying. I think the Gecko
They used to play
enhances,
what?
like, you know,
Tejo?
that you can molly back yellow, you can molly
Oh, no, the
Jen,
Tejo's still
jail,
there.
like all these positions.
Oh,
when you're wanting to retake.
the
Exactly.
Sova. So I do think with Tejo, Gecko works better.
We remember this fondly. But here's the thing, Pansy and Mini. Heretics,
Oh my.
they are just one map away of going to their first global event of this year.
Oh
Let's see if they
my.
can take us through.
The brain rot.
Well, that is the question for us as well. Is this going to be over in 2, or is there a fight back for BBL? At this point, Mini, how do we feel about the comp change? I mean, it's not massive. Do you think it complements what they were doing even more?
I think the Killjoy is just more.
I think the Killjoy is
efficient
definitely
on this
better.
map. I
Yeah.
think there's
Vice
the
is kind of
turret
tough,
and the
I
alarm
think.
bot is able to cover more space on Icebox,
It-
especially towards the middle of the
It
map.
makes you not have to worry about mid too much
So I
if you
think
play
that it's
Killjoy,
better
whereas
for
Vice
Heretics
is
as well.
it's
The
still so
Vice
stressful.
is a little bit more anti-stratable. BBL could come in and know that Vice was going to be used towards the middle of the map, but just trigger it every round. And so the Killjoy is a little bit harder to anti-strat in that way, I think.
One of the most beautiful maps to watch here. If you're a Heretics fan, this has been a highlight, to say the least. The neon looking just unbelievable.
The
with
neon
Mini
is
Boo,
so
but
good here.
BBL, if there was a
I
time
wish Nongshim would try
to
it.
show your capability, it is now.
So Heretics grouping up, keeping it simple, 5 towards A, but already we see BBL pushing out the space towards B.
Okay.
They're pretty good at doing these flank retakes, but looks like they're going to be flooding in here on B. On A, sorry.
Yampi tried to get ahead of it. It was actually perfect to take the head off of Miniboo. So
Yeah,
if
Yampi
they're
really just
able to deny
looking for
Miniboo
info
here,
on that one.
This does change the matter. This is only round 1.
Levin's
wanted to
still
stick
watching
around
for a
on the
late
side here,
lurk,
turning the
but
flash just perfectly for Yampi.
huge
That is
flash.
beautiful for him. Doing well here, BBL. Trying to draw the
I mean,
players
Levin
in on the tap of that
should
spike.
get
Boo and
speedier.
Benji gonna have to
Like it's a
react in some
5v2.
kind. Yeah, they got
Even
stall
if
on
you
this
die,
path, though.
like it's just you
Boo's
know
gonna
that
have
they're
to try
playing
and
far
back
back.
a little bit here. Still wants to do a bit of damage if he could, but
He got tagged
actually
now,
threading
so
the
he's
needle
walking
going
up,
forward. I like
scaling up.
this. Boo. Ah, nice try.
Dude, flawless
For BBL,
pistol.
5 alive, and they seem aware.
Yeah, BBL, like we're talking about Heretics and their beautiful Icebox, but BBL are no slouches on Icebox either. What I like from them is
Jen, I
their
think I thought there was a motocross event, but I'm not sure.
maturity to
I
leave
saw a
the
motorcycle
A
though
side
with the
open
sponsors.
sometimes. If they need it, they
We'll
can
go
have
back to it.
Yampi side of that
We'll go back to
backside,
it the next
getting
map or
flashes,
after this game.
flagging out if they really need it, but sometimes they just let it go.
Yep.
Play for those retakes, play with those
Nongshim for
pre-flanks.
champs.
In zone flawless to start things off.
Oh damn, dude, I love Yampi's energy.
Yeah, you love to see it.
I want Nongshim to go to
Get
champs so
fired up
bad,
early
chat.
here.
Chat, can we please come together to support Nongshim to go to champs? I want them to go to champs so bad. I want them to stay in VCT Pacific so bad, chat. I don't even have a contract for next year. My contract's only for this year, so it doesn't even technically matter for me yet. But like, oh, I want them to. I want them to go to
Sit back and watch
champs.
the next couple of rounds. I want to see BBL try and keep this clean though.
일본 스테이지 2 때 시나리오 보면서 워치파티 해주시나요?
One of their set rounds.
아 근데
but
그때는 뭐 농심에 무조건 농심이 가 있겠지만 유무와 상관없이 갈 수 있으면 갈 예정이에요.
we're gonna see many
그래서 거기서 이제 농심 있으면 시나면 먹으면서
running
먹방
on the
해야죠.
tube, creating the distraction towards B. Trying to get up close and personal with the classics at some point.
Yeah, the goal is to have a Shin Ramyeon mukbang in the arena for the Stage 2 finals weekend with Nongshim.
Maybe Magnum if he does lean over that far, but it is go time. So, there we go. Miniboo going to try and cut through, draw the eyes away, but
Yeah, Gecko's
training towards main.
I mean, he's already creeping back in. And he's only gonna get stronger, I think, relatively speaking, with the Teho patch.
Oh, it's just unreal from Levin. Miniboo still being a nuisance, but it feels like he's only going to be a nuisance here. Yes, handled.
Yep.
BBL.
4 alive, that's good.
Up to 2.
Yeah, cheeky idea. Using
That dude
the
looks too
salvos to
old
try
for
and
me.
break
Oh,
the turret.
actually, that's a good
Turret didn't get
point,
destroyed
Jen.
for some reason, so in
Yeah,
future
maybe it
rounds,
is
they're gonna need
cross
to
country.
figure
Yeah,
that
yeah.
one out.
Don't want to think about turrets.
Like a motorcycle cross country. That's good.
What is that?
Good point. I didn't even think about the age.
Had to come back in and cast.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually sorry about that one.
What did you say?
Bonus.
Why? Sorry.
Full armor coming up Heretics. I mean, they heard. They were in the receiving end of.
One of your players
that,
has France in his
that
name,
outlaw,
so they should
don't
make
blame them
Paris
for that, but
Francis.
Bonus here. Let's see what we
That's
get.
true. That's true.
BBL get a miracle from this, or the Heretics get back on track. This is a necessary round. Denial of removing the turret early.
Dude, good denial on the
Standard
molly.
80
That's
foot here for
prep right
Heretics,
there.
Using the salvos early to deny the space, getting up close.
Yeah, keep it
Ready.
unorthodox. Has a little bit of a deeper look, but doesn't see much yet.
You know, I mean, Yampi's kind of taking it upon himself to try to get that forward info.
With the stinger so far.
Not our strong point.
It's a difficult position, but one that's needed. Right? That's why normally people play up in vents.
This is enough utility now.
Then now that it's the
going
minute
through.
mark, you drone,
They should
you
be
spot,
feeling
you
like
see
someone's
that
trying
it's
to
the
make a little
neon.
play.
I
Now, they've
mean,
identified
you
Yampi
don't
early.
expect on the buy round
About
for the
the minute
neon to
mark.
be the fake, so
Yeah, Heretics have been
should give you a
really
pretty
slow
good
on this
idea. I
round,
think you
knowing
start
the
shifting your weight. Yeah, there you go.
implications of
Killjoy shifts here, the Viper
bonus
shifts
round.
here.
It's going to be this A finish though. Great
Good
knife.
drone
Yeah.
denial and the
That's lovely, the
stun.
timing
4
for
tags
that
stun
cheats over
up.
at least
Fragment,
another
I
player,
think a
maybe
little
2
bit
even.
fast, but
4 over towards the A
they
side.
chose
Now
they're
ready
doing
to
that just
fight
to buy
this
time
with
to
these scrappy
flood.
guns.
They weren't
And
actually
again,
trying to play
even
for
just being able to
time.
Keep the turret in place, keep that faith in mind.
Huge
to the
flash.
wall is
Oh!
perfect. Baboo! Gonna get Yampi. I guess he was maybe a step behind. So he
Yeah,
didn't
the
get
people
caught in the
behind
flash.
didn't get
Social gonna
flash.
try and tuck down and survive. But Miniboo doing what Mini does best. And he-
Oh, sociable?
my God, wait,
Sociable?
Are you serious? Getting
Ow.
2 from there. I thought 1 was fair game. The second.
I mean,
I don't know how the hell that happened, but
doable.
Magnum trying to
Tough,
walk this
though.
back. This is not going to be easy. 3 players. Oh, but they
oh,
line up. That makes it
Magnum.
much easier. Stall on the spike though. They need
Ah,
to
he
deal
wanted
with the
a
back
weapon.
line, and Rian's making that near on impossible.
No
Magnum
way.
still going walkabout.
Oh,
that got
close.
so
But I mean,
close. And that's a bonus 1. Sorry, a bonus nearly 1. As Heretics only make it
Damn.
out with 1 player left alive.
Yeah, BBL losing that round, but I'd be happy with that result there.
Yeah.
Lots of economic damage coming through.
dude, that I mean, this was still
I
a
do love
very
that
successful
slide up
bonus
Miniboo,
here
the
for
slide up onto the fridge, but
BBL
no
for sure.
Fridge? I don't know what people call it. We call it fridge. Not something that many agents can do. Well, it looks so different on the Neon than it does the Jet.
Yes.
And he always seems to get a kill doing it.
He is a treat to watch here on that.
I think in these later rounds, just the anti-bonus from Heretics, I don't mind the simple approach. I want to see a bit more of an exploration around the map, though, in the later rounds. But looking like a 5A approach here, identifying the weakness from BBL that they like to play off of this A site.
Stanzo, look at the damage that they've done already towards Miniboo, taking him down to 75.
But
forcing
because
him
of
away.
the
So they've stalled out that
money,
first
look at
wave
this.
of
Yampi,
approach.
Judge.
It's a chess
So
game
he just
right
takes
now.
Garage,
BBL
and then you're
know-
already here.
Tried to
Oh,
steady the aim
instant
for the
trade on
second,
the
but it
Viper
wasn't
is
to
kind of
be.
rough. Opens
But
up the
already a
site.
nice little 1-for-1 here. They've fought out at least for the front of the site. I don't think they can
Turret
really
already
gather them back
broken,
unless
so
they swing
Heretics has to
perfectly
commit
in
to this.
unison. Woot taking a lot of damage here. Desperate to try and deal with the players by Dice, but BBL
Good ping pong
holding
back
the
and
line
forth
so
from BBL.
well.
Holy.
Okay, BBL. Yeah, I feel like we might actually have a game here.
Yeah, the chess match is coming in. Heretics identified from their preparation that BBL like to play off of that A site, play more for retakes and have that flank coming in. BBL changing up the style, keeping 1 deep on B. We keep seeing a push on B, and then 4 people stacked on the back of that A site, just ready to brawl Heretics every time.
This is that that early testing period almost, both kind of getting a feel for each other,
So
figuring out what's
Heretics
going
on the eco, gonna go see what they can get out of B.
But maybe this
Get
time
some
we
more
do get a bit of variety.
information. Plant
As
the
we do
idea
see
that B
Sheriff's
side is an
I think I would
option.
like to see a timeout there from Heretics.
You'd have
And
hit the
just
button.
said what I just said.
I said what I said.
Just said, like Weber and Neil, they're smart enough to say what I just said. They did it. I would prefer it on this round right now when the eco, so that, you know, if they take it next round, it's a little bit too close.
It's a
you know
little,
what I mean?
yeah.
That
Time to
information-
kind of, like,
yeah, the other team's going to be
follow over.
thinking about
Yep.
this gun round.
Oh dear, it's not pretty for Yampy there.
Oh. No, but I
Yeah,
like
it's a
what Minnie's
judge
saying there.
recovered,
If
but
you
it is
already
a
know the
player taken
solution,
down. So
even
it
if
does
this
add a
doesn't
little
change
bit
this
of worry
round, you
to my
call
mind,
it
especially
here
against Minnie Boo.
so
I mean,
that they have
let's
to
a
like
look here. We know
think,
there's a
double
second
think
string to
about
this
what the
boat.
buy round
That'd
looks
be
like.
Profek, and he's been very solid. And he's actually got support from Sociable now, so it's not an unmanned site.
No, it's still
Heretics
working, Yuki.
are gonna have an easy time now.
The Yampy judge always puts a smile on my face.
Why is that?
Just the Sliggy Piggy judge skin.
The Sliggy Piggy judge.
Now BBL's patience is going to be tested, their resolve, and it's brilliant. I don't know if you caught it just a second before. I think Profek just knows his lines. Take it away, Boot.
We'll get the plant
Now
though.
Profek, yeah, still farming. God damn, this guy is clean. Benji.
He already has hope. You want someone else to get it. There you go. Magnum getting it is good.
Applying Magnum will do the job. Woot, 1v3. Not going to be going so good here. Singed and put down. Profek very clean.
Magnum,
After a bit of a
he can get the
shaky start.
defuse,
Yeah,
so
just the eco there for Heretics, but it's nice to see
lockdown
the
and
end
pit
display
ready.
there.
One
Just a
away
bit of
from
confidence
Armageddon as
building.
well for BBL.
Knowing how good you are sometimes in these rounds, that translates over to the gun rounds.
And certainly not an easy role playing on that site there. And it is now the Heretics timeout. So
8 and 2.
A little bit later, and obviously giving BBL the opportunity
You
to
have
talk during this
Thrash
time, but as you
and
said, you
Overdrive
played it
as
a little bit
well.
earlier.
Yeah, but the problem now is that the ults are coming online, and it's a completely different discussion. You kind of got to go into the discussion saying that BBL changed their preparation, and then park that to one side, and then say, but there's some ults on the table.
This is
How are we gonna
this
deal
is
with
good
that?
insight from Minnie because you know he's obviously done it, so you believe it. But I get what he's saying. You only have a minute amount of time.
As well, so some key ones already in place, and only one away from Sociables. On the other side, Miniboo does have his. Rienz has got his. 2 away from Boo's and Benji's, and actually 1 off from Woot. So yeah, the
next
conversation.
few rounds are going to get messy.
Yes. So I do wonder how they're going to
What
divide
is
this
this,
conversation
Paradox?
for Heretics and where they want to put their
What's going
focus.
on here?
because This initial 5 rounds has been waving that BBL banner. And I wouldn't put it past Heretics from being able to adapt. I think that's one of their strong suits here. They don't ever feel like they're completely out of a series, but they do need a reaction
Paper Rex is
now,
our
because
best hope to see a
this is certainly not
Frenchman
going the way
in
they expected.
Paris.
No, absolutely. And it can't just be all off the battle arena.
That's
I wanna
messed
see it
up,
from
man.
Adaptation.
That is
strategy.
messed up.
So you're putting on
Oh,
Yeah, it's gonna
that
be all
is.
Weber and Neil's fault if they start losing this one.
Weber, Neil.
Talking about Alex. Ay, ay.
Cool.
Can BBL
Well, let's
snowball
see.
this?
I
I
want your
mean,
judgment
if they
afterwards.
can
Do
get
you
past the
approve of
ults,
whatever the adjustment
right?
may be? But now it looks
Like either neither of them
somewhat like what we've
used,
seen
or
before.
you know, Heretics at the very least use theirs, and they can overcome it.
Floor-
Then I
floor
think they're pretty much
Yeah.
safe.
yeah, rinse and repeat.
So
Face
BBL
change, though.
changes their
Earlier control
setup.
built
Not only
towards
does Heretics have
the
ults,
backside of
but the
site here.
timeout came
Heretics
through.
may be identifying that
So,
the Killjoy ult often used as a retake
now you're
setup for
using it
BBL, and they would be
util
right
on
to
A.
do so.
Yeah, what do you do about the Killjoy ult on screen though? Look at BBL. They just want this line so that they
Probably gonna
can
use this
Killjoy
Gecko
ult.
to get into the site. See if Levin can catch a timing here.
He's looking for it.
Drone first.
To steady himself. Drones there. Steady steps towards the site, and there's the lockdown.
That's
Ooh,
early.
early
Not sure
lockdown.
What's triggered that?
Yeah, I don't know about
Ult's gonna be
that.
used to deny it, and Levin's gone down. So
Oh,
backside
I
now
don't know
under the
about
Heretics
that.
banner. They've
That
controlled
was
this
a
well,
weird
and
one.
The spike planted, they've got time on their side. This post plant becomes difficult. They've got a lot of utility to layer onto this. Miniboo just gonna try and hold on and do as much damage as he possibly can. Kind of let off the leash almost. Chomping at the bit as Rien's actually gonna send in the ult, and Miniboo swings off it.
I
There's
mean,
a lot of
Heretics.
players here, but the
Oh,
flash
oh no.
is fantastic.
Big flash.
Miniboo blind to the world.
4v4.
4v4, but can they dissuade this back line? So much storm
Salvo
on the
should
spike.
be coming
They would
back
need to get
before
deep
the
and
end, I
get deep
think, but
fast.
they're just gonna
Rienz isn't
stick
even allowing
it.
You can't get past go at this point.
Okay, well,
Rien's impact
suddenly.
alone is outstanding. As the spike feels impossible Got to
I mean-
yes, but to deny the final three. I don't think
There
it's
it
happening.
is.
It's not. If Heretics
Damn,
get
the
that
plant
spike
spot
down,
was a
they get into that
good
post
one
ball.
here.
There's so
What's
much
the best
utility
crowd
in
in
it.
Valorant?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. There's too much Killjoy,
So
Gecko,
far?
Viper, and Tail all providing value. Something I missed there is that
I think like if you're talking about for the whole duration of a tournament, probably Shanghai and Tokyo. I mean, I thought Bangkok was pretty good actually.
So Weber and Neil's off the hook for now.
No, it does not count for coaches. Coaches do not get affected by import rules. And I believe Alice is both French and Singaporean. I think he's dual citizen. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that, but
Two still sat with BBL. We did obviously see Magnum's invested just last round. This is different.
11.
Just slightly off. It messed with his aim.
Yeah.
It felt like he got too much pressure from the spam coming in. Maybe
He kind of overthought it, and then he
looked
peeked out too
uncomfortable
far
there,
out,
but if it stuck
and
to it, probably would have had
kind
his
of
man in the
stepped
form
on
of
the
Minibu,
ledge
and
there.
with all this control, they can stack bodies towards this A site, but now down a man. This makes it incredibly difficult.
Proactivity again from BBL.
Yeah, but look at
Drone
Benji.
and flash potentially.
Oh, the
Nice
angle's
angle
so
from
nice.
Magnum.
Yambi tried to kind of find some unison with that, but he couldn't do it as Rien's already denies him. Trying to play up close here. Magnum's in a lot of trouble. Let's get away
Doesn't
with his
get
life,
tagged.
though. We're trying to keep some control here towards May's side. Sociable now spotted. They should have a decent read, but they don't.
Dude, timing.
Magnum to just go striding back in. Brilliant understanding of the tempo coming through. But Minibu's still
2v1,
alive,
sociable.
and Minibu being
Okay, he needs to stay
dangerous.
alive. He
You gotta
understands
pay
the mission.
attention. 38 seconds. What
Prophet
does he
coming
do
through.
with
Salvos.
this? Spike down. Minibu,
Dude, he gets out without a scratch.
alone.
That's big too.
and he wants his man. He
Spots
wants Sociable. He
one.
wants to find.
Sociable.
where Prophet
The thing
as well,
is
but
they
time
need to
is not
figure
on
out a
his
way
side.
where they can double pinch him.
And has he let
Otherwise,
it slip
Prophet's
here?
gonna get wrecked.
A fair fight.
This is what I was afraid of. You're giving
Minibu
1v1s.
looking for heroics with 5 bullets to play with, and Sociable under pressure.
Oh, dude, the silent rope
Sociable
drop.
chooses correct on the coin toss.
Oy,
and
oy,
he gets
oy.
the defuse.
Great attempt from Minibu, but that round was all down to Magnum. Coming in as the sub for Chiwa. Some fans had their doubts.
I had doubts. I think a lot of us did.
Yeah, I had doubts.
I had some, but I think he's the perfect substitute for this team. I don't know what the position is now, but he's been fantastic this split.
And
He might be playing the best Valorant of his career right now.
I tend to agree, and this map was always a great map for him.
I
too,
agree, but
especially on that
initially.
Killjoy, those lurks were always filthy.
I can't believe I forgot about that.
Yep. Every now and then, I do remember something. It's surprising to everyone involved. But BBL now getting a lot of ults building here, and you've got the buy on the ropes from Heretics. So BBL, look, it ain't pretty, but it's working. But Yampy can't see a thing.
Damn.
Oh, out in no man's land.
Just a fast dump onto B.
Punish. They are losing players so early here now. Minibu finally quelled, denies his big springboard towards the site. Sociable, I think, is going to be spotted on that. And the lockdown going to force his hand here.
He's just going to go for one and dones, and Boo's ready for it.
His hand forced Neron in the end, giving Heretics
So it
such a
seems
strong
like that
advantage.
previous round,
Wonder if Boo's
off the
gonna invest
timeout,
the Viper ult as well here. This back
Heretics
goes
was
down,
just
I
trying to
imagine
fish for that information to see what's going on with the
Best of this round
ults.
for Heretics.
Or 2 rounds ago,
Heard
rather.
it. Rattling off the voice line, you're looking at 11 to be maybe 1, but hard to make this work. Boo
And this
knows
round is
his
the
lines
adjustment.
as
They say,
well.
okay, they're still
Magnum
focusing on
are
A, so let's
removed,
go
and I don't
B.
even think they got halfway on that. They didn't. Levin, can you go nuclear? Can you be the one to save the day here? Tries to bounce out of it, keep
Ooh.
them on their toes, but time
Recharge.
is not on
Dude,
their side.
another
A
wraparound,
second
no
attempt,
shot.
And a second wrap around this ult. Sees
No
nothing,
shot.
looking for a body out of place here. Another!
Oh, what?
Levin!
Dude,
This is unbelievable!
no way.
For Benji! Now
What a
the
play.
answer's on you! Now the question
Oh,
is on
Benji,
him!
what a
Benji
round.
with the answer, and
Dude,
the
that's,
Red Bull
dude,
clutch.
Levin did, oh my god, Levin did so much for
Incredible back and
them.
forth at the end, but it's Heretics with one of those set neon plays.
Oh my
That is the
gosh,
opener
dude.
into
Levin
that round.
wrapped
Using
around the
Killjoy
pit
ult and the Viper
twice to
ult
kill
to
3
finish it
people,
off.
including the
Beautiful
Viper.
from Heretics there.
And then he
And I love this,
never
we're seeing
saw
the best of two
Benji, so he
players here.
thought it
Levin
was
on one side,
he
that
thought it was a
explosive
full
jet,
wrap
and
around
then Benji
mid.
clutching up.
I mean, I can't blame him, but them
Love seeing
keeping
this
the
between the two,
poison
the
cloud
best of them
up is
both.
actually what
5-3
kills him
now,
there.
scoreline getting a little bit closer. Money now
That's
broken
rough,
for BBL.
man.
And that timeout seemed to have found some of those solutions for Heretics.
That is rough.
Defined repetition is what we look for here.
Heretics just have so many creative plays that in those moments where the economy's not looking so good, they can pull something out. Back down to an anti-eco.
Magnum is well, he's like a long-term sub basically for Chiwa. Chiwa was originally part of the squad, but because of, I believe, visa issues, they couldn't get him on site soon enough. So they brought on Magnum just to be the replacement, more or less. I think Chiwa's technically still registered as a team for BBL. I'm not sure.
Is that enough that makes them want to go towards B? It certainly caused fear among BBL. They put 3 bodies behind it now, leaving just Profect to defend this A site.
Dude, that's a heartbreaker round.
And they've chosen the wrong site, but they've made the right choice overall.
What does the Fox say meme is 11 years old? No way. Wait, 11?
I mean, you got Miniboo on the hunt. It's impossible.
That actually feels a little bit
the floor's not lava,
younger
but it
than I thought.
Feels like it, like that utility just layered.
It's only 11 years old?
Look at this again.
I could have sworn that was when I was in college.
Out of favor now this round. Heretics looking to take that step back closer. 5-4 would be a great scoreline now. Plenty of
Paper X versus Heretics in Toronto.
BBL do any sort of damage here? Any small?
We'll see. We'll see if we get it.
Silver lining to this.
Well, Chiwa was also supposed to be like very mechanically good, etc. I don't know much about Chiwa. But they brought in Magnum, who has, like the caster said, Magnum's playing the best Valorant he ever has. I agree.
For BBL to work back in on.
Like, not just mechanically, but like his game sense, everything. But I think his year of IGLing last year actually made him grow so much. And then that experience probably helps with the comms, etc. a little bit. Where it's still Yampi, the IGL, but Magnum probably helps organize everything.
Yeah, Sliggy's fault. That was Sliggy's fault, I think.
That's a Sliggy round right there.
I'm 22 coming. I mean, 11 is still a long time. I just, in my head, I was like, I could have sworn we were memeing about it in college, but I guess not.
5-4 though. This is a big round. We got ults.
How old am I?
Yeah, he's got his. The rest pretty far
how old
away
am I,
from BBL.
chat?
On the other side for Heretics, Miniboo's got theirs. Rien's as well.
36.
So, look to see what they could achieve here if they need it.
Yeah, Paradox got me. Paradox knows better than I do.
So, no surprises there.
I'm not 42. Although 42 sounds like a great age to be, honestly.
On this map, extremities are going to be explored a lot more. 4 on A once again for Heretics. BBL coming over again with 4 themselves.
Oh, I'm like definitely older than Sideshow. Sideshow's a baby, chat. TMV, he's an infant.
And Miniboo's found Profect. You can see it. It's just so well constructed. Dealt with by Magnum though.
Now gets Salt.
And he does have the reactionary lockdown. So this will keep them in heal here. Woot's salvo's already gone. We saw it earlier, so no opportunity to do much. And Yampi is now going to have to scurry back towards B, leaving Levin to control towards middle.
Oh, but this is a big reset from Heretics because BBL doesn't actually know how many crossed.
He's done well to hold the angle there. Knows that it's likely going to be this A finish. Yampi just confirming.
So it gives them the numbers advantage just as big.
Magnum's been solid from this angle. His timing's been fantastic. He's going to hear these steps though.
Yep, that was loud. Gun barrel seen.
Okay,
that's too small of an angle.
Longer, but he knows that his time has gone.
Levin position. Levin. Only one, but time? Okay, BBL needs to be not baited by time. It's a 3v3 no matter what. If you get an easy pick, you go for it, but otherwise you do not. Yeah, there you go. You just play it.
Lovely little back and forth. Does he get the timing
Sociable.
Heretics. Just finding some safety and security at the end.
Well played by Heretics. Well played.
Yeah, Icebox is all about scaling and knowing how to just scale together.
You plan on
Heretics doing a wonderful job scaling in, getting those trades.
Yes, we have plans for kids, but not anytime soon.
It feels like there's not ever like an easy answer to that, right? That scaling feels so
Chobra. I mean, I guess technically, yeah, mid-30s.
They have the layers to it, and just kind of knowing what to do with it.
No, if you look carefully, TMV, like he's still got a baby face too.
So I'm wondering what BBL try and do as a reaction.
It's just that TMV's like always just wearing like his hoodies and stuff and just just streaming at home. That's why.
BBL shoes here, 5-5 close half here, hard to handle. You're on a broken purchase, but is there something in your mind that you'd like to see them attempt?
I like what they've been doing so far overall. I think we got to remember
you still look younger than the egg.
In my opinion, is more of an attack-sided map. 5 already on the defense. 5-5 is looking like a decent half already for BBL. So I've not disliked what they've been doing.
I'm out.
Maybe they could explore those flank options a little bit more. We saw them pushing up B early, but never quite committing.
Yep.
Playing more of a flood style on that A side of the map. They need to disrupt that post-plant utility somehow if the plant is going to go down.
See if that is something that we maybe have in that 12th round potentially. This one.
Just
I
the
mean, it
eco
does
here.
seem like BBL basically that's their biggest
Just
struggle
eco,
is that like
Levin with a Marshall.
you have plan A and you start it,
Crowd
but let's say there's a
trying to
hitch.
Will on BBL here.
And the speed at which they can
Not an
pivot
easy
to plan
position to be in,
B
though. A hard
seems to
round
be a
to
little
face.
slow. It seems like they're just like frag our way into plan
Really,
A
it is only
double
Magna on
A,
this side. He's gonna
and
be
it's
joined by
like, well,
Profek.
that's now risky.
This utility, it has been on point. Paving the way for Heretics and Magnum.
I love how Minibu
praying
does a
for his
double
life.
take.
This is a problem. He's got a corner play from
Looking at
Profek
Woot.
helping him out there. How much can one man do?
Soon to be 4 though. Oh no.
Oh,
Okay. Still
Okay.
good. Still good. Back we go. Oh, not good. Not
Aye,
good. Very bad, 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 bad. It's gone bad.
aye.
Again, you're just witnessing the protocol list though. Yappy's hit a good shot there,
Yeah.
but again, it's not.
it is just a
like
protocol
one
on
shot is
Heretics
gonna
is just
give you
being
everything. A second
thorough.
might help out now. And
Uh-oh,
suddenly it's
okay.
getting back
Oh,
on. They
jeez.
know about Profek on the site though. He's doing the dance of re-ends.
Oh,
he's getting
oh,
it.
huge
Benji
kill.
into the 1v2.
Wait,
Can he
hold
clutch
up.
Again?
Hold up.
He kept them the
Hold
secure
up.
before. He
Doable.
kept them in the round before.
Doable.
And Benji, on 49
Doable. They
HP.
got weapons. Profek's
Hasn't
got a
an easy
phantom.
task here. A phantom found for Profek. Evan's still on the backside.
They know he dropped.
Benji looking for someone
He's
out
still
of place, but they're
here.
not giving him what he wants. As a glance
Profek.
around
I don't know
here,
about that crouch though.
shoulder
Okay,
seam.
okay. He sprays. It's not the
Still
best
holding
angle
that
for
same
Profek.
line. 30 seconds. Benji
30
pausing to
seconds
add that paranoia.
Yeah,
Good
it's not
find.
the best
spray
angle
was
for Profek, but Benji's
at the
one
wrong
shot.
time, 20
Classic,
seconds and 10
shorty,
HP.
whatever. I don't know about the Marshall
work
here.
out
He's
what
only
does
got
in
10
front of him.
HP.
Bevan
Somebody
just
make
needs
the
to play
call
calm
that he's
here.
only got 10 HP.
Benji.
Oh,
He's
dude, the
desperate
fake?
for someone to make a move. Oh my good God, is this
Oh
how it
my
goes,
goodness.
Levin? Death from above. The pace save card thrifty.
Nice
to
and
tip the
patient from
scales
Levin.
back
Jeez,
in
I almost
BBL's
choked
favor.
on my spit there.
Yeah, and I was just praising Heretics for those deep sight takes, but against the eco, Minibu
So are you saying their mid-rounding is slow? Well, to me, I mean, that technically counts as part of mid-rounding, but I just mean like,
But it was, yeah.
let's say you flooded,
BBL would
right?
take
So
that
you had
one.
one on site and like 3 are
Any day.
just at the edge of A.
As a joint
And you
come through
start
the amp,
fighting
me
and
off.
this one goes
Give me some of
down, but the
Judge
enemy
no
have
off.
like taken this spot.
Most weapons
The
this
speed
month.
at which they just
I
quickly
love the Ampion
reset.
operator. I don't care what anyone says. Give me this
To
every day
me,
of the week.
mid-rounding is largely, usually when people say mid-rounding, you're more talking about like, okay, this
He's active.
happened, how do we reposition on the
wanting
map?
this.
Like, you know, how do we
Vying for a fight, and
basically
the
go
heartbreaker
from
fact
like
is they
a
are
minute
actually going
40
B,
to
where
a
he
minute
approached up
20
previous
to a
now, but he's
minute?
holding that mid-line.
But technically, yeah, it's mid-rounding because
Slow
it's the middle of the
build
round.
towards
But I
B
just
site
mean
is
like in the
coming
heat
through
of the
from
moment,
Yeah,
the ability
BBL
to be like,
rotated and matched
reset, we're going on the
them
flank,
once
or
again
like
with
someone on the
numbers.
flank, like now speed up,
does
like
have
stuff
this
like
tail
that.
ult.
And I think part of that, it makes sense because that you can't actually IGL all of it. That's too much micro for the IGL. Like to puppeteer all of that is really tough. So you need to just build better habits and better protocols and better self-decision making, which comes with time. And it's tough.
Sprung. It was instantaneous. With the man disadvantage, they have a lot of their body still here. BBL. Oh, that's nice, Levin. The aim is on point
big
here. Levin's gone
switch
down,
up
but they still
too.
have at least a bit of side control. 2 tucked towards yellow, 1 off towards that
3v3.
post plant. In a 3v3. All from side though. Woot's got ult. Does he get a chance
Yeah,
to use
Armageddon's
it?
online.
The
Benji.
savior of Heretics, not again.
Oh.
Surely, Benji cannot be broken for this
Damn,
round.
dude,
Bringing
Benji's so
Heretics back up
good.
to 6-6.
He almost won it
6-6? Dude,
round
this
before,
game is crazy.
closing
This
at
game is
6-6 there for
delivering.
Heretics. Good half from
And then we
BBL though,
still
6
have
on
Liquid
defense, not
Fnatic
bad.
today?
They
Damn.
are keeping this one.
Today's a
nice
good day
and
of
close.
Valorant,
This is
chat.
what we wanted. If you want Toronto, you gotta fight
Dude,
for
the
it.
people,
We'll be
like,
back after the half.
Forsaken wants to be at Toronto. Benji wants to be at Toronto. Like, this is good. It's good stuff. We're gonna see friggin' Benji and Texture again. Dude, we'll still see Monyet Benji, the shouting match. Benji reminds you of Prime less. A little bit. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. All right, I muted it, right? The music? Okay. Rare good day for EMEA. I mean, it's playoffs. The chances are good. All right, so what do we think this is? A cross-country race? Well, it's in Chile, I think. He's being congratulated by We're gonna assume it finished in Santiago. Santiago is kind of in the center anyway. It looks very modern. So let's go with like 2021. No, that's COVID times. 2023. 2013. Dakar Rally, a race across multiple vehicle classes, which starts in Lima, Peru, and finishes in Santiago. Wow, that sounds fun. That sounds cool. Damn. 2013, really? Jeez. Evil Knievel. What is Evil Knievel? What is Evil Knievel? Oh, the person Evil Knievel. I thought the stunt man. Oh, I still wouldn't have remembered it off the. I do recognize it as a name, but I thought that was like the event. The stunt man. Oh. Yeah, but apparently it was a rally race with multiple different vehicles. That's cool. Okay, dude, Magnum's like trying to match Benji. Like he's doing his darndest and it's like getting close, but Benji just keeps staying one step ahead in this game. Yeah, I guess like a triathlon for vehicles, yeah. Apex showed that many players that can play not only one but many agents, and there's yeah. Oh, sound, sorry.
The map a lot more than Heretics.
Sorry.
There's weaknesses sometimes. Maybe a player off by themselves.
It kind of gives this display that both teams are very aware of each other and try to work on some of those conditions. For now, BBL taking those steps towards the A site. No
you were, I mean,
surprises.
more or less spot on.
Love Radiohead. Flash gonna come in, and Mini Boo go. Oh! Stop
He
it,
gets
Mini Boo!
two.
You're not meant to get two there, as Benji
Oh,
shutting down the
yeah.
round. It was all so close and beautiful, but then Mini Boo just slides in and takes him away.
Yeah, beautiful flood on A there from Heretics, knowing that that Gecko Flash can just do everything to retake.
You know, I
Neon sliding in
want
also
to try playing Neon more in my Icebox games. So I used to spam Neon a lot when Neon first came out on Icebox. But, you know, I'm just like, yeah, but that's Mini Boo. Like, I need more pros to do it. Not that I'm like a pro, but if more pros do it, I'd be like, okay. It's like anyone can do it within their own skill level. But if it's like still just Mini Boo, I'm like, yeah, I probably shouldn't do it, man. Even in the VCG, it's only Mini Boo, man.
Shutting down rounds. Scares me. Really does scare me. But
Start making your own sounds.
BBL will have to suffer through this round.
One of these days we'll do a full sound effect from me.
Magnum exploring already. What you want?
How does relegation concept work?
He's got timing. Oh no, he doesn't.
Here, I'll explain it. I'll explain it at the end of this round.
This is over, and we're back.
It's Levin's go now.
Planted. Oh, Mini Boo's tagging everyone, I think. Oh dear. Well.
Yeah, 11's at 65, Yampi 64.
Another retake from Heretics. Gonna show their protocols off early.
For a second, I thought that was the line for Thrash, and I was like, "It's all you, Thrash? What?" And I was like, "Oh, Mosh." Okay, so for relegation, for Ascension teams, there's basically three finishes you can have. You either get demoted, which means you go straight to challengers. You go Ascension, where you play you get seeded into the Ascension tournament for a chance to get right back in, or you stay, which is you stay in VCT, right? So this is challengers. The idea is that if you make champs, you get to stay in VCT, but only one team can do it. So if you're both the champs, whoever ends up higher. If you're in playoffs, so basically top 8 of stage 2, then you at least go to Ascension. But if you are in the bottom 4, then you just get straight down to challengers for the next year, and you have to grind through a year to come back.
BBL, knowing Heretics like that early aggression sometimes.
We need Sadak Neon. I'm down with it.
icebox here.
So I hope that helps.
Towards A, defaulting out,
That is what we
checking all the
last
close
knew. I mean, who
corners.
knows? Maybe they'll
The
update
Viper
the
and
rules,
Killjoy
but
just making sure that there's no B or mid push.
Sheila versus
BBL
Dragon
know how
Rangers
important this
Gaming
round is.
Champs Grand Final, about to go crazy. No, no, it's Nongshim and Boom. Imagine it's Nongshim and Boom.
Oh, cheeky.
Imagine it's Nongshim and Boom, and like the French crowd is just like, well, we have like zero investment in this match.
It's your fault.
Probably that Fnatic team he was in
Oi.
for a while, I'd say. Ruined his confidence.
Ruined
went
his
off by
confidence.
himself.
That's
He was full of
messed up.
confidence. It's just
That's
that Benji
messed
shot his head
up.
off.
Faith. He didn't have faith.
That's a messed up thing to say, Pansy.
Right, that was that bit of a checkmate, and he's had a couple of those now. It feels like, again, when we're talking about how much they were prepared for this, Heretics seem very aware of what BBL would like to be doing. Again, Magnum's been caught twice now trying to do that. We saw Miniboo finding him over towards Kitchen. We've now seen Benji catching him a little bit earlier. Heretics very well prepared.
Sociable on the lurk.
They need to get closer up into these sites.
Sociable. How deep does he go? There's a turret
Getting
still
the
in
shot off,
kitchen.
but Boo does. This is the
Mini
bonus.
Boo, the
And they're
Boo
winning it.
Bros.
This could be heartbreak for BBL. This was meant to be the round that they fight back
Aye,
on. But as it
dude,
stands,
the
it's
attack is
clean
rough.
as
It's tough.
anything for
Heretics'
Heretics.
defense is really
Upgrade
good.
to plenty. And a
Not good
dreamy
reads.
start to the second
Do you
half
support
now.
the dollar amount for
This
Ascension
is,
team owners
looking
need to
like
pay
they
for
are starting
VCT?
to eye up
I don't actually know the details of
Toronto
that.
ticket now.
I haven't looked into. I've never looked into that. So
individuals being caught out. Magnum should know better on an anti-bonus round.
wait, no, Paradox. That's not true. You don't need to have a team in Ascension. You can both get relegated. If you're like, if both Ascension teams are 10th and 11th, then you both get relegated to challengers.
The game is
Nice woot.
If you're both in 5th through 8th place, then you
about to
both get
either
sent to
slip away or
Ascension.
be brought back, because we look at kind of map one, I guess, if you want to look at that
You
as
don't
an
need to have a
example.
team stay, and you
BBL
don't
get
need
the
to have like a
opportunities they
team
need. They work
go
on
to
those
challengers.
positions. They have what it takes. We saw a 13-10 map one after a deficit.
Who's
and then
firmly
just
bottoming out in
couldn't quite
APAC right
keep up
now?
towards the end. Here,
DFM.
6-6 on the half, and how quickly it's become 6-9.
DFM, I would
Yeah,
actually
that's the
say
thing
that
about
Secret
Heretics'
may come back to
defense
being
is,
a gatekeeper team.
looming
Zeta, I would
the
not
rest of this half.
have in that conversation.
11 is having a
And then
game, though,
GE
15-9.
is a question
Could be something
mark,
they're
is
looking
what I
into
would
here.
say.
What do you do? It feels like they haven't quite got the beat on Heretics yet, right? I don't feel we've even gone kind of into those deeper post.
Also, if you get the champs and the other Ascension team gets the higher seed, you still go back to Ascension. Yes, so only one can stay, but both can get into Ascension and both can get relegated for challengers.
By the time we get to figure it out, there's ults up, and it's a mess.
Team Heretics has the highest Icebox site retake
Oh
rate.
God, thank you.
It's not helping.
Captain Cow's really
He's
helping
compounding
things
the
for us.
problems.
Oh.
Well, if you're a Heretics fan.
Oh yeah,
Life's
that's
good.
true.
Life's great.
I just want a third map.
I know, we're just out here wanting more Valorante chart games, but we may not get it. Everything indicating that Heretics are steps away now, rounds away.
So for EMEA,
Getting
there
back
will
to
be
they
2
wanna
new
be
teams. Well,
at those internationals
we don't
fighting.
know. We don't
But a
know.
place at the table again.
Seems
BBL
like
left
the
with a
most
broken
likely
line.
region for that to happen,
Hopes
though.
resting a lot on this round.
Yeah, just a couple of Guardians here. Worked for Heretics with Rians.
Yeah, I mean, you're hoping you get some
Send.
picks, but
Gonna need to make it
that's
work
the whole
here.
point of a Guardian buy.
Drone's gonna see nothing. It's a complete open space, but BBL haven't done anything with it, so Heretics able to retake that space.
The question marks just kind of being erased on both sides. Right there. Bit of info spotted, but
Slowly, Levin's gonna
about
see if he can get the pick
looks like BBL is
onto
playing very
Boo
slow.
on B. That's huge. That goes big. But the timing, they're already creeping too close into A. He hears the alarm bot.
See the line they're trying to take. This is still about
Oh,
to bubble
Magnum?
over. Magnum is going to find Rien's, but
Okay,
Boo's
Levin
won out
dies,
against
but
Levin.
Magnum
So
gets
they
one.
lost on one side, they won on the other, but the majority of Heretics are
Can't
still
get the
here,
weapon, though.
and they don't look particularly threatened or moved. The layering this time certainly not to the same caliber we saw on the other side. Good from Profek, but traded in on Yampy, the one with the Sheriff, trying to keep this close.
And hopefully I
But
watch more
Heretics
Infinite, I promise you we will try. We will try it at some point this
really
year.
punching
That
on the
much
numbers.
I can
I've gotta
promise.
see BBL respond now. We have to see if there's any big trump card they have to play. It's got to be now.
I think I want to see them just go into that simple icebox approach that Heretics had. Just group up, scale up together and exec. Even that round, we saw Levin by himself. And then the AX is coming in before Levin's done any work. Like, let Levin work a little bit. Give him that space. And then decide what to do.
All right.
This could be the 11th for Heretics or the build.
I mean, this is a must-win in my opinion. You give 11, they go to map point.
Standard as you like. Maybe just going to be cautious that Heretics could throw caution to the wind and pull out something a little bit more aggressive, offset the tempo. For now, not the case.
Once again, Heretics with the Killjoy stab towards the A side of the map. Oscillating between leaving it completely and like re-clearing the space is a very interesting game.
Double push into green. Oh, dude, boom. Jeez. Spots him through the crack, goes for the wall shots.
Doesn't want to stick around on his own, but he is getting put into a corner. He will need some help here. Fast rotate from Mini Boo. They've done enough to pull at least one player away, but Boo's pretty secure in his own site. Now, if Yampi takes him down, it's a totally different scenario. Boo's still here, and they're calling the rotations. They don't know about Boo. This is going to be a horrible surprise. Boo's let them almost pass. He's caught. Massive work from Yampi. That opens up this rotation to not look silly now. Levin searching deeper too. Holds a deeper
Why do
line.
people say big
And
trump
I think
card?
Heretics are aware of that. They gambled on that 4-1 setup.
I mean,
They've got to be
why do
heads up
people
about
say
playing
chai
this back in.
tea?
Plant's going to come down as Profek falls. Levin, can you deliver?
Oh, the
He
double.
does, in the way they need. Takes away 2 from that CT side. And now they can reinforce towards the site.
2v4 here. Not much util on the side of Heretics. Going to be a really tough retake to get in here.
The opener and closer, though, the deadly duo themselves. Top of the board, I'm pretty sure, for Heretics, but hard to navigate through.
I mean, this was a must-win. It's a good round for BBL, and it's clean. 4 alive. You got no command next round. 1 away from Armageddon.
Getting up to 7, but breaking the run from Heretics.
Yeah, this time BBL did go for their methodical B long and A at the same time approach, but this time letting Levin do his
Why
thing
did they say
before
chai tea? That's out of ignorance.
Heretics had the wrong read there, stacked 4 towards A.
Big trump card is, it's most, like, the objective fact is that it's out of ignorance, but I think you're just trying to emphasize it more.
Boy ult's coming through now. The stats, again, compounding. But BBL,
And also,
can
chat,
you go
if
against
some
the
people
odds?
don't believe in Nongshim,
That
that's
is a
okay.
question here. Can you rise to
I
the occasion?
think this loss will
pressure Heretics, one
have,
round's
it's a
great.
good loss
You're
for
gonna
them
need
to
more
get
than
knocked
that
out in
now.
stage 1. I don't think it's easy to make champs, though. I think in Pacific, I don't think it's really easy for anybody other than, you know, I guess T1, not easy, but like T1 is kind of safe, because worst case, they might still have a points lead, right? But
Heretics have that tail up to retake.
Pop the ult here for Yampi.
Let's see if those stats go up or down.
Other than that,
Heretics' retake.
Profek shows his hand.
like for
Oh,
instance,
it's lovely.
I wouldn't say it's easy for
Really
DRX.
controlled
It's just
for
that
Profek. He does
historically,
well for
Termi has
right
always
time
been able to
cost them
do.
mini boot.
Termi, Glow, and
Arians
Ardency
does
can
trade,
like
so back
get their
down to a
players
44.
to a point where you can be top 4. So like, yeah, you can have
Right
have
across the site,
faith in that
forcing the
and
swing from
players like
BBL.
Mako,
And now
but
they're still holding the ground, though. It
I wouldn't
forces
say
them
that it's a
forward.
given.
Yampi's always
Okay.
up for the brawl. Bringing it to this 3v2.
Dude, and the wraparound from Magnum, I think it's a little bit over investment.
Eventual late lurk, Magnum.
Uh-oh.
This actually gets really
You have to use Armageddon then.
Benji could be forced away, but he's got half. This causes
I
all that
love that
utility
he
brawl on
uses
here.
the ult
Benji
right away
trying to
because half was done.
mountains out of molehills, the sociables utility
Oh.
doing everything they needed.
Dude, if he had held that ult until he heard it again, there was a risk.
Disconnected. It could have been a real problem, but they get away with it.
I thought Magnum had a great timing. It's just that.
Don't you have to make top 2 for champs? Well, you just, yeah, you either become top 2 of playoffs or top 2 in
Salvos
points.
and the
So
ult needed to secure that post.
it's not easy.
I got so confused that I thought it was Martin lurking from mid.
It's definitely not easy, but it's doable.
It brings me so much deep joy. We do have the ult coming through from, I think that's Levin popping that. Yeah, indeed, of course. So we wait and see how that one goes through. And we talk about
And also, I think
approach. It
Nongshim
looks
can,
simple.
again,
Basic.
even Ascension, I wouldn't say it's ever
Magnum's been caught
easy,
again. They
but
are reading him like a book. This
worst
simply is
case,
not working
I think
for him.
Ascension Nongshim is still should be
Trying to
very
find new ways
favored.
to approach, but again, man
So
advantage
the
up for
likelihood of
Heretics.
seeing
Who's
Nongshim
running
in
on site?
Pacific
They do
again,
have
I think, is
Benji's
pretty
nearby as
high.
well. Both bits of info
But
could be
obviously,
key
making
in here.
champs is ideal.
Levin takes away Boo. And now with the plant down, they've got it back
But I
to
don't think
this
that's,
4v4.
again,
Oh, that's
easy
too
for
far, but he
anybody.
still gets a man. Levin making so much out of what felt like an overstep, but it's back down to a 2v2.
Big trade from Woot, though.
Profek has been sharp on his aim, though. Yampy's still alive. Do they know about him? They
Oh,
do now. He's been cleared. Prophet called upon. Oh my god, the ult's coming in as well. Prophet has to be on his toes here. It's clear towards mid. He's got the green light, but can he land the shots? The HP is low. Time to be bought here. Viper util on the site buying time. But
Oh,
Wingman's
shoot,
on
the
case. He's
Wingman.
got to deal with this now. Oh, the one to take him away. 11-4 for Heretics. It
There's
got close
too much on
again.
his mind, man.
BBL on that 4v5, making it almost doable. Having to push aggressive on that B side. Magnum once again getting caught out.
Will there ever be a mukbang stream of the Notion
space on the
Boys? Maybe,
In the
but
end, Wingman securing that 2v1 retake.
doubtful though, especially given that
Now,
you know it's
the
kind of
ults
do
is
or die
still in
time
the
in
hands.
stage
Benji's
2.
got his. Mini Boo's got theirs as well. One away from Boo's. On the other side, a couple of bits to work with.
Yeah,
but
the Wingman was
this
big
is
there.
now getting to crunch
That's
time.
where that Gecko swap starts to really
2
come in
rounds
handy.
away for
Because I think without the
Heretics.
Wingman, I think Prophet's a little bit favored in that because they were so low. Because he can just like jiggle and pre-fire.
On this side, finding their footing.
I hate it. I really do.
Stack here.
Yeah, with the retakes looking as good from Heretics as they are, they can gamble as much as they like. Re-clearing B long now for Heretics.
Timing could be good for Yampy if he can give away a little bit of position, you know what I mean? Kind of show a bit, but not fall. That would be fantastic.
That should be enough for BBL to accelerate onto A now.
They got to go. Now, Wu actually took down Levin, but still, the red carpet's rolled out, right? VIP access. Now, it's not Magnum
Sociable.
this time, although it's sociable. And maybe that's a little bit of a
Huge.
misread. Maybe Wu even seeing
Yeah, but
someone
what's
alongside
Yampy doing
Levin,
here?
So maybe not thinking that. Lurk would have been in play. This time he's going to be cleared, though.
You're gonna
Wu
go for a
goes
second
back.
lurk? Is that what it is?
Brings it back
They
down
kind of
to
suspect
3v3,
it.
and the ults are here. Look at this. Boo's got
He's
his.
not gonna go for it.
Benji's got his. What's the answer?
Yeah, fragment.
Top site plant though. It's a
Yeah.
good position for BBL to play from the back.
I do not know about the pit.
Not up on belt, down below here. Mini Boo gonna pop his
Oh,
ult as well. They
boy.
want this in the bag. They're
Sees him.
eyeing it up.
Oh.
Denied on
Huge-
the first. Magnum's gone. Prophet
huge
still
0 point.
fighting. It's all on Yampy.
It's planted up top.
He knows where the plant is. He's born a couple of seconds. Oh, my
Nice.
god.
Oh my
Yampy,
gosh.
You absolute animal. A 1v2. Oh,
Can't believe
it's
he
huge.
goes for that, man.
And he's still
Oh no, he
Can
dropped.
Yampy
Oh
get back there in time. Can he deny it?
no. Oh
Just
no.
12 for Heretics now.
Oh no.
My heart can't take too much of that.
Oh, that's
was rather
heartbreaking,
close.
man.
It's sociable there. He's become the lurker. These lurks have not worked at all for BBL, and we're sending a Teo now to lurk. Imagine if in that post plant they had Salvos.
Let's go! What is he doing? What is he doing?
You can feel it. So close now. One round away. Toronto on the line. This is pressure now.
It does
BBL
feel like a
gonna feel it too.
Pavlovian thing, though, doesn't it? Which I
Even
hate.
on the
I hate
upright
that
to
too.
This is everything.
A push out from Benji, a new look. He can hear all this
Yes.
information.
No, Yampy is
Down
is
in.
exactly like
Levin
nobody as an
looking to deny
IGL.
Mini Boot. Force them
Goes
back.
for very
Create some
interesting,
security,
high
some
risk, high
space on
reward,
the side.
very aggressive calls and
How
plays.
far do they go? It looks like they're pushing it. They're pressing the issue, and they're being
I thought you were saying he was a nobody in the EMEA. I'm like, well, that is a weird comparison. Oh, what?
Coming alive, sociable as well. BBL making them work. for
Not over
this.
yet.
That road to Toronto is not easy to walk. Rien's now in
Hey,
a
Gold Spike.
1v3.
Yeah, we're doing good. Today's been a
Yampy and
great day of
Sociable against
Valorant.
him. He's got a hard
RQ Paper
fight.
X was a
First man
banger.
spotted, and he ain't
This is
gonna win it.
pretty good.
BBL not done
Next match
yet.
is gonna be a banger.
BBL once again looking quite good on that B side of the map. Usually when they finish that, they don't have numbers going in because they're in a 4v5, but maybe that's something they end this half with, pushing into OT.
I mean,
Yeah, that'd be one
money's
of those
broken.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting comparison, but like this person is
Heretics not
nobody,
able to
right?
afford much
You're like,
yet.
So let's
what?
go, boys.
Ults online for BBL too. If they can save these ults for the next couple of rounds, not have to use them on this anti-eco,
That's a dream.
they have some win conditions.
They do. Mini Boo Stinger, light shield, so he might be trying to be still a little bit more involved here.
Stinger play.
Rien's gonna be
They were
calling in the
hoping
support.
to
A lot of pressure felt early.
have a crash and burn on B long,
It's a
but
long rotation
doesn't happen.
here. And for BBL, this looks very likely.
open for them. The flood coming in from Heretics, slide in from Neon.
Oh, Spike didn't get planted.
This is really nice. Miniboo and
It's
Benji
really
making
good. The
best
fact that
of it.
Miniboo gets
The
in,
second
Yampi, you got Spike, man.
denied on that spike block.
Okay.
Oh, Yampi.
Finally
Keeps
shuts
cool
down
under
the
pressure
menace.
there. Miniboo gets halted, but still a 3v3. Don't think this isn't impossible. Sociable. Now gonna be brought
Only
in.
one
They gotta get
sheriff.
bodies on
Thankfully,
this
the
site.
weapons
Get that
are like
block down.
truly
They
weak for
got it.
Heretics.
Oh, this is so scary, so sketchy.
Big
Nice
swing, but
control as Boom
good
dives
control.
on in. And it is going to be two standing. BBL making up to double digits here.
Miniboo's been looking real good. I'm
being
so
utilized,
curious
or at least
where
one
people
of the
put
two
him in
being
there
utilized
if they
there.
make it to Toronto, which I think they should.
but
Like,
it's not
where will
ideal.
they put
Viper
Miniboo
still
in the
to work
top
with.
list? I don't know where I would put him. There's so many people I would want to put in top 10. There's so many people.
Looks like a timeout coming in potentially.
Looks like a Heretics one. Want to get across that line. No mistakes now. And for BBL.
What is it saying? 2
They
chances?
can be the ones to make Heretics sweat. Make them work for this. If you want Toronto, work for it. If you want to get it into, prove you can do it. That third map,
Paper
we
Race is
want
an
it.
insane storyline. As a
Let's see if
naysayer, I
BBL
have to
can
tip
give
my
us
hat
what we
and
want.
shut the
Heretics
F
here have
up.
the
I'll never
opportunity
doubt
to
that group
close
ever
out 2
again.
more
I mean,
rounds in regulation.
it happens.
Yeah, they have the Teo ult to play for the retake, but Viper ult on BBL side, they're not going to want to give that up. Viper ult in post plant is too strong, so I'll be interested to see what
What happened to this
Heretics'
camera?
adaptation
They put like a
is
filter
here.
over it. It's dark.
Deep breaths now. 12 to 10.
Looks like a standard defense up here for Heretics. The 3 towards A, Sentinel Viper towards B. Taking a few more duels towards this A side of the map potentially. Stopping BBL
I think it might
from
be a
scaling
push
in and getting
forward.
that plant down.
Like all the way into Nest. They look
Maybe
positioned for it.
Neon slide onto Belt maybe?
Wait.
Yeah.
Is this aggressive?
Pipes.
Okay, they tried to get a little in their face. We haven't seen Miniboo digging this deep yet.
No.
Okay, just up
Good
to
burns on that
pipes.
utility up to force him away from this.
As long as Boo has this line on B long, they know the BBL are heavy here with numbers.
You could consider a lurk. You could consider it, but it's not here. Woots playing a really dangerous
BBL come back? I mean, we'll see this round. This round's the big one. Oh, they try to go for a trap play. The dash!
Swinging up now.
Oh,
This is huge for
BBL, they read it.
They knew there was something afoot. It didn't feel
Yeah.
right.
And they used the
And they
pit
were
as well. You know what?
absolutely
I'm
on the
okay
money.
with
Ball
that.
now in,
I'm
Boo and
okay
Benji.
because of stuff like
Break down
this.
the door on one.
Don't risk it.
Benji, you still going for more.
Uh-oh.
he
Oh, no.
is. 31 HP. He's brought it back to a 2v2.
Oh no. He's only got 31
Now we've got
HP.
to look towards Boo. Where are you in this? Navigating the pit. Having a look. Trying to find anyone lingering in the depths.
Okay, you know one is
got caught on the
screens.
drop
Okay, you
down
know
now.
where the
Boo
last
on
one is. He's in the
HP.
pit.
The dream not looking like it's coming alive in this round. Can't find a
The
player.
Yampi missed
They're
him.
not giving him what he wants. Profek! Big impact here. Now one more chance in regulation to close out for Heretics. Or we're going OT.
Love that composure from BBL. It looks like they had the perfect read. It's
Isn't that the
almost
camera
like they
filter for
knew
content?
that this
How
play
it...
was coming out of
Oh, was that when they were doing the curse
Tail
stuff
ult
earlier?
into
That
Neon
might have
slide
been
beat
actually.
Doesn't work for Team Heretics. The timeout call fails.
Dark Horse of EMEA. Dark Horse?
A broken buy for Heretics.
I mean, I think Dark Horse,
The one
like a
round will
likely
get them
Dark
there in
Horse would
regulation
be
now.
BBL. I don't think Foot really counts as a
Scrappy
Dark
at
Horse.
best. What's the plan for BBL? A
Um,
lifeline given off the back of Profek being marvelous.
Seems like KC is like they have potential, but I think it's
Change
too
of
early to
view.
call them a Dark Horse.
Looking over towards B.
Yeah, Heretics just running between the sites right now. Earlier in this half, that looked like
Yeah,
a good
I mean,
sign.
BBL,
Now it's
listen,
not looking
everything
so
is
much.
pointing to them to take this to OT, so they got to watch out even more, especially with the lockdown on Benji.
A couple of times. I need to see him play this right. Woots directly looking his way. They've given up a lot of this B site now. I mean, hard to hold with just that stinger.
Levin's
They're
watching.
pushing deep here, BBL. Killjoy
They're
ult gonna
prepared
come
for
in.
it.
Magnum does get that one though.
Okay.
He doesn't need to do much more than that. He's really caused them an issue. He can fall away from this here.
Salvo
Like the
just to
timing,
push
and
him
that's what he's
away
doing.
even
Taking that long road
further.
back around towards B-Long.
Benji's looking to get his killjoy ult down, but can't find an angle.
Yeah, and
It's
they
looking
spent
like
too much
OT is
time.
on the cards here.
Damn.
Boo, good first step. Takes a little bit of chip on the
Oh
way, but Benji
boy, oh boy.
leaving just Boo alive in a 1v4. It's
Damn.
OT. It's going the distance now.
Damn.
They're back in the game. Doing better than map 1. Turning up on their choice of map.
Team Liquid is a literal dark horse.
Great
Also
sign for
true.
BBL that they can go behind, pull
I
it
mean,
back,
listen,
set
even if they lose,
almost
the fact that they can persevere and
OT
take
this
this to
time on
OT, I think, is a big sign for BBL. Against Heretics, out of all
BBL.
teams,
What a treat to watch.
so many OTs this week, you're right.
Droves from them. Proving they're up to the test.
13-10 the first map. Dude, I'm down to see this go to Haven, honestly. 11-24 and 16.
Different beast now.
Woke up. Profits 21 and 19.
This building. Heretics back on that attacking side, and now BBL on the defense.
Heretics
being used
fast
is
hit.
OT, yeah.
Ooh, they're basically kind of saying that, all right, we have the read on you guys. Oops.
Simple approach from Heretics. 5A this time, it looks
We expect you to flood
And
A.
BBL rotating with
They
5
retake flood,
members.
so we're gonna try to hit it fast, but you missed your timing, so they have to wait.
Looking at that mid walk as well from Yampi. On the other side, of course, Benji. But he's pretty deep at the moment. He's not particularly playing close by. This is
Ooh,
so
Poison
quiet on
Cloud.
the map. It feels so heavily weighted towards this A side. They are playing out of the site, BBL. And now they're going to fight back in. It's this kind of standoff, almost denial on the plant. And now what's the plan, Heretics?
Oh, what? Dude!
He just goes forward. I can't
But
believe
Miniboo
it.
goes forward too! Dude, that's an insane round! Dude, they crisscrossed! That was crazy!
What just happened?
Oh
Because it
my...
looked like it was on the cards for BBL, and then Benji just goes nuclear.
Dude,
I love the play
that
from
was
BBL.
an insane... We need a
Dodging that drone and
replay. That was an
flooding in, but
insane round.
Benji once again closing out the round.
The ultimate closer. Show me this magic here. This is when it looked good, right? BBL, brilliant. On it, Benji just up.
Oh, dude,
my
Benji!
God.
Wow.
Yeah. That's the Benji.
That was the important thing,
The
yeah.
strikes terror into people's hearts.
That's tough. It started off so well with Levin getting the pick.
Close on. Oh, but this time Boo off to the
Okay.
races. A 1-for-1 trade.
It's sort of the jet. That hurts, but no
Using the
Viper.
momentum that they had on attack. Feeling the energy right now.
Can it be suppressed? Can it be stopped? Can BBL quieten down?
There's
All of that
coverage
momentum,
everywhere.
three players
Everyone's
here,
here from
still
Heretics.
towards yellow.
They're watching mid as well. Rian's watching mid.
Benji again. The final boss, it feels
Then
like.
you've
with
got
the
Drone.
Stakes raised, so does his gameplay. Matching it in quality. Leaving just Woot here, still controlling the corner being a problem. And it looks like BBL are starting to really stall out here. They got to make a go of this. 50 seconds, they could change their minds. But with only 3 players,
Is
what
Miniboo
are the
actually
options?
watching? I think he might be jiggling.
They're going back in. Flash through the wall. It's all on this. Survive or
Oh,
die.
big
Rienz
pick.
tips them forward.
Heretics is just too strong, man. Dude, BBL looks promising though. My dark horse pick is BBL. My dark horse pick is Heretics Fnatic BBL. My, I guess, realistic pick is Heretics Fnatic Liquid. But damn.
And hopefully it's one of the favorites going into it.
Outstanding from them.
Well played from Heretics though. GG.
They looked brilliant. A lot for them to look on and be proud of here. But the storyline, all eyes go to Heretics now. At start of the year, something they can forget as their story begins in Toronto. And how far can they take this?
Heretics looks promising.
Bloody hell. What a performance.
Dude.
Just a great game.
Good
overall.
game. Good game of Valorant for sure.
We wanted
Good
3,
match. Very good match.
They did enough in 2.
I'll take this too. This was a solid performance. And I have to say, BBL.
I do like that. I do like that they're using remixed Valorant songs at the EMEA broadcast. I do like that.
Today we had vintage Benji coming out. We had Miniboo Fire. Everyone was playing a fantastic game. They showed truly international quality here today, and I can't wait to see how far they can take this.
I'm so excited. Even Woot on that jet.
Oh, yeah.
The jet operator. Just all of them, like you said, all of them had their moments today.
God, that has got to be such a moment for Heretics. A really hard run coming back into this. Doubts aplenty. A lot of people questioning performance, looking for roster changes. No, they went back to the drawing board and they brought themselves back to business. Absolutely exceptional. And again, now we're seeing Ascent thrown into that map pool.
Where did the rice come from? I put on a.
Immovable. They do still
I put on rice real quick.
People can look at
before
this.
the match started.
Box here that was challenged, brought to OT, and Ascent that didn't look flawless.
Yeah, there were reports of ban being signed, but
this is a team that's going to have to fight for every step they're going to take.
For sure, but when they do have a little bit time to go back and look at those maps, Weber and Neil are always bringing out.
I mean, so I think it could have been a missed edit, but it could have just been them purposely kind of leaking it.
In my mind about this team.
I'm very much with you in that, and as we wait for the interview here, just a moment to look back on this one. Got to say,
wait a minute, didn't Yinsu say foot? Yinsu made it very clear that she wasn't saying it'll be foot versus BBL.
Thank you very much, Panini. I'm now joined by Wood from Team Heretics. Welcome back to the global stage.
I miss it so much. I'm not gonna lie. I missed it so much. Like the feeling of like eating steak every day, staying in the good hotel. Of course.
You miss living the good life.
He misses eating steak at the hotel.
You have infinite money for food. Like it's perfect.
He misses room service.
No.
Oh, I think you're gonna have a very nice time. Now, when we saw you guys at kickoff, there were some moments where maybe Toronto seemed out of. It was too big of a dream. The kickoff team Heretics. So how extra good do you feel knowing that you had to go through all of that, miss out on one global event already, and then qualify in this fashion where you didn't drop a single series?
It feels amazing. Like all our, I mean, our purpose is just focusing on next games. You know, like we don't think about like Canada, we don't think about international events. We are just focusing on next games and focusing on that game. So we're working on it, and I hope and I believe my team, because my team is crazy good. Like I believe we will be better than this.
Where has this Ascent been this whole time? You know, you banned it so much in the past, and then you didn't want to play it that much this split, but it was great.
I mean, last year we didn't have like time because like we qualified for every international event, and it was like so hard for us to like work on every map. But this time, like we had the time. Also, we didn't like Fracture, as you see, like. But it's going away from. I mean, it's Heretics. In like 2-3 days, we can play one map. We can change comp. Like, expect everything from us. And that's why we are the strongest team in the world.
Why do I might be reading into it, but it feels like Woot realized he shouldn't have said that. We don't like
why Fnatic are distracting you right now. They got a game to play in a minute. Texture has been very vocal about how much he misses you guys and wants to see you. Now you've made it. Would you like to send him a message? I think it's that camera, down this camera.
Which one?
This one right here.
Texture, I missed you so much, Samchon. I hope we're gonna come together in Toronto and
eat called him uncle
again. I'll bring you Turkish dessert as well.
Oh, that's
he
so
called
sweet.
him uncle
so,
instead of Hyung. We agreed. You call him Hyung, so you can call me Samchon. Woot. What the heck?
I think playing against Texture is like insane.
Now he's gonna call me Gramps.
Experience for us because I think he's the one of the best duelists in the world. So yeah, this might be Texture.
Will you be confident to take him on in that op battle? Because your op today was beautiful.
Not really, bro. It's Texture. I'm a top player. I'm playing Teo.
Yeah, but then why were you opping today? It just came out of nowhere. We're already surprised.
It depends on enemy. Like, if I'm feeling the op is good against enemy, of course I will op. But against Texture, I don't have a chance. Like,
I love how humble you are. He's gonna love this answer. He's gonna love this answer. Now the job is not done because you are Team Heretics. You're always
Texture's gonna have a clip about this.
You're always looking ahead for that trophy. There will be a trophy here in EMEA, one that kind of escaped you a couple of times last year. What do you think that you have this time around?
You think it's Heretics' time finally?
Last year, which will give you the win?
I think for like EMEA stage, this experience, because in first hour, I mean, it was like my 4th official. It was grand final in EMEA when I joined the stage 1.
Yeah.
Also in stage 2, we were like almost burning out, all of us. So we were so bad. But this time we are in like perfect timing. Like we didn't qualify for international event, first international. So we had the time for work and we just put everything on it, like for win it.
We've never cursed anyone, so it's coming home this time. The trophy is coming.
Inshallah.
Inshallah, inshallah. And last question, in order for you to get to that trophy, you have to go through either Liquid or Fnatic. They play next. Please, in front of them, give me your prediction. They're all listening.
I love you, Fatih. I love you. It's 1-1. Third map is gonna be delayed.
Oh, you're leaving after that in front of Paddy. You're not gonna.
1-1 and a third map will be played.
We can't show you what Paddy said, but I'll let you off the hook. I'll let you off the hook. But congratulations once again. Thank you so much for joining me, and we'll see you next week.
Thank you. See you.
Heretics, they have made it, but there's one more spot up for grabs today after the break.
Damn.
Liquid will be fighting.
Can't believe he
Fnatic
called
for
text
Masters
your
Toronto.
uncle, man. What does that make me, man? You can't do me like this, Woot. We had barbecue together. We taught you how to use chopsticks. What the hell? I feel wronged. I feel wronged, Chad. I feel violated. Poor Grabs. All right, chat. Let's run some ads while we have the chance. Let me go stretch my legs as well, and then we'll hang out. Oh, it's another like 30-minute. I think they'll still do a 30-minute break. We'll check in. Be right back.
I'm gonna stir a little bit, okay? I'm gonna instigate just a tiny bit, considering everything that's going on. Are you looking forward?
Did they mention how long? I don't see the timer.
I'm so sorry. But I think people want to see that.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to play because I think he's a good player, you know, and
Play who?
it would be really fun to
Right.
like face him again after champs last year. So yeah, I would like to play against him.
All right, Billy, save us. Sorry,
Yeah,
I had to
I
just
mean, that
get
was-
that out. Get
yeah.
that out of the way early.
I wanted to
Yeah.
ask you more about like what's changed from kickoff to now, because of course kickoff it was a little bit of a shaky kind of start for you guys, but now there just seems to be a flawless run.
I think most importantly, what changed.
Are they undefeated?
We didn't have fun during the kickoff. Like we were working, but we didn't enjoy the working. You know, like every single day, everyone was depressed. Mostly me. I'm not gonna lie. And like it was just
Mostly
sad.
me.
And for me, if you can't enjoy the process, you cannot enjoy the results. You know.
That's what happened to me to your chat.
What we focused
Couldn't
on
enjoy
stage
the
one,
process.
Like we had a lot of talks with like teammates, team, like coaches, everyone, and then we just fixed our problems. And then yeah, now we're enjoying every single day. You know.
We're back.
I was gonna
we're
say
back.
you're
We're
feeling
back.
better now, right?
Yeah,
You're
yeah,
feeling-
of
okay,
course.
good.
We are back, baby. And speaking of having fun, I don't know how you can not have fun
Undefeated.
with Benji's on your team. Because this guy, he's always smiling, he's always being a little bit goofy, and he was always doing things like we saw on Icebox. I want to give me through your thoughts of
Rian's
what was going through
photo
your
was
mind.
so
How did you react to when
it's so
you
evil.
clutched this up in round 8 earlier?
I mean, for me, Benji is an amazing player, you know, and I always expect him to do some crazy things.
Dude, this
Like,
round,
when I watch
I
him
can't
play
believe this was round
1v5,
8.
1v2, 1v3, it doesn't matter. I just believe like he can just win.
11
He just one
oh
time everyone
my
and win.
gosh.
And the second map, I'm not gonna lie, not only that round, but he had also a crazy round on attack when we were playing attack. On overtime, I think. Yes.
It was, yeah,
Yes,
it was
yes.
overtime.
I think overtime, and he got 3K. I think he saved us like it was very needed. Save,
Damn,
you know?
dude.
He saved us. Thank
That
you,
round,
Mitsubishi.
man.
I love you.
I mean, you all take turns, I think. Sometimes it's you know, sometimes it's Boo has
Only
God
losing
knows how
2
many
maps.
crazy
Yeah,
rounds Boo
one
has
was
had,
to Apex.
At this point. Earlier,
I
we
almost
had
looked like a
Gorilla,
genius.
from
Apex
Koi,
almost
Coach
got him.
Gorilla here with us, and he spoke about how you're the best initiator player in the world. You're even better than Trent. How do you feel about, you know, potentially earning that title? And do you also think that you're probably the best initiator in the world right now?
I mean, I actually don't think that I'm the best, but I'm just working hard. Like I just try to improve myself every single day. Like I still keep playing ranked and stuff to improve. I still watch other initiators game. For example, Trent. I mean, you already said, but like I think Trent is like amazing player, and I said this before, but like he was literally my idol before.
I
Like,
actually
Sashi was the
do
first my
think.
idol, and then the
Okay,
second
it is
one,
another
when
20
I
minutes.
scout my
I
way to
actually
Breach,
do
I was
think
watching all of
Rian's
his game
has
on Breach.
a lot
Like,
more
he was
to
so good.
show,
And now,
which would explain why he feels he's
I
probably
wouldn't
not
say
the
I'm
best yet.
but I'm just working hard for it, you know.
Be a good matchup again, you know, when you guys play each other again.
Yeah, I know I saw that
Look forward to
Infinite.
it. And we also really liked some of the ideas you guys brought today, going back to some of the older
Chobra, why do you
stuff
often
we
root for
saw
the
at
underdog?
champs.
I mean, rooting
You're
for
playing the
underdogs is
Gecko
fun, but I
again.
root for
We have
them
Zelda. We're showing
when
some of
I
this,
think
so, talk us
there
through this.
is potential, when the potential is
I mean,
visible.
I think our coaches like.
And I think
you
it's
know,
a good
I
timing for them to be able to, like, they've
so
had
much,
enough
and then they will
experience
keep
and
saying,
time,
"We have
like
the two,
time
like,
to
best
unlock
two
it.
Gecko player in our team,
That's when I
Wood
root
and
for them
me,
because I would love to see it because I want to see everyone get better.
But I was playing
So
solo,
again, the
and then we
brutal
just
truth
decided to
here,
switch
chat.
because we had a lot of great
I
stuff
hate to use them as an example, but
we
it's just the most obvious
mixed comps,
example.
kinda. Like Teho, Gecko,
I don't root. I didn't root for DFM in stage one because I don't see it happening yet. You know what I mean? I'm not seeing where they want to go. I'm not seeing them being close to where they want to be. Right? So it's like, yeah, they're the underdog, but I don't really find myself finding it enjoyable to root for them because it's like I don't know what I'm rooting for here, other than you're a weaker team.
But like Gecko is
But
easier to attack.
when a team is weaker, but like you can see that they have good ideas. Like let's say I can see the round like setup, the default, etc., or like the round positioning. It's like, oh, they have the read. Okay, like they get this stuff, but like the aim's a little shaky, or obviously the comms are breaking up. It's like, oh man, okay. But that's an interesting team. I would love to see them do well. Or teams like BBL, it's like, okay, you're a little unorthodox, but you lean into it. So it's like, okay, you have your own color. I like that. I like that instead of being like, I have to play meta, because you don't have to, right? So I like that. And then it's like, as time goes on, you start to build on that consistency. I'm like, okay, I can see it now. Like, I can see you guys being good enough to make a dent. Do I think, for instance, I would like to give BBL as the dark horse to go to Toronto. Do I think they would win Masters? No, I don't. But that's why I root for them, because I think I can see it, and it would be, it's a fun progression to see that improvement.
So I would say, like, I
You
was
don't
not.
want to reclaim your throne.
I mean,
you know?
that's actually good
Yeah.
mindset. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually,
Yeah,
I
Team
wanted to come
well,
back.
Team
Yeah.
Secret
We'll be
is
the best
one
again
where
on
it's just
Sunset,
like,
no
yeah, I
problem.
think they're always good enough. The Team Secret upset versus RQ was just like a time thing where it's like, I think there's enough tape on RQ and Secret will have,
So how do you feel
you
going
know,
into EMEA
they have nothing to
grand finals and
lose. They
potentially
are
getting your
skilled
first
enough to be gatekeeper teams.
I don't think we feel pressure. We're just happy, you know. And I think what we do good as a team is like we handle pressure really well. So, I mean, like it's fine. We're just gonna play every game like the same. I don't know how to explain. I'm sorry, but like
No, it's good.
for me personally, I don't separate group stage game or playoff game. I'm always the same. Like I always wanna win. I always wanna go like full tryhard, you know. So
Full
That's a
tryhard.
good mentality to have.
It is, and EDG is not
What's
there
the link
this
to the
time, so
APAC
don't
bracket
worry.
so
There's gonna
far?
be no trauma
As
past
in
anything.
the current
But thank you very
the
much,
current
Ria.
status of
Congratulations
playoffs.
Once again, have a good rest. We'll see you next week.
Probably the
We'll
easiest
see
one
you
to
guys,
find
however,
is
after the break, because Fnatic are taking
VLR,
on
or I
Team
guess
Liquid
Liquipedia
right
actually.
after this.
All right, they're sending it to a commercial break, so we'll mute it real quick. All right, put it in chat, Jen. What is this? Apex tweet. Only teams to win a map versus Heretics in stage 1. Parentheses 4 now. Apex's social media game has been pretty good. I like that Apex is like putting in the effort in a pretty genuine way to be like involved with the community, you know, like they're like in chats for different podcasts and streams, they're in the comments, things like that. Imagine if we called up Patty like, we make Toronto, Uncle Texture gets a smart KBB. Paper Rex FNS confirmed. Well, not really. It's okay, it's okay. We made Toronto and that's all that matters. We? I highly doubt. I highly doubt. I highly doubt that Paper Rex signs FNS. I don't see it happening. It's funny because I actually think Paper X would benefit a lot from it. I can see Paper X could consider it, but obviously for one the cost and also for FNS, I don't think the value's there. You could just cheer for them and it's free engagement. FNS. Oh, he said he thanks all of his teammates, even Verno, on his own stream. I mean, I think, you know, there's no reason to like keep up bad blood there. I'd love if FNS became an assistant coach. I think FNS is pretty content to not get stressed out. We showed that on stream earlier, Paradox. We showed that on stream earlier. All right. We are going to keep this muted while we finish our time guesser because we got time guesser left over. Oh, wow. Wait, this is Korea. DMZ. Is that Regan? Huh, it's in the winter. It would make sense. American president visiting. Where is the actual DMZ checkpoint? No, I think it is Regan. I think it's Regan at the DMZ. I actually, you know, I've never visited the DMZ checkpoint. Like, you can go to the DMZ. Is it here? When was what am I saying here? When was Reagan? Didn't we have several other pictures of Ronald Reagan? Reagan was 80s? Early 80s? When would he have visited, though? $19.25. Yeah, it does. It does look like it's after president. That's what I was thinking. It doesn't look like a picture during his term, but why would he be visiting the DMZ after his term, though? That doesn't make sense. But it doesn't look like an 80s photo. I mean, that could just be because the photo's doctored, though. I mean, they're all wearing uniforms, so it's kind of hard to tell. I wonder if it's like right before the Olympics. Oh shoot, 83. Oh, he's literally at the border. Okay, I wasn't sure. Okay. 83. So early on in his presidency. Wow. Regan's been a time guesser darling. Dude, we're always sitting at around like the low 30,000s. Damn. Chat, I've never tried Guess the Rank. Is it good? It is a great picture for 83. Play the daily game. Guess the rank for 3 Valorant clips. Collect stars based on how close you guess. Gonna get at least 2 out of 6 stars. Is there sound here? Oh, there is. So I guess I'll mute this for a little bit. We'll just have it on in the background so we can see it. We'll have the timer up there. Wait, hold on. We gotta pay attention. All right, dude, just standing out in the. What the hell?
I don't know why we're pushing them, but might as well. Let's go.
Oh, the comms are in too. What the heck?
Careful now. Foolish. Found you. When they found my wife.
Wait, ow. Chat, I feel like we're living in. I feel this seems. No, like the individual play looks actually pretty decent, but.
I don't know why we're pushing them, but might as well. Let's go.
But everything else about it seems terrible.
Careful now.
You know what it feels like? It actually feels like a console player. The way you keep your crosshair. What do we think? What are we thinking? I'm thinking plat. Yeah, doing this with viewers could be fun. could be gold, though. The enemies... No, plat seems reasonable. Diamond? We're doomed if this is diamond. No, the cipher, I think, can be higher, but the game does not seem. Diamond? I'm going to go with plat. I'm going to be shocked if it's diamond. It's bronze! I was right, chat! I told you, you guys think it's diamond? Oh my goodness. No, he's not a smurf because he's literally once they set their crosshair, they don't move it, right? It's like it literally you have the clip where they're getting ready to pre-aim onto sight, so they adjust their crosshair, so they're looking down. How do I even draw this, right? Like they're looking downwards and then they turn and they're still looking down, like at the bottom of the stairs. And like they're just, oh, chat, I'm not listening to you. I'm doing this on my own, chat. This is one where I'm confident. This ain't no geography. We don't need the globe. We don't need people from all around the world to chip in. I freaking got this. There are comms. They're playing music, so I gotta lower this. Actually, I'm just gonna mute it. Okay, understands your angles. Is aware, isolates 1v1s. Ooh, this is a pretty good clip. No, but it feels like an individual player who understands quite well. I feel like this could be gold. Oh, I don't know. They're way too calm. No, it's higher than gold. You see micro adjustments to their movement. I think this could be diamond. Can you make it full? Yeah, we'll do it in full screen the next time. Here, if you want to watch it again. I have the sound muted because of the music they're playing. Oh, that's true. Full util. But it's right off the rip. No. Yeah, it's higher than gold for sure. It's plat or diamond. Diamond. Oh, plat. It was plat. It was plat. Oh, okay. Valorant 5K. What do you think happens in this clip, chat? Wow, this person's playing with literally every single stat. What are they, friggin' Digital Foundry out here? Bring the sound back up since there seems to be no music. Dude, playing with every graph is insane.
B is looking clear.
Do you even understand? The deadlock? Oh, it's them. Their ID is fly 1.69.
Is ready. Spike down A.
Mm.
My turn. 4 in the dark.
I think I know.
Good shit, good shit.
I think I know. Chat, do you know? I know. First of all, the smoke is not great. And the constant ADSing, right, at close range. Zoom in all the time. Every time you want to shoot, zoom in. This is it can't be higher than silver. Yay also ADSs. Yay also hits every single shot. I was thinking silver. Oh, we're all in line. Suddenly I'm thinking it's not silver. Everybody in chat thinks it's silver. YouTube thinks it's silver. Twitch thinks it's silver. I'll go with my gut though. Actually, oh, I think it's bronze. I think it's bronze. I think it's bronze because you know why I thought it was bronze? You're winning 12-5. Why do you have a Guardian? Why do you have a Guardian? You're winning 12-5. What is going on? Unless you just recently lost the last 5 rounds. No, it's not silver. It was bronze. All right. All right. Whew. I was serious about my graphs comment. Oh, also, yeah. Having every graph on is actually kind of insane. Damn. All right, we got 3 stars. I'll take 3 stars. I'll take 3 stars. I'll take 3 stars. No, that's fun. This one's fun. This is a fun one. Yeah, happy to do it with viewers in the future too. Yeah. Guess the rank is always fun. Guess the rank is real fun. We got a minute. All right, let's tune back into the show.
After all that. Yeah, I mean, I think you've explained it perfectly. Both
Most people guessed gold. It's because
so now it's just a question of
it's because they're still isolating 1v1, so you think that's good, but like I think, but this is again, it's not about whether you get the kills or not. Aces happen in bronze, aces happen in iron, but you gotta know like the patterns of people, like the constant ADSing, things like that.
Also, this could already be a nice little premonition, but if we do see the
Time flies when you're having fun.
do you favor?
Yeah, I was thinking about doing the connections, but since they're about to do walkouts, we can save that. We can save that for the next game.
Maybe TL, just because they've looked so overwhelmingly strong on it.
Well, we'll see. We'll see where the man vetoes come up. Very few rivalries run as deep as this one. Fnatic and Team Liquid have faced each other across every era of Valorant, and no matter the roster, the match always delivers. This time, Master Toronto is on the line. Let's bring out Fnatic and Liquid onto the stage.
Let's go, go, go. Why do they look so serious? They look like they're about to get into a friggin' UFC match or something. Meanwhile, Boaster's just enjoying life. Do you think Nats' fan base like holds a candle to Boaster? Yeah, my prediction is Fnatic, but I think Liquid is the favored one. Damn, dude, Milan's so tall.
Is on the line here. You win you will follow Team Heretics all the way to
I was just
Toronto,
wondering,
and if
because
you
obviously
lose that lower
Boaster has like one of the
bracket,
biggest
it's
fan
looking
bases, I'm sure, but
dangerous.
Nats,
But let's talk
maybe
about
not
the
as
map
much fan
mixes here that we're
service,
gonna
but
see. The
a
split is
great
what you might
player,
think is coming
still
up, but the question is
very
who's
good
picking
fan interactions.
Well, Team Liquid, actually, who had the advantage, so won the coin toss by default because their seed 1, choose to be Team A and ban the Pearl. And yeah, split is there.
Yeah, I mean, that's not surprising. Like I said, this is Team Liquid's strongest map. It's got a 100% win rate in kickoff and stage 1, but Fnatic
Fnatic
finally
banned the
decided to play
Lotus.
into that
I
icon.
like
We
that.
haven't seen that
The
from them so
respect
far,
over.
and I think that
And a bit of a twist at the end.
if you're Team Liquid,
It's a power move after
Because
power
Liquid
move.
really
You
likes
see Team
Lotus
Liquid
too.
being like, we want to be Team A so we can choose the side on that last map if we get to that, because they value that and they probably see that this is most likely going to go the distance. And also peeking the split. Also another thing that they didn't need to do necessarily. And as you're saying, Billy, finally seeing that icebox coming from Fnatic is the response to what Team Liquid have been putting on the table with that little time that Fnatic have been having their match against Heretics just last week, having played 2 days ago. Okay.
I think it's a risk. I think it's always going to be a risk for a team to go into a high-pressure situation like this and play a map that they have not played at all this entire split. Having said that, though, it is Fnatic's Icebox, you know, it hasn't exactly been
I'm surprised
bad in the
Boaster's never
past.
done a Benkai long
let's talk
walkout.
about this
He's
split,
like done like
real quick.
he's
I'm
like
sure that was
twerked on a
for FNC,
walkout
I'm
and
sure he
stuff
knows he's
before.
watching. Yeah, let's talk about this.
Boaster always saves it for the celebrations, though. Remember all the old Fnatic
Liquid coming into
game
this,
or
but
match
does
win
it change your
celebrations?
minds at all that Fnatic are going to be starting on attack?
All right, we got some Team Liquid
It's
fans.
difficult with Fnatic, right? Because it doesn't matter what
We got
side
predictions
they
up on
start,
Twitch
as soon as
chat.
they get that 8-4 half, they're kind of chilling usually for the map. So as long as they get 8 rounds, no matter what side they start, they're going to be okay.
Oh, we've seen the Nats versus Chronicle. I know, Sue.
Nats drew something like 3,000 viewers easy yesterday when I was taking a look at who to watch.
Seeing this head-to-head now, both of them playing on the Viper, we know that the battle for
Yeah.
mid is always going
I
to be
mean,
in
Nats,
question.
especially stream-wise, I think Nats definitely compares to Boaster. I was just wondering, like, overall, like, following.
Yeah.
It was just something that popped in my head because, like, normally you compare anybody to Boaster, like, Boaster would easily be like, oh, Boaster has a bigger following for sure. Like, not that that makes anybody better or worse, just Boaster's very interactive with his fan base, things like that. But Nats, like, isn't as interactive, but he does still have good interactions, and, you know, people love watching his streams and stuff for his lineups and his setups, so.
Playing against Paditech in EMEA?
Yeah, I do miss, like, the post-game celebrations, yeah. The cat ear cut from New Turn. One of my favorites from Fnatic was when they were simulating the airplane back for, I forget which American team, but it was a North American team. And so Boaster was, like, pretending to be the flight attendant. Do you guys remember that?
We're speaking about Nats was having a crazy showing this year, and Boaster one of the most experienced IGLs that we have in the world.
And I think that's when teams have to start getting creative, right? Because there's so much footage on both of these teams playing
Split
this map.
Icebox,
It's gonna be
a
real test
fracture.
as to which IGL can adapt in the moment and can get creative.
Got maps
Because you're gonna be
updated
expecting
on
each
the
other's game
bot
plans,
as
not only when
well.
there's footage on it, but also running that same composition. You know how it's supposed to work.
Was it against Sen? It would make sense. It would be a very good thing to do against Sentinels.
Coaches, so on and so forth, talk about Liquid. They always do the same thing. Nats always does the same ult. We know exactly what they do, and yet they do not beat them. Yet nobody has actually managed to take them down, despite saying that all of the anti-strat they do, they can predict them. So you do have to wonder, is Fnatic the team that's good enough to be able to exploit some of the things we've seen a lot in the past? But that is enough from
Mirror comp is
us.
interesting.
It's time to jump into Split and throw this over to your casters. Take it away, Mitch and Tom.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. Team Liquid and Fnatic, Tom. We've seen them here in EMEA. We've seen them at Masters. We've seen them at Champs. They face each other.
Yo, Tom's jacket is kind of clean. Where's it from?
Back to stage 1 and stage 2. Team Liquid's run was
It feels
ended
very
by
Valorant-y,
Fnatic.
but
Now,
it's not
it might
Valorant.
quite be elimination, but that spot on the line, the stakes are high again.
It's also it's always nice to get 2 chances, right? To make it to an international
If
event.
Fnatic
So
throw Fracture, they are going to be clowned for banning Lotus.
quite as nice. A little
What
bit
if the
more pressure, a
master
little
plan
bit
for
more
Fnatic
sweat.
is to never
So we're
reach
gonna go
Fracture?
these teams wanting to get it done the first time
What
around,
if it's
and
just a
as you said, it has
2-0?
been a
What if they were just so
matchup,
confident?
One that if you look at best of 3s,
11
has always gone the
times
way of Fnatic,
since
except
first strike. Let me
events
just put that in
outside of
perspective
ECT.
for
So
everybody.
always going to be interesting, of course.
They've
This
been
is a
11
matchup that has
times in
happened so
5
many
years,
times,
okay?
all the way
way back.
Gen G and RQ
Before even I was here.
have met 8 times in only 3 years. 2.5 years.
A lot of those looking back at last year, but
That's crazy. Somebody is rigging the matchups in Pacific.
Now, this is his team. Let's see if he can lead them to victory over Fnatic. As you were saying to me earlier, Tom and BCT, BO3s don't go their way. That's a sneaky play by Nats. Right up the rope. Goes past one and takes him down. Fnatic, though, trading blows for the most part. It's left Boaster alone. Coming into this game,
Okay, a little chaos.
clutch percentage alongside Camo, but that one just took a hit.
I was going to say, it doesn't have the Boaster smoke.
Yeah,
to
you
help
can't
him
be
out
bad
in
on a
this
map that
scenario,
you
so
never
we'll
read.
leave the pistol going the way of Liquid. As it was mentioned on the desk, it is something that, especially Fnatic, have been known to have very hot starts on this map. In fact, when they started defense last time, they went 8-4.
Yeah, I'm actually curious how many times Paper X and DRX have played.
And the time before that, they started defense and they went 8-4.
That'll be a lot, because they used to meet up. Before the EDG days, it was DRX and Paper X always met up, even at internationals.
Attack again at 9-3, so they ruined it. But that was the point made. Fnatic always start strong and then actually teeter out a little bit in the second half. We've seen OTs for them. Liquid, on the other hand,
Combo was just some early util to make sure that it's not a crazy bulldoze rush.
A mega OT versus EDG. So, I mean, EDG, you know,
acceptable team.
Kind of a good team.
Acceptable team, those two.
Did make it to Masters though, which is mad. I still can't believe that's a thing. It doesn't make sense to me. Champion's curse in full force. For now, though, of course, minor investments. It's an opportunity, especially looking at Kiko. To
If
try and
modding
farm off
existed
some
for
orbs.
Valorant, I'd love a bus station and an a bus station
Shots
map.
fired, and well, hit. He doesn't
I
get
wonder if they'll ever do anything like that though, because I feel like that's it's an unnecessary risk to take of the, you know, relatively safe image they can keep.
No immediate reaction. Starting to get a sense for how those rotations have come through. They pressure Serial up close, but there's the outlaw in full effect. A double from Kiko saves any further damage. Could have gotten dicey if they got control of the site, but Liquid were quick to react.
And that's exactly what they wanted. That's orbs farmed up for Kiko. 2 away already for that showstopper. He's
Yeah,
definitely
EDG
been a
and Paper
player
X
that
facing
I
8
think
times,
needs no
while they're not part of the
still
same
needs to be
league, is
highlighted.
also
But
crazy.
he has had an incredible season kickoff. I think not really even arguable that he was the best player. An incredible performance from him individually, and also flexing
Safe.
between that
I just mean like
and obviously
having an
coming up with
FPS
that
game
double duelist.
take place in an airport or a bus station. Like if it was already, if it's like part of the campaign or whatever, like, you know, it's not that that's automatically a negative, but when you've crafted a game where there's like no question of that, right? Like all of these are, they're not like in a building that we are like very accustomed to, right? Things like that.
Drops Camo. All right, well, we didn't even get to talk about potential in this round because there was quite a lot of it. Serial was one of the players coming in with a weaker weapon. He's been able to upgrade at least. Not on the Spectre anymore.
But yeah,
but
also
over the
it's Riot.
course of his
Modding would never,
teammates now leaving
never
Planet
ever
Tech
happen.
himself. You say to do it all normally, but
They'd
this is the
create,
round they're likely to
they'd
win
create
at this point.
Valorant
The question of
2
damage
before
comes into play.
modding happened.
Really want to see some of these players fall for Fnatic. Crashes
Oh yeah, Call of Duty
low,
always
10
has one
HP,
because like
Boaster on
it's
55.
they have a
There's definitely
campaign and they always have some dramatic thing in the
But
campaign
you look at
around like
Nats already
civilian
down on
places and things like that and
you
like
at
set
least need to
pieces.
hold on to one of these rifles. Probably
Terminal
shouldn't be
was one of the
Bulldog,
great,
so
better maps though
Serial's
for
gonna
sure.
go
One of the
looking,
great
but
maps.
He is found immediately by the side of Fnatic. Around looking squeaky clean for them, as good as you can get.
Oh, I mean you can
terms
just
of these
Photoshop that.
purchases.
You don't
to
need
be
like an
honest,
actual
my highlight
in-game
going
modded
into
map,
this
like a
is-
custom map.
Yeah.
Just for memes and
Trying to
stuff.
pick off one, it's not worth it though.
Like Boom and Nongshim had a back and forth where they posted the Korean, like the Seoul bus terminal and the Incheon airport. Uh-oh. Tech pause.
And I want to see now what that's going to do in terms of damage to the economy, because as I said, Nats did not have enough to buy into this next round.
That's because of that rifle they bought up that ends up being lost, giving it to Kiko. The idea being, you know, if he just grabs that one kill, an orb maybe early on or late after control is seized, you've got a showstopper and a real opportunity to fight your way back into the game early on to put that 3-0 on the
Crowd's
board.
laughing.
It doesn't connect for them. And so they're left in this position, as we are.
All right.
Technical pause called in the early stage.
Connections.
You love the red, Tom.
Yeah. Both social media managers from each of these teams are
All right,
smiling.
create groups of
heading over.
4.
to Twitter to make their memes.
Duck, goose.
While we sit and wait. Hopefully it's not something that's
Wait, what? Okay, please, may I?
Anything of the sort just yet. But I want to talk again about sort of the players we have coming
May
into this
I,
match. 'Cause
please?
This is one where you get that double duelist, and we'll always highlight a kayak versus camo battle. I think it's going to be a fun one.
Huh?
But I do think in this scenario, the secondary duelists are actually more notable in a lot of cases. Like Kiko coming in, no surprise.
Dodge Ross level power up, gaming terms.
Match versus foot. Alpha Year was unbelievable. 26 and 10, 7 and 1 in opening duels, 234 ADR. That's average damage per round, which that's madness. How much he was able to do. If he can have that same performance in this matchup.
Oh, was the crowd chanting tech pause? I mean, they're enjoying it at least.
Dangerous scenario for Liquid. At the
Earth.
same time, though, as I said, it has been a struggle for any
Tickle.
coming up against them. Trying to face off against this squad has definitely not been easy. So I do.
Chat, I'm gonna try something. May I please delight tickle?
For the side of Liquid, they've picked it.
One away. See?
But one where I think their victories.
I think it's like may. Could you please, or may I please? Wait, may I please?
I think it was highlighted by the desk as well, though. That,
Be delighted
both teams have
to.
been allowing that split through, have been picking it. In fact, if the opportunity is
Hold
given,
on.
for Team Liquid, though, like you say, that the stats are at their back. It looks like somewhere that they can be able to battle successfully up against any team in the region. And
Dodge.
any team at Masters as well.
Think about Star Rail. Of course, Dodge isn't part of it.
For Fnatic,
Which team in Toronto do you think benefits more from Teo Nurse? I mean, I think Paper Ice definitely benefits from it.
Ballpark. Recently enough, they both played them. They both put up good defensive sides, and I think that's going to be the make or break. We talk about Fnatic having a good attack, having good at both. Right?
It depends on the week.
That was a point that Billy made. Like, it doesn't matter what side they start on. Fnatic are shooting for 8 because that's what they've been hitting every single time. And so Team Liquid, they get that test right out the gate. This is the side that you've been performing on. This is the side we want to see those rounds go up, and I think further feeding into.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Tickles my fancy. May I please? I don't know. Goose.
Good chance to get the ulti
Earth?
there and really hammer home that defense early on. That
Skirt?
could crumble
Like skirt
Fnatic's early
around?
plan, but it wasn't what we saw go down on the server.
Dodge,
Still, though,
shake.
that showstopper's going to be lurking in
You
the
know
back
what
of
it
the
is?
lines.
It might be dodge, shake,
and it could be a
duck,
big boost for Team Liquid. The good thing
and
is
skirt.
because Fnatic won that round so dominantly with Chronicle picking up those last couple of kills, dropping that last rifle.
Evasion.
Not only are they close
Okay.
to having their Vipers
The
picked,
May
but
I is
also
really throwing me
the economy
off.
is in a very, very healthy spot. Minimal
Superior.
reinvestments when we do get into round number 4. At that point, it should be a difficulty to break their economy.
I think also just what we have a minute, like the overall context of this veto is quite fun because you've got split where we have an unbelievable amount of data. We see both
maybe
teams
it's
running,
Suit, Tickle, Delight,
identical
and
compositions with what they sort of plan to do going
Please.
into this matchup. And then you have Icebox, which is the opposite. We've got Fnatic who have not played it. The entirety
Make
of this
happy.
year. Haven't played it in fact
Yeah,
since
yeah,
2024 in
yeah.
July. So it's been a very,
Wait, what
very
is
long
this?
time. A map
Superior
that
Goose,
historically
May
is
I
fantastic
Earth?
for them. They pretty much built the comp that ran it for a stupid
Mother
amount of time, made me very
Earth.
upset to cast that map. And then you have Liquid on the other side who have
That's
played it a couple of
crazy,
times,
dude. There's no way I would have guessed that. Mother Earth, Mother Goose, Mother May I, Mother May I. Really? New York Times.
Are already out. You're talking
I don't know what Mother Superior is from.
Maybe even beat comfortably. So it's not a good map for them, but it's also not one that Fnatic plays. So we kind of go.
At least we
blind.
got it today,
My
though.
expectation is we're going to see a swap up again from Liquid, and when you lose a map twice in the
Mother
same stage,
Superior
you're
is
gonna
from
have, like,
church. Oh,
different
Catholic
variations,
Church.
different ideas, so we'll have to see.
We'll
Try the
have to wait
Wordle.
a while to see, Tom, because we have a little bit of an extended tech pause, and while our league admins are working hard on fixing that, we're going to toss this over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much for that, Mitch and Tom. We do
What
have
should we start with?
a tech pause going on right now, but don't worry, I will keep you guys updated as soon as I hear anything else. But for now, I'm very, very, very pleased to be joined by a group of people that like to yap. So we're going to yap
Wait,
We get to
hard
yap.
mode?
That
How do
is
I do
once a
hard
week,
mode?
We get to yap.
I'm starting to think.
How do I do
not
hard mode?
Lauren and Mike.
Oh.
It's actually Tom and Mitch.
I agree. I agree. They're always.
Any real hints must be
Yeah.
used in
You didn't get to
subsequent
yap
quests.
earlier.
No.
Oh.
Congratulations, you have an opportunity right now. Let's yap.
Huh.
You played against Liquid on Split.
Oh, yeah.
Now, Bear and Billy were both, you know, leaning more on the Liquid camp when it comes to the split between these two teams. Would you agree?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Why?
I think it's
Do
just
they have?
been like a staple of Liquid's map.
Oh,
pool. Like,
Gorilla's
they pick it
back,
every
okay.
time that it's open.
Sorry,
They always
Gorilla.
wanna start
I
on
don't have
attack,
anything
so
against
starting
you, just-
defense is like maybe a bit of a I mean, I wouldn't even say curveball because
No, Peace
Fnatic
uses
start
E
on that
twice.
level,
I don't know if
I
I
think
want to
it's just
start
been
with
such a
that.
comfortable
What?
map for
There's like the
Liquid. They have
one
such a
word that you
solid
always
foundation
start
on
with.
it,
Like that's like the optimum word. I used to play a lot of Wordle. I can't remember anymore.
Narratives other players and coaches have said
Let's
that
start
Liquid
with
just do
let's
the same
no, but let's
thing
keep it fun.
every
Let's start
week.
with a
They
new
haven't
word
really
today. Let's
changed
start
much
with
on Split.
bloat.
Kinda, yeah, like their defense when we scouted them, they really just run the same round. If
So
not
I
the
have
same
to use
protocol every
LNO
single
then,
round,
huh?
the same
I
map,
think Zesh is
like,
talking about
areas of the
backstage.
map they want to fight for. So yeah, kind of, but I wouldn't necessarily say it's a bad thing. It evidently works for them. They've won every split game.
Why is no
So-
one
They've not lost it this year.
I think.
Yeah.
Sorry, I
Hmm.
think there's a difference between unreadable and uncounterable.
Ah.
You know.
That's exactly what I was going to say. If we think about it, now that we had Rians on the desk, if we think about last year and Heretics and their
But not
sunsets,
LOA. There's no
"Oh my God, they're doing the same,
OA.
they're doing it's working. Like it's working. Nobody can work against it. So why would you don't change it if it's not broken?
I think what I kind of took into consideration was the fact that they're running the same comp, so they should know how these type of protocols work, and Fnatic should be able to.
Who was
exploit that.
first? It was Fnatic, right? Or was it Liquid that came out? No, yeah, because
Chris Tales? Wait, who's talking about Chris Tales? I think Chris Tales was such a cool game. I never finished it, but
Actually, I'm coach biased, as you can
Lions? But Lions, the O would be in
my favorite
third.
team in the league right now.
Lower. Lower is a good
They
call.
ran this last year. I think they kind of brought
Oh.
this
Yeah,
out
they
with Dirke, on that
Wait,
Yoru,
there's
but
no-
I can't remember if they did have the Fade or the Astra. Maybe it was Omen.
Maybe
I think
it was
Omen
before
was
the
in there.
Astra buff.
Paradox coming in clutch with the lower recommendation. Lower is a good call.
Probably wasn't
Easy
even our region,
peasy.
let's be honest, we like to nick stuff
What
from
is
other
the
regions.
mini?
Well, this is going to be the test, you know, because the point that you were making, Gorilla, about every single time that
What
it's
is
been
this?
Team Liquid
Oh,
has
the
split,
mini
the same goes
crossword.
for Fnatic.
Oh.
Every single time that they've had the chance, they're going to split.
Nah.
So going into this map, going into today's matches, they know that it's kind of a map that you're going to see.
Are you guys upset we're not going to see the Lotus?
They don't have any updates, so let's go with travel.
So much because of a little bit of the same reasoning as this. I want to see if somebody's going to stop Team Liquid. I think
Today I'd like
Fnatic
to go
is
from
a very
Canada
good
to
candidate
Brazil.
to do so. So
Well,
especially the Lotus that we've seen
United States of America.
double Sentinel, Fnatic leaning on a composition that has given them so much in their
Mexico.
that they're so good at that I thought this was going to be it, but it was Fnatic that.
Now, where do we go from here?
Say it was the decider. Do we go to Lotus or Fracture? And actually, it was Fnatic that decided that they wanted to go to Fracture, which to me is interesting, right?
And
Because
Chris
the last time
Tales,
that we
the
saw them play
main character, calls out to their
it really
mother.
took a while for them to get back in it. It
Superior.
wasn't until
Yeah,
Chris
you're
jumped
right.
onto
You're
that
right. You're right.
operator That they started stringing these kind of rounds back together again.
Yeah.
That
was a fun game, though.
It was a fun
That
game.
was a fun game. Depends which
Wait,
team
what's
you
the
like
next-
more. We did this last time I was allowed to come here and yap for
Ah.
I want to
What's
ask you,
after Mexico? I thought it was going to be so easy, and then
you get debated. Back to you, Mitch and Tom.
Debated.
You'll never
Oh, they're
know
getting
what I
ready.
was gonna say.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. Back we go. Back into the fray. Round 4.
Brazil.
Up and ready to
Brazil's
go.
the destination. That's where we're
I
going.
hope it was questions about Gorilla's tattoos. Gorilla has a lot of cool tattoos. So I think we should just, if there's another tech pause, we should just go through all of Gorilla's
It's
tattoos.
a shame that is the last we see of Yinsu today. So yeah,
He's got one on his lower back. I think it's a
later on.
butterfly.
What is a dowel?
So round 4
Oh, you guys
is
answered it.
about to kick off here. Split.
Yeah, it's like
the map
a
that we're on, the
cylindrical
map we were on. Nothing's
bar
changed. The
type
rounds are the same. There's no rollbacks. We can be thankful for that. Nats coming
But
in
you're
with a
right,
stinger, and that's
Damakuno.
the
That is
downside
where.
of what
That's
we
also
saw
where I heard
just
it.
before we had that little break.
Is it a downside? Last time he had that, he killed someone, picked up a judge, and got an ace.
That is very true, isn't it? He did have his Viper's Pit to work around. This time 4 orbs away. That will be difficult to acquire, Tom.
Difficult?
All right.
But not impossible.
You reckon he can do it inside the orb, perhaps?
Who knows? Nats can do anything.
Nats can do anything.
Aggressive start to the round. Camo going, looking, and it's the bait and switch, but Camo actually predicts he's
Oh.
ready for Chronicle. Obviously, an important part of the game plan is clearing Chronicle from that A site, lurks around that part of the
Yeah,
map
sticks
so
around for the
regularly.
Viper. That's brutal for Fnatic. No Viper, no lurk pressure.
Fnatic is, okay, we have to spread out and go back and clear some of these angles. We
Okay,
can't
Team Liquid
allow
has completely reset. Is the plan just to get info, delay, and then retake his 5, or will they push out on a timing? Doesn't look like it. But they are basically looking to play safe on A. But if you get pinched, yeah, Nats is in trouble.
Means they're going to be a little bit more delayed in reacting to this split that's coming through. Fnatic.
I don't like where Nats is playing.
Stinger in hand, and
He does have the
already
poison
heavily damaged
orb.
up.
I think that's his.
That's really not in the
Oh,
best
actually, no, maybe it's
positions
not.
to keep this advantage in their favor. Snakebite goes down.
Okay,
That's
but
gonna
30
delay.
seconds.
They've got teammates coming to link up, and the wall up is going to stop any sight lines for Camo. This is a tough
Dude, this
So he's
position.
got the close range angle. He's being spotted. The decoy
Ah,
blinds him. Great play
he
by
has to turn
Kayak.
away for too
They'll
long.
Get themselves towards the site, but now the rotations are coming in, and there's only 12 seconds
Camo
to
though.
get this spike planted.
Oh,
Pressure. Oh, Camo picks up
4 total.
It's not quite the ace, and it's not
Oh man, dude, what a hold from Camo.
3 to 1 up.
Hey, you're. No, today's been an absolute blast. Starting with Pacific all the way into these 2 matches. The earlier match was fun too.
Just they know that a lot of the time Chronicle is going to be isolated, so they go aggro. I say they. Ammo goes aggro, finds that opener, and then from then on it is basically the Camo show, just being able to hold onto that site almost solo. Moves
Damn,
himself
dude,
up the
Camo's a
board and
beast.
breaks back immediately. Now, as you mentioned before,
Kiko's 6-1, Camo's 5-2-2.
they are going to have a purchase into this next, but
They're starting off
they're now
hot.
on
The
their
right
last
players
legs
are
once
starting
again,
off
and
hot
the
here on
ultimates
Liquid.
Already for Liquid. Showstopper available. Dimensional Drift 1 away. They have a lot of advantages in this round.
The last play really falling apart as you just see these players cascading into the site with so little time and offering up isolated
You don't
duels.
want, if you lose here, you snowball. Well, I thought he was going to go for another spray down, but doesn't take that risk. Good discipline. Oster still outside of B garage. He's going to be real late to anything. Oh, Kiko kind of rushed that showstopper, I think.
Chronicle fires right back through that smoke and ends up packing the punch that gets Viper's Pit to the site. They can now use that to lock it down, but they're picking off scalps. Never mind.
That feels bad. I don't know if intentional or not on the clone slowing down, but either way, try to use it against them.
Killed through the corner of the fake out. That was a nice shot from Alpha here, and well, for the remaining 2, it almost seems impossible already. Yeah, I think again, just
Yeah, you just go for the save. I think that's fine from Team Liquid's point of view. Don't let the ults snowball too hard. You got Kayak 1 away, Oster 2 away, Alpha you're 3 away, Crashy's 3 away.
20, 15,
It's risky.
sometimes even 10 seconds left on the clock. So this time, much more of a pacey take. Openers going their way. And even with the showstopper thrown in, I think it was Chronicle must have picked Kiko out of the air just after he fired it. That will be a second round on the board, and no hunting this time for the side of Fnatic. They just want to keep their own economy strong.
Yeah, the rocket almost acted like a tracer for Chronicle. He knew that player's flying backwards through the air, and he tracked them perfectly. A round up for Fnatic, and we talked about their economy being so strong. That's why they got that second bite of the cherry. Round 4 not going their way. Wasn't a death sentence. Thanks to round 3 being so clean. That gets them on the board here early on. Keeps
See what
that
Fnatic.
scoreline tight. But Team Liquid,
I think they do want some answer in the next round or 2 about B.
Fnatic get boots on the ground because Chronicle
Some successful pressure there.
Viper's Pit's already online. And that's going to be very difficult to fight back through. Nobody knows that better than Nats.
Opening fight for middle.
Yeah, so they're looking for a mid pressure into potential B if they can get a pick.
Slams in towards Nats' position, but this is more of a ruse. In fact, Chronicle has placed the wall and then is already immediately rotating towards the B.
Chronicle was just looking to see if they pushed out. They didn't, so you know that it has to be a default, right? Because Team Liquid, I mean, yeah, sure, they could just go for a 5-man stack, but that would be insane. Oh, I love it.
He's got his gate crash to get right onto the site, so he might look like he's a little too far away.
Big setup.
Paving the way, only the one to be found. Kiko, he's had a lights out start to this map. The battle between himself and Alpha is something that has to be highlighted.
4v4.
Imagine Alpha has the upper hand. Certainly recent performances on this map, some of them have looked great for him. Camo on his way through. He's got the flash to work with. He's going all the way to backside, just opening up the info for his
Big
teammates.
pickup,
Viper's Pit, though,
but
put in as
huge
the
trade.
pressure's applied.
Camo's early.
He knows that the majority are locked towards the backside, but they have missed out on Crashies
You have Blast
potentially
Pack.
slipping the net. He was looking to just round that backline, but has decided
Dude, he
to
tried to
delay.
fake clone through the pit. That was crazy.
I like the idea from Camo. He faked out that he was the decoy, but he couldn't quite find Chronicle. He was too deep in there. They've got him eventually, though. And Monster falls with him. Crashy's now up close. Finds one. Defuse already. Up to half. And he knows that that player had to come off the
You know he's still holding it.
time here. Kiko trying to force
Oh, Crashies. Dude, he gets past it on the wide swing out and then comes in from the other angle. That was well played. That was a big clutch from Crashies. That was a big clutch.
One player that managed to slip through that pit in towards the spawn and just hold on to ground was the one
Dude,
that ended up
so
winning it. And I
calm.
think that's
Half
the
was done
surprise
too.
factor of where Crashies ended up being, and what we really have seen sort of the we've seen the development of him as a player. Like when he first was picked up into this roster, I definitely had doubts. Like, but the form he has found, the maps he's even won. I look towards
Doubters, man.
Individually, it's a great map for him. I can only assume
The Crashies
that was an immediate
Doubters.
pre-fire shot on B main.
It looks
And
like
considering,
big
again,
kill
this is
here,
another
though.
hero rifle. There is nothing else really to play with.
You see those players
Ooh,
inside the
Boaster's
barrier.
trying to defend the rifle. If he had known there were 3 people there, he doesn't stay zoomed in. That's rough.
Kiko's hands, and now they've got another bolstering the buy. Camo, he's taken a lot of damage, as has Patatek, and the snake bites enough to finish him off. They knew Patty's in the corner, and that's a disaster for a great
Yeah, no,
start.
Camo-
Some weapons recovered as well. They end up in a
Camo
2 versus
tried
3
to
from what was
he
just
like
moments ago
stomped
an
in a
advantage.
straight line through the pit to try to act like a decoy to try to get ahead of things in the Viper's pit.
It's not a bad position to try and fight back from. The main thing will be is can either of these players quickly find an individual duel. Chronicle on the angle, Prowler even put through. Well, first shot not connected.
positions.
But Chronicle and Kayak will combine. Fnatic
4-3, already feeling pretty good in a mirror matchup, getting the attacking rounds here.
Liquid. Fnatic are climbing back into this one.
Just excellent utility coming through. Crashies being able to seize those players in screens. Again, yeah, we start the round out, and it looks like somewhere that we didn't even see the opening pick. That's how quick it was. Somewhere that they shouldn't have too much to say, but after the opening pick, after the advantage then found so concretely, losing those 2 players in screens just puts a massive wrench in the works. And again, if it doesn't come down to that seize, to the snake bite from Chronicle, and then the deep swing on screens to finish off Patatek, we could have had a much bigger headache for the squad.
Drift online, Showstopper as well. It's looking like maybe a potential weakness being pressured here from the side of Fnatic, because this is again looking like a much more direct early take. They've done the same with Chronicle, already
Oh boy.
making that rotation.
Oh
This
no.
shot needs to be
Okay,
connected.
gets
The
out.
Camo has to
Oh,
just escape
like
that one.
even if it's a
It
Euro.
leaves
Oh.
Kiko dead to rights, but he gets the trade.
Oh.
Unfortunately for them, Crashies is just quick enough.
Okay.
And now with the Cosmic Divide, there were 4
Let's
ults in this
divide
round.
that.
Fnatic
The angle actually
already
allows Camo for a quick peek if he wants. Yeah, he's ahead of it.
post plant and a man advantage. It's a good spot.
Ooh, nice timing from Kayak.
All their duels, and it's that opening shot missed, the Showstopper being able to find its mark on backside. Usually, we can even look
I
at a
love that
Showstopper
they
and say,
just
as long as you're
go
taking
for
the
these
space
2
on the
ults right
back of
away
it,
too.
That's all that really matters. But he does that, and then
What that allows you to do is, first of all, you keep the advantage, but also you use them off the rip. If you need 2 more, you got 2 more, right? No matter what, you're in a position to secure 5 on the attacking half with 3 more rounds to go.
Weakness has been found, blood in the water, and Fnatic
And it destroys Liquid's economy.
Crumbling in the early round a couple times now.
Yeah, it seems like a spot that they're not only willing to fight for in most rounds, whether it be a lurk or with an aggressive take, but the second they had the ults online, you could see the whole team was built up. Chronicle again just going, okay, I'm just going to place my util and then immediately look to just go back and join the team. They had no point in that round where they knew they were going to go back. At no moment. They knew they were heading straight in towards the B site, and well, with it working out wonderfully.
It's a good round read.
The late lurk through mid.
Let's keep it up. Good comms, good Razor AF here. That's what we like to see. Value.
And it really is. It's value there. Also, Kayak.
It almost feels like he's streaming. Like nobody answers back and he's just oh no.
Could spell out doom for Team Liquid if they can't find a solution.
Dude, Doom Dark Ages comes out next week.
4 rounds in a row. 5 of the last 6.
I didn't realize it was so soon.
We mentioned it,
I thought we would check out No Rest for the Wicked next week, but I think it will be Doom. It will be a Doom week.
Has gone the last 3 times or 4 times, sorry, they played it, and the 5th was a 9-3. So they did end up losing that one, which is kind of absurd.
But just like the way he's talking, he's like kind of chill. He's kind of mumbling to himself, but it just felt like he was streaming.
The last few rounds, I don't think have been particularly close.
Just like saying things on his mind without no response.
Duelist combo, but then Chronicle has just been fantastic, and I note as well when he is going with the team, that's where it seems like there's just so much impact for him, because you allow this guy to trade out kills. That's the easy work for Chrome.
The chance of winning an eco round after saving one rifle increased 25 to 36%.
Convincingly in Kiko's favor, whether
it's really that?
Or the late one, he has been winning that duel
I mean,
time and time again, and the reality is for Fnatic,
that makes sense. It just seems
early and still delivering convincing
so
rounds
high.
There you go, a 36%.
36% sounds so high.
Once again, Kiko has been set up.
Yeah, Team Liquid. Sorry, I'll mention it if I see it right away, because EMEA doesn't have a graphic the whole time.
The team just almost looking to try and set him up, but they flash Boaster off. They still held the ground. Alfia also just holding into B main with that attack side operator. And on the other side of the map, they already have an awful lot of space.
Kiko, they're trying to make sure Kiko's in a position where he can get some value. You have a 3-man to try to push out and get information, so Kiko's in a place to get frags with the Vandal, but you can't. Dude, get stunned. The coverage from Boaster. Alpha still got the op here. Okay, but considering he's still watching with just the op with no other util, I think you're comfy with Kiko here.
Maybe they're gonna have Kiko swing with
He's got Showstopper, he's got Rifle. He's got to be careful not to use the Showstopper early, though. I think you only use it if you, like, get... I mean, if you get one kill early and then they're barreling in towards you, maybe. But otherwise, I think you got to wait until you have at least 2 kills.
I like the use of the Dimensional Drift. I think going in this late to a round, you need to know where your opponents are. Kayak trying to make things more awkward. In fact,
oh boy. Dude, Kayak. Oh, he was trying to buy time for his teammates to show up, so Kiko goes for it. Dude, he doesn't get traded. That's bad.
Fnatic have left it so late to try and get something done.
Oh, the bait.
Actually helps out.
The bait and the protection.
No! Straight through the smoke. It will be that.
Oh, feels bad.
Well, the pay save card Thrifty coming through for Liquid. That extra, what was it, 9% definitely helped them out.
Oh, 100%. And what really helped them out here is they didn't have the credits, but they
winning
had
an
the
eco.
The fact that after first pick,
I think that would only count Thrifties, so Stinger, a couple Stingers can count. I don't think you can get a full Thrifty if you buy 5 Stingers in full armor.
Even the attempt to body block just ends up with 2
but
kills going
it probably just counts whatever counts as a Thrifty.
Well, it's not the first time we've seen an impactful late round Viper's Pit from Nats in that kind of position. This one has a different flavor to it. They have been defeated in so many of these rounds, but now they could be right back on the horse. For Fnatic, an op bot up, it's Chronicle on that lurk towards the A site. As again, they'll
actually,
look
I
for
don't
this B-main
know.
Pressure, but it's not Kiko that they'll
But
need.
ecos do 1 in 4. Yeah, I don't know.
Now is that the defense will be aggressive on some part of the map, and while the Boombot is going to give the game away. Although Serial is still at the back of site.
Need that back.
Nothing really being
Heavy
spotted
B
for now. Ultimate
stack here
mirrored
from
once
Liquid. They
again,
leave
just
mid
the
completely
nightfall
open. Look at
available
this.
for either side.
And they just watch. They watch far back.
Space towards middle.
I don't actually like it from a
Like
theoretical
some presence
standpoint,
being
but
thrown in from Serial. I think they've
can
definitely made
work.
the realization that, okay, we could have lost Heaven, so we'll reclaim that with a Prowler.
the problem is Fnatic has Nightfall as well. Like both teams have Nightfall, so
Reclaim Heaven now could actually be sublime.
I think if it includes like let's say 2 or 3 Stinger buys, if that counts as a Thrifty, then I don't think 25% is that crazy. Especially considering, I think that considers just like global VCT stats, so it probably gets skewed a little bit
That gap is now closed.
by like
spots them on the
America's
cross, almost loses
teams
his
and
life for his
Pacific
trouble.
teams giving up ecos, things like
Pressure on
that.
the backside. There's a
There's been a lot of ecos this year though.
Shots need to land for Kiko. He'll grab one, 12
And
seconds
T,
again. Time
10 seconds
pressure
again.
on for
Fnatic, they're doing the thing
Players
again.
flooding into the site. The plant
They're
being
doing the
stuck,
thing,
and it
running
will
out
be
of time
acquired, but these
again.
players are out in the open. Easy easily taken down by Team Liquid as again the clock puts too much pressure on Fnatic
That's
for
rough.
those takes to be comfortable.
I said it early in the game, it's always the thing with Fnatic on this attack side that makes me nervous, is they like to play the clock very slow, especially if they don't meet any resistance. They're almost waiting for that trigger.
Yeah,
Like,
China as well,
okay, now
yeah.
we go. And
Although it probably doesn't
it
count. I
became so
wonder if
late
it
in
counts
this round. I
China.
think it was a shot by Chronicle
Not sure.
that was the first sort of piece of the puzzle, but I also really like as well the targets that were chosen there by Liquid, because
You saw that. I'm glad you did though.
while there are people sort of planting, a lot of the time when the clock gets low,
Fnatic
Russians try and
timeout.
deny that. Liquid didn't do that. They went, okay, we already have a good advantage in this round. Let's take out the dangers. And the last guy still has to stick that plant. If he lets go, we win the round. So I think just good decision-making in terms of the targets that they chose. And while right back up to level,
See if they can get 1 or 2 more rounds here on the half. They feel good about that.
Usage of the timeouts from Team Liquid, the idea to just pump brakes and wait for aggression. Fnatic were waiting, as you said, across the map, expecting aggression, expecting someone from Team Liquid to make a mistake, and that would be their trigger. That would be their go moment. But they didn't have that. And Team Liquid perfectly reading into that, hey, they're waiting for us to make mistakes. Let's just run the clock down. Let's make them play late into the round, no info. And the most that they had really was seeing a player's screens, seeing Nats up in heaven. Then
All right.
the player on site's going to catch you
See what
off
they
guard.
adjust
Don't
here.
expect them to have made those heavier rotations, but those deeper plays on B. The information kept by Serial with the more aggressive B hold. Being forced back early
Is
on
this
by
right?
Alpha
All the
here. It
ults
didn't
are on
actually
that?
have the impact that they wanted. It didn't force anybody to overthink, to commit.
Also,
to
Liquid
that
just
side.
haven't bought yet, right? Because
Now they're going to look for another solution. I think the
wait,
slow
no,
play
they're out of creds.
has to be put on the back
Oh,
burner.
it just didn't update.
B
Okay,
has been a
that was
really
weird.
good spot
And
for
the
Fnatic
ults
so
are
far in
outdated,
this
so that
match.
UI was
Of
outdated.
course, this
Okay.
time not having the ultimates to play with, but that would be my expectation. Try and challenge. Serial's had a bit of a quiet game. A lot of that is that he hasn't had many fights to take, currently 2 and 4, which going into round number 11 is a bit
Up
of a
in mid.
weird scoreline to have.
So Fnatic's got to take. It's already below 120. They're already so slow. They have no area. Okay, they finally have garage control, but barely at the minute mark. You don't have any mid vision. You have no A lobby vision. So the garage control actually doesn't mean much because you have nothing else to work with.
This is the same sort of play we're looking at. Players on the extremity holding, and then aggression in middle. Now the reposition from Camo as he gate crashed out with the utility thrown his way, but when he swings in with that
That is a
ult,
very important kill because otherwise you're losing Boaster there.
a player down.
Okay, so
The
you
B
pressure
side that they're
B.
looking at already has reinforcements. Patatek
Really?
rotated into heaven to cover
Kron,
this
are
ult.
we sure about
Snake bite
this?
down from Nats.
Your team's not sure about going to B.
They're waiting as the smoke fades, and they'll
That's
take
the
down
spike?
Flashies. That's the spike right in front of them. Nats picking them off one by one, and it's a 4-piece already.
Indecision, indecision, indecision.
But the round goes to Liquid anyways.
Rough.
That's just popping off. We've seen it so many times throughout this last few months. I think he's been having a great time in terms of individual form, given the speeches.
I wonder if Crashies didn't realize he had spike, because I think what they wanted to happen was Crashies send a Prowler to sell the B fake. But I don't know, but then Kron had left a lobby. It was kind of all over the place from Fnatic.
6-5. Liquid after B.
Either way,
5-3
still got
down,
Cosmic
take a
Divide online
pause,
now for Serial
win
for
3 in a row,
Liquid.
and could go in with the lead at the half.
Perfect read from Liquid as well. Once you've rotated that third player into position, your A side is so light that an aggressive play has to be made, and using the pullback smoke to catch them off guard, not just with one. We've seen Nats do that with his orb in the old
It's the
version
same,
of Viper many a
right?
time. But
Only
having a
garage.
second player of Patatek
No
there,
other info, no other
they could push
control
down
from
for a minute,
Fnatic.
take the info, but they didn't need to. The spike
Ooh,
was
I want to
brought
be.
to
I
them
want to see them
for
be a
Fnatic.
bit more
They're
more
stalling out,
confident.
and already equal at the half is as good as it gets.
He's just playing anti-flash.
In these sort of positions, it definitely makes me nervous. They've left an operator on one side, 3 stack in middle.
Okay, minute mark at the very least.
Does still have that gate
Safe
crash online,
Prowler.
can just take the pick and escape, but it is going to come down to the timing on the clock.
Okay,
It's spotted,
and check the
but just
corner.
decides leaving is far more important. Althea will take the
Oh, I
snake
like
on
the
side, but
pink
there's so many players already here.
shells.
Serial,
Uh-oh.
Nats combining. Althea has at least been able to find one back with the
Nice cover from Kayak. He comes back. Big save. Oh no. Stream, not big save.
into the site. Kayak
There we go.
was. This leaves things level, but only for a moment. 30 seconds.
30 seconds
With
left.
Boaster low,
Enemy remaining.
Chronicle's the one that needs to take the fight. And while you mentioned this man's clutches, but this would be one of the toughest ones, and it isn't going to be found.
Yeah, certainly hasn't been good.
To be found.
Yeah, certainly hasn't been good for Boaster's clutch statistics. I think.
Yeah, we did the
convincingly
Wordle.
Camo will
We
be
got it in what, 3
leading the league.
tries? Thanks to
Coming out of that
Paradox
half, but
with a
it can
little
all change in the
little
second
help
half.
on the
7
second
to
guess.
5. Team Liquid.
Okay, halftime. Before I forget where we were. What's after Mexico? What is after Mexico? Guatemala. I always, I have a friend from Guatemala, and I always forget. Wait, but Brazil, what's above Brazil? There's probably a better choice than Guatemala, though, actually, looking at it now. Honduras is just an island, right? Isn't there a full connection? El Salvador? Slippery's just throwing out everything. Oh, El Salvador is not an ideal. So I think there's a better, bigger country that connects through here. Let's work on it in reverse. Where do we go from Brazil? What's north of Brazil? Mexico, we already have Mexico. All right, we'll come back to that. Venezuela? Maybe Venezuela. Yeah, we put Guatemala in. Tiny little dot. All right, Liquid's ready for a full-on B hit. They got to win that. Oh, dude, that almost didn't work out because... Oh, shoot. Whoa, hold that thought. It's just going to work out just fine. 3v1, Serial all alone. Audio, sorry.
For that international appearance, is Serial with 32 HP is the last man standing. Coming in with a 2-round deficit, the pistol will certainly help you remedy that right off rip. With everybody on high HP.
I don't know why I always forget that. At this point, it really is 100% on me. There's no excuse.
Find an isolated duel. More Boaster is exactly that. Wow, okay. At the speed of sound, Althea is there behind.
Hey, God shot. Happy to be in the background, a little background noise.
One of the things that was almost
That's been all right. I'm a little tired these days, but you know, otherwise, hope you're doing all right. The games today, the past 24 hours have been really good. So that's always nice.
This guy went on the Ascension run. I feel like I've seen so much from him as a player. He had big boots to fill. Well, he has been filling them. And on the other side of things, no matter what, we will have one of our rookies making it over to Masters Toronto. For now, though, not much of an investment. Nats with a little bit extra on the Ghost.
Ooh, the flash.
Okay, then.
Nats doing his best Chronicle impression. It's not quite a classic, but it'll do the job. With Team Liquid taking down 2.
Vandal over.
Rifle in the hands of Camo. This round is far from a certainty for the defenders.
The
In fact,
bait
this
from
could be a
Kiko.
major upset
He actually
to
gets
the flow
one.
of this early half.
They still suspect it.
The gap, but instead they are left miles apart.
But the numbers advantage is too big.
Looking like 8-6 with a big economy boost, and it's only Boaster who stands in the way. I mentioned he was tied up.
BBL lost, but it was a good game. They had a good shot. They even went OT on one of the maps. It was close on both
They're
maps.
playing it perfectly. Off Patatek's contact, a big swing, and he doesn't even need any help. 8-6 now.
They get 3 rifles out of that.
Yeah,
as well.
that's rough.
Like,
That's a
wasn't
big swing.
light
Big
investment
econ
from
swing.
Fnatic. We're not going into a round where it's like, oh, okay, they went in with a lot of pistols, SMGs, they went in with maybe a shotgun or 2. No, they had rifles to play with. They lose an immediate opening duel to Nats with a pistol, which, again, like that was all that was invested. The rest was just classics and utility. And now, well, a huge bolster, a huge boost to the Liquid economy. This is far worse than just losing the pistol.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, if Serial won that clutch, that we would be in a better
Okay.
reality for FNC right now. This is looking pretty bad for Fnatic. 1 rifle in the hands of Alpha Air, the rest on pistols.
Yeah, the hero rifle.
Again, a passive play.
I mean, maybe they can do something similar, but it doesn't seem likely. Liquid is just set on barreling through a B. Whenever Fnatic's on a weak weapon so far, they've gone towards
They
B.
don't really stand a chance, and Alpha goes running into Nats, holding his back with an outlaw. It's a disgusting play, but one that will drop that rifle early on.
Seems like now the goal is just to
Oh,
try
I'm
and
sorry
get
to
it
hear
back.
that, Godshot. Hope everything's
Most
safe.
definitely heard players running or attempting to run through the snakebite just to retrieve that gun.
RQ versus Paper Race was very good. There's a couple blowout maps, but overall it was a very good match. The close matches, the close maps in that match are definitely worth checking out for sure.
The one who would most likely suffer for the rest. It just comes down to trying to clear up some of these kills as well.
And I would say Heretics BBL Icebox was actually worth watching.
Very well from that. At least made it a little bit more costly. Guarded an extra few orbs, but ultimately 3 players will survive for the side of Liquid. And that 1 hero rifle will be kept for Boaster.
Luckily, Boaster's not doing his best impression of Patatek at this point. He is nice and passive with that rifle. They need it for the next.
Passive tech.
I like it. I like what you did there, Tom.
I love how Mitch just like didn't know what to say to the dad joke.
But they weren't quite able to make it up to neck and neck, and now trailing by 3. A big challenge for this defensive side. An operator pulled out early on.
Camo, they want to snowball dimensional drift, huh?
Further away from that international appearance. This is a squad that we've seen win many internationals, chain them together even at times, but last year only playing 2 games at a Masters event.
Yuki Boy single-handedly, Yuki Boy from YouTube channel, single-handedly responsible for angering Team Liquid about being a dark horse. Ooh, kayak, dude. The op is supposed to be where you never get shaken up. He's got to get these kills. They know the op is here. Now, does Liquid go here just because they think the Euro would have rotated? Because he does have another gate crash set up. They want Kiko. I don't know if he made noise in the vents, but either way. Okay, Alpha Air still gets 1. Boaster wins his. Kayak's not winning any of his, but everybody else is winning them, so it's all right. Chronicle's been spotted. Damn, dude. What? How does he hold his ground and hit that shot?
30 seconds left.
No spike, not much HP. Probably just going to hold on to the gun.
I think it's the right call at this point.
Yeah, I think like what Chat said, RQ versus Paper X is a fun one. I think Heretics.
I think this is exactly what they needed.
BBL, Heretics BBL.
This would be the final domino. Already put
At least map 2.
But instead, a chance to climb right back up. The problem is Team Liquid. They may have had a few stumbles.
And then I think this one will deliver, and I think tomorrow's grand finals should deliver for Pacific as well. Actually, I take that back. The grand finals we don't know yet. It could, but there's actually a big likelihood it might not.
Players waiting around B main. I am surprised how well it went though.
And yes, Infinite. Yeah, we're looking at what country to take over.
Players pushing B main at the same time, and you have 3 and they have 5. You kind of look.
I give up.
Okay, you should take some casualties, but they managed to win out the majority of the fights while fighting on both fronts at the same time. So a solid round from them. A clean one again, and that has been the story of a lot of the rounds they've won. They've been squeaky clean. For now though, back into the round.
Prowler. Okay, gets insta-broken. I mean, like, is there a necessity for Kayak to constantly be holding these very aggressive angles, though? Like, could he not? I mean, I guess you don't. I guess because of the star there, you can still get ahead of the smoke, I guess, but...
Look at this from Nats. Just pushed his way up, caught his timing on A.
Fnatic have no idea.
Aware of, but I see a gate crash going towards it.
No idea.
Right on the cusp of
I
it.
don't think they have any idea.
Just a moment.
Sees it.
I don't think they do.
I mean, listen, if you hear the TP, then you go for a fast hit on B, but if not, you wrap around.
Oh, this is it.
Oh, they have no idea. Oh, he gets alpha air, actually. But do they know how close everybody is already? They want to clear Crashies first. Ah, that's
a great play to get them the advantage.
That was not well timed. Serial jumped too late for that, and Kiko peaked too early.
Maybe won them around individually. He's bought time for the remainder to rotate in. Stuns, gravity wells being thrown through to slow Liquid further. And now
Dude, the Nightfall alone buys so much time. Yeah, I don't... I mean, Liquid...
To get into this site.
Yeah, you go for it, but it's risky, I think.
Directly onto an opponent.
Dude, Crashies. He's good. Crashies is a pretty good player. Who would have thought?
Any world in which he manages to get this done, especially now. The time already gone. Crashies the first point of contact, and he's going to close out as well. What a round from him.
Phenomenal defense from Crashies, a 4-piece pickup, and now just one round between them. This is
It was, in fact, Bloat. Yeah, we started with Bloat. You're right.
Slowing down as well over on the other side for Team Liquid, and this was a round with a lot of danger, with Nats lurking up behind them, finding them.
I see the pro aim.
And for many teams, would have been 2 players dropped in heaven, a sight lost, and a round gone down the drain.
It's his re-aggression as well. He realizes, okay, if he's behind, they're going to...
Yeah, sometimes it's hard. Like, if you're trying to analyze, there's that, but obviously the excitement isn't quite there if you're watching VODs of something you already know the results of.
Like, without him in that round, if he's the person that gets shot, I think they still lose. Like,
The final word of the day was Dowel.
So honestly, that is a full-on Crashies round and an immediate pause call for Liquid, because we've seen it before already. As said, Fracture coming up later. There was a map where I distinctly remember the Crashies Teo. He just won it.
Important timeout here for Liquid.
Positive on the whole team by quite a bit. So
Liquid timeout.
To get going. With the re-aggression as well from Crashies, there was a little bit of a
movie recommendation. Just watched Sinners yesterday, and I promised myself I'll show for it ever. A best American Fable style movie with contemporary monsters. You know, dude, it's not like, it's kind of a thriller type, right? But like a kind of a horror thriller, kind of. Like not like a crime thriller.
There's a star in the way. They can't see through that smoke.
It's not really my style of movie, but the trailers have looked good for the movie Sinners. Yeah, like a wooden dowel, exactly.
Before, and that's where Team Liquid leapt into the lead.
Straight after a pause. It was the pause that immediately turned the tide for Liquid, and well,
Crashies. Run, Crashies, run! They're coming. Oh! Oh, what? What?
Hero to zero.
Even if he's blinded, like how? How does Camo survive with 5 HP?
Found by Camo, 5 HP. Well, he's gone. In fact,
Well,
another's gone.
Stepping up.
Okay. Guess it doesn't really matter in the long run, but
weaknesses are there.
dude, players are getting better at like
but it's not. He's been here before.
Like catching the Yoru off guard.
On his position, he'll still win the fight. They've been isolated.
No, that's not good.
Ultimate. Serial coming up into heaven, but Nats has been spotted.
Well, that's
out by
okay.
Kayak. The site control theirs. Although the star will buy a little bit of
No,
time.
it won't.
In fact, it won't.
No, it won't.
Oh, it's a bit of a disaster. Either way.
Dude, what is with Team Liquid Astras and the spike not being planted well for them?
Unorthodox plant, maybe not one of the positions you're normally going to put it in, and
That's exactly what happened with Kamek. Not in the same position, but
Serial, obviously he's been left in a
yeah, that's yeah. At this
unfortunately,
point,
still
it is a Team Liquid Astra suck.
Competitive. 9-9. Fnatic climbing back to level once again, but this is where the rifles come in.
It's not
This
as
is where I kind of
horror.
expect
Okay.
the pause to have had its effect. A fair few ultimates.
The Dark Fairy Tale. Okay, so it's even less like thrillers. I almost prefer to watch than horror types, but the trailers have looked very good. Yeah.
Yeah, hand delivered. The Prowler goes up, and when it doesn't get contact, they think that the space is free. But what a nasty surprise it is as you hear that voice line delivered.
Oh boy, here we go.
2 players down below. They've got
Well,
a trap set.
Chronicle didn't even need any help.
With the spike now under their control.
Poor Alpha
That's
here.
only Chronicle needed, but he had the backup, and now
Alpha
they've
here
got the
can't even
spike
get a
to work
kill.
with for Team Liquid.
They also only shot at Chronicle. So Alfia was just a
Oh.
spectator. Serial finally deals with him, and Paddy
Big
takes out
catches.
another. Now the spike, as you said, is in a horrible
Yeah,
spot. While with
that's
Kayak
tough.
picking up
Patchy
Serial,
tack.
it's now left all onto Paddy. Has a lot of utility, Mitch, but I don't believe in this one.
No,
Maybe I'll check it
position's
out.
Now down on bottom mid. The only thing going for him is they don't know where
There's
he's gonna
a
come from.
there's an interesting movie coming out. I don't know if it's I think it's based on a true story, but there's a interesting Korean movie coming out in June called The Soju Wars. And it's about a soju company that was at risk of going under during the IMF crisis in Korea in the late 90s. And then a firm comes in offering investment, but basically they can kind of like try to write the terms for themselves to take over the company entirely, and it's kind of like a business war type thing.
Whether or not you agree this is the best iteration of the roster, this is the best vibes they've ever had. Like, you can see it in every single replay, whether they're winning, whether they're losing. They're having a good time.
I should look up if it's based on a true story or not. Would make it all the more interesting. Just because I was such a kid when the IMF crisis happened that I just remember my dad was like, we gotta buy all the ramen we can. Like, we gotta stock up just in case things go real bad. Like, we gotta keep cash at home instead of the banks and stuff.
The one to worry about, but it's Kayak up close. Good for one. Buys Boaster a bit of time and a 1v1 that he wins out.
Oh, okay.
Players holding,
Oof.
clinging on to
Hobie.
life. The nade sends them to the other side. It's Panatek alone.
Dude, at some point, Fnatic just has the momentum right now. I think Crashy's really had some crucial rounds in this half. Big deal is the English title. Oh, for the Soju Wars thing? That's a better translation than Soju Wars, huh?
The only team that beat Liquid so far this year.
Ooh, the energy's good.
So, you know.
That's true. Mission Impossible is coming out too. I've actually watched all the Mission Impossibles. I like the Mission Impossible movie series. I loved the older ones. And some of the newer ones are kind of whatever. They're kind of cliche, but it's still fun.
Has just stepped up with a double.
I like that they added Simon Pegg into it. I think he's a good addition. What's the IMF crisis? So the IMF is the International Monetary Fund, and the IMF crisis was when the Korean economy collapsed, and so the IMF basically had to take over the Korean economy, and so like banks were going bankrupt. Like it just like had a giga crash. People just like lost like half their savings overnight and stuff, and you kind of had to reset the economy more or less.
Alfier heating up on this defensive side. He was put in the dirt early by Kiko, but now it's Kiko who's gone missing.
I mean, Mission Impossible, I'll be honest, Mission Impossible definitely overstayed its welcome. But I think at a certain point, they also were pretty self-aware of that. And they went with just more like, just small bits of humor among the cast and then good set pieces. I'm okay with that. None of the newer ones really hold a candle to Mission Impossible 2, though. Mission Impossible 2, and then 1, obviously, just for the novelty. But Mission Impossible 2 was the GOAT.
A lot of the time, Mr. Impact has been taken out.
Oh, what? No, dude, what is that movement? Dude, he was like literally piloting a jet. What the heck?
And what would just about keep that man advantage alive. Fnatic have taken B main control.
They lost
their... nobody going in that direction either.
I mean... Oh, well, that equals out, I guess. Suddenly Fnatic down in numbers.
Making this into an advantageous position. You wouldn't think it with the way that the round started. But getting into that post-spawn, the only thing they have to worry about is main.
Can't believe they lost their pit, and Alpha just goes blast packing through, but he does pay a price. He's down to 6 HP. Crashy's falling. This round is under threat.
No, it overstayed its welcome, but nowhere near the Fast and Furious range.
We highlighted coming into to this. Alpha is the point
I
of
think
contact,
Kiko
and he
spotted,
had a
no?
chance against
Oh, maybe
Kiko
not.
there.
No.
Just about misses the ship.
Save?
Falls. It's looking
Well,
like this one
it doesn't.
is already done. Just 6 HP in it.
Alpha wants his ult.
I was going to say looking to maybe save, but of course they don't really need to, do they? They've got plenty of credits, and it's 12 to 9 or 12 to 10 now. 2 rounds left to play for. Credits there. Ults online.
Ghost Protocol was actually really good too. You're right. Ghost Protocol was really good. I just feel like 2 was so good. But, well, 2 was such a good action movie. One is probably the best Mission Impossible.
More energy, boys. We won the round. Where is energy?
You get into a position
I thought he
where
said
oh,
Jit
Storm and
Boys.
Nats were saying, it's that revival. It's the revival of the energy, the confidence, the players that we know sit across from Fnatic on the stage.
Fnatic timeout.
Fantastic throughout the season so far, only a defeat.
So I've actually never sat down and watched a full Fast and Furious movie. Is the one to watch Tokyo Drift? I've always wanted to watch Tokyo Drift. I just never got around to it.
Get given one by Fnatic, who've decided, you know what? Okay, we've had a great half. We've been performing very well. But we do need ourselves one more.
Yeah, 6 in a row, and then you call the pause after we've just seen
On Mission Impossible, it's very impressive seeing Tom Cruise doing what he does. It's just, true. That's part of the charm, I think, that he still does his own stunts and stuff. Most of them, at the very least.
Last chance to, I would say, really have impact. Like you do it when they get one more round. They have the momentum.
If you only have time for 2 movies, skip 2 for 1 or 3 are both great. 1 to 3, Fast and Furious.
Let's implement this as soon as possible, and I don't think the timing could be any better. The only risk is that you have
Maybe
given one
I'll
over
check it
to
out.
Lohan and Yatsen on the other side, who has
The original ones are all like straight up about street racing, right? The newer ones are basically just action set pieces.
Situation again. Because last time it was a closer affair. It was somewhere that they either had control, had the momentum, or it was a tight game. But now it feels like the shoe's on the other foot. It's Fnatic.
That's just such an insane statement, though. Now, I low-key like everything up to Fast 5, but anything past 7 is just insane. For anyone who doesn't know the franchise, you'd have to ask, like, how many are there past 7? What do you mean anything past 7 is insane?
That's been given up. A much more passive approach from that defensive side.
Movie about street race cars, like how great, like how long could it go?
Problem is the attackers are going the other way.
You can see the immediate rotation though from Chronicle. Been having a fantastic second half. It seems now like they do have the read. Boaster making that move as well. Edging ever closer. And with 40 seconds left, Liquid do look to build into the site, which is slowly being stacked up.
Okay.
Boaster's here.
Oh, they checked it, but he gets out. That's Spike. Good delay, good flash out. Or not.
Chronicle not landing his shots.
Chronicle trying to just stay alive, and by time he tried to run and gun. Dude, Camo is dragging them back into this map. That's the Spike. The close. The closeout. Very well done. Dude, huge map win from Fnatic. What a game. What a game. You love to see it. Kayak had a couple of rough rounds, but I'm glad. Dude, Crashy's had a hell of a game, I think.
He walks into a bar and he goes up to the barman and says, yo, can I get a gin and tonic, please? And the barman serves him a gin and tonic. Yeah, it's you, actually. And while he's waiting for the gin and tonic, he hears somewhere like, oh, nice shirt. He's like, who the hell said that? And then...
The weekend club tonight.
No, I don't want to. And then what he says, the barman gives him his drink. He has a few sips, and then he hears another thing. Someone saying, "Nice tie." And he said, "Who the hell is giving me all? Who's saying all this?" He goes to the barman. "Do you hear this?" And the barman says, "Yeah, it's the nuts. They're complimentary." Complimentary nuts.
Oh my.
You know, my father used to say to me, if you laugh in your own jokes, you need to go hospital.
Call me an ambulance.
Dude, I love it. I love the vibes. I love that Alphair just like deadpan says, You know, my dad used to say people like you need to go to the hospital. And most is like, call me an ambulance. That's so good. I thought Fnatic was going to lose it too, the way things started, but they pulled back. A good timeout towards the end too. Tokyo Drift personally felt like a side story for the main Fast and Furious series, but I also find it the best movie. Yeah, I always feel like it's like mentioned as like a side thing. I've never watched it, so I wouldn't know, but it's also the most anime while not being balls to the walls. That makes sense. Cancel poster right now. All right, chat. I'm gonna run some ads real quick. I'm gonna go refresh some water, and then we'll be back. I have it muted just because of the music, but I'll come back pretty quickly. This team wins it all. Vibes are the only thing that matter. Hey, Bryce have good vibes too. That's true. Gen G has good vibes when they're on. Like last year, they had some good vibes. It's coming back for Gen G too. All right. Where were we earlier? Who said there was Colombia was a suggestion? Ooh, okay. So Colombia's later on. It's the connection. That's a good one. What were some other suggestions for travel? Man, I am lost here, dude. How many? There's so much room left. Panama. Damn. Panama without everything around it looks really funky. How many countries do you think there are here? Maybe 3? Venezuela. Venezuela? I feel like Venezuela is going to be like here, no? I have no idea. Venezuela's like on the west coast, no? Costa Rica? We're going in reverse. Is it really Honduras? Okay, so Honduras is here. That's the one that connects from Guatemala. There's one more, I think. What's between Costa Rica and Honduras? Man, I don't even know. Apparently, I just don't know my Central America. Huh. You never heard of Honduras? Yeah, Honduras. I know Honduras just because a lot of the Korean churches in America go on missions trips and just like volunteer trips to Honduras. No, well, this is mostly all chat, Fabio. Nicaragua. Holy, you're good, Slippery. Damn. I mean, to be fair, this is like as easy as it's gonna get for me, I think. Yeah, Central America's actually got so many countries you often forget. And they're all actually connected, which is the crazy part. Yeah, Paradox had it as well. Sorry, I missed that. Paradox is delayed. Yeah, Nicaragua. Costa Rica's tiny. Guatemala is actually bigger than I always think it is. Interesting. Travel's fun. All right. Chat. Oh, we gotta do Nerdle. No, this is my actual new favorite. Uh, 12 plus 3 is 15 minus 6 equals 9. Okay, so we got minus and equals. Oh, so Nerdle, for those who don't know, Nerdle is a equation, and you have to figure it out. It's like Wordle, but with numbers and equations, and it has to actually make sense. So that's the goal. Hey, have a good one, Infinite. Yeah. Everyone get the rest you need. So 9 and 2, 1, 3, and 6 are not in the equation. So if you do like... Okay, but it has to end in a single digit. Hmm. No, 69 heresy. Yeah, 9 and 2 is elsewhere. If you go to... There's no plus? Oh, it could be, if you do 9... Let's see, that's 2. That's 11? Like if you do 44 divided by 4. This is a terrible guess though, because I waste so many spaces. But this is all correct, so that's not bad. And it does end in 2. Wait, 7 would make it 9? Something divided by something equals 9. Huh. There's no 6? Hold on. This doesn't have to be 7. Let me get rid of that so I don't get confused here. It could be 90 divided by 9 minus 8. They give you so many tries, actually. Yeah. Nine divided by 9 equals 10, minus 8 equals 2. I like this one. It's nice and simple. We'll do Fabio's favorite one. Angle. This is so crazy to me. So it's this angle that we have to do, right? That's why the circle is there? All right. What do we think? We have to guess the angle, chat, and you have to guess it spot on in 4 guesses. It's actually crazy. 115? Wow. 2 people said 115 right away. Hold on. Chronicle. Dude, they're bringing back the Sage. I love it. I love it. I love that they're playing Sage. No Omen. 115 is getting hot. I think it's a bit wider. 150? 150 seems a little crazy. Because 150 would have to be more than 45 above 90. I think like 123. One blue arrow means that it's less than... Oh. No, it just tells you up or down. $135. 125? I only have... You know what? I should do 130 because I got to narrow it down. Oh. Chat, I'm getting too good at these web games, chat. We gotta slow down. I'm gonna run out of web games to enjoy. I'm gonna turn into a pro. This is not good, chat. All right.
Convinced. What I am excited for is we do have that Kiko back on the jet. It didn't necessarily work out too great last
Did I ever tell you, chat, that Crashy... Wait, hold on. Crashy last face TL at 22 champs. It was Scream, Soulcast, Yampi, Nevera, and Demas.
Team Liquid back then. Yampi, in fact, playing
earlier
today.
He was, wasn't he? And that's, I think, bringing a little bit of a different flair to the IGL role than what we would have seen.
Did I ever tell you, chat, that last year, one of the cafes, like the brand cafes, the franchise cafes, called Twosome, they had a new, like, dessert cake, and it was called the Icebox.
Fnatic were able to climb their way back. For now, a 4
And it was like literally spelled out Aisubaksu in Korean, which is how you write it in the Valorant map, because they just write it phonetically. So every time I see the poster, all I could think, and they would even shorten it, because Koreans love shortening everything, so they would call it Abak, so like ice box. But like that's exactly what we say in Valorant in Korean. Like even on cast, we say, oh well, now we're going to Abak for like icebox. So every time I see the poster and it says Abak, all I could think of was icebox, and I was like, what? There's a Valorant collaborate? Like every time it would get me. I'm like, oh no, that's just the new cake that they have. Yeah, Twosome Place. It's a weird name.
No, it's not. So you thought. So you thought, but the name goes in. Now here's the wall. A little bit of
Chobra's new video breaks down how no team can win every net game. Whoa, hold up. That's not good. Crashy's kind of needs to just get 3 kills. Oh, doesn't matter because Kayak's gonna get 3 kills. What the? Dude, I was kidding, man. That's not supposed to happen. That is not supposed to happen. I was kidding.
Kayak might not need to play the duelist.
What the heck?
Right, lads. I think he'll be okay. You know, just coming in straight away with
The cake was like a, I think it was like a, I don't know if it was an ice cream cake, but it was like a chocolate cake, but with like cold icing or something. I don't know.
And obviously he has the wall, so he didn't buy himself.
Yeah, look at them. They're all going crazy.
Being recovered over, and it was exactly the tool for the job.
Twosome place. So it's a twosome place. There's actually, I remember looking it up because they're under the same parent company of CJ, of old OGN, the gaming TV station, where I used to work before for esports, like a long time ago, 10 years ago. So I looked it up, and like, I actually got what they were trying to do, but it was just very Korean. Let me look it up again because this round is over.
Been so long. It's been so long. I feel like I'm reminiscing. Any time he gets near yellow, I'm just excited. We know what this man can do on this map, on this agent. Well, it doesn't seem like there's going to be any magic in this round for Liquid.
Oh, are you ready for this?
Two sheriffs to play with. Players caught running away. It almost felt
Yeah,
like
you ready for
Chronicle
this?
just gave up on that one, and well, Kiko's found another. Fnatic definitely have to be careful, just based on cost alone. If they get another one quickly, we might even have to start talking about the round.
Surely not. No, there's enough time.
Two
especially with salvos gone in
of
to buy them
us.
that little bit of an extra window. The damage
Some
very much still on the cards. Kiko,
dessert.
well, he can't even get close to the spike. Snakebite going through. Suppose
Place.
a bit costly in terms of the utility of Snakebite going down, but 2 picks, it looked promising in the end. Fnatic stabilized nicely. The 3 rifles carried through to the next, and a 2-0 start. Considering they were, was it a 2-0?
Dude, what a way to name a cafe. It's so Korean. It's so old Korean, but it's so Korean. Dude, how does Kayak have res, by the way? Double plant, 4 kills.
Only do they have the rifles.
Orbs.
Highline, they've got the res available from Kayak. It helps when your superstar duelist plays an agent that can get a res.
Oh man.
Got the double up. Top.
Dude, it's just so fun. Hey, Chad, like if you ever visit Korea, there's just like,
well, the bait's got one.
there's all these stores that have English names, and you're just like, what does that mean? And then you just realize they just like created their own rules or on how to make shorthand and abbreviations and acronyms. It gets funny. It gets pretty funny. Oh man.
As well. Not bad. Not bad at all. They can afford to play that little bit more direct because of it now. The advantage is theirs. Kiko in a very nasty spot, something you won't see very often held late into the round.
That's one of the cafes in Korea, chat.
That's the problem.
One of Starbucks' big competitors of Korea.
It's very much expected. Boaster still
Nice shots from Boaster.
Able to catch him.
Dude, this is their bonus, by the way.
Team Liquid
This isn't a very good look for Liquid, is it?
Their opponents have all their players, and it's Team Liquid on the massive back foot.
This surprise element has also faded because him being up here isn't the biggest shock now that they've left this site for so long. Kayak, immediate trade. Nats does well though.
Okay.
He's given them a chance.
Salvageable.
In this round. It looked like an impossibility. Serial trying to.
They don't know where Nats
right
is.
On that cross.
Do they suspect it at
Still
all?
Not able to get the plant in. Nats looking to come in from above. Has managed to get another, and
Oh,
Serial's
Nats
there
with the
alongside him.
reposition.
This round started
That's
off
huge.
bleak with a 2-player advantage.
That's
for
a big
the side
one.
of Fnatic, but Nats leading by example.
Yeah, going up on a top site with 11 HP.
That's actually insane logic to get to a name.
Wall being up gave him that little bit of room to
Oh, it
maneuver, and he
is.
spots
Like,
the
it's
barrel
not
through it.
sensible at all for
This
English,
initial
but
fight,
Koreans
though, something that shouldn't have went
love
in his direction.
using
You think
English.
For Chronicle, maybe he thought he was already dead, but the shots did not land, at least not in a meaningful way. That sliver of health is ultimately what makes the difference between a terrible start to a map that Team Liquid looked like they were going to win the opening pistol. And actually, them stabilizing and now being in a pretty reasonable spot. Camo, I mean, that is not pretty. Caught out by the salvos.
You know, it's actually a problem these days in Korea, because every new apartment, relatively new, like within the last 10 years, new apartment complex is named in English. They don't have original Korean names. They're named in English. It's spelled out in Korean, but uh-oh, the death ball, it's coming. Rough. But the problem is most cab drivers are older.
You'd have to have
So
the
you
greatest
tell
clutch
them like it's like
statistics of all
they
time.
get longer and longer too. They're like, oh yeah, the Royal Hill State Prugio Palace, and it's like, and some of those words aren't even English. Like Prugio, that's just Konglish. Not even. It's like core Italian.
One out by the other side. The immediate salvos coming through.
Sit down, brother.
I can stand up. I'm getting a stand-up buff.
I get no stand-up buff. He looks at Alpha here.
He sees them get loud. He sees them stand up on the other
But,
side, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Fair play.
And so because those names are so long and they're in English, even when you say it in Korean, a lot of the cab drivers like don't know how to type it in. And it's a problem because they're like, I can't memorize these places because a lot of cab drivers, right? You like take the pride in like not having to put it in the navigation system every time, especially if it's in your neighborhood. And it's like, it's this weird obsession with Korea of like everything has to be in English. And it's like, why don't we just use the great language and alphabet that we created? You know?
We know that this squad, you go back in history about how good they are on the attacking side of this map. I think it's another one where Boaster is the king of calling. Almost surprising that we haven't seen this map come out sooner in the tournament for them, but picking it when qualification is available, a chance for them to make that first Masters of the Year, one that we have had expectations. Well,
Again, it's just death balling in.
every single one.
You've got the Killjoy set up. The wall deep. Ooh, dude, Nats had a read on it. They were ready for it.
Rifle now.
Nice trap flood here. Spike down. Lockdown online though.
Lockdown coming into play.
Yeah, I don't mind the lockdown choice. Ooh.
Now to clean up the rest as the weaker weapons come
Do they suspect it?
through. Kiko.
He's got a
I mean, he's only got a
Bucky and a classic.
classic.
From a flank.
Yeah, he's ready for it. Well, never mind. That's rifle.
Cloudburst to get the rifle. And this now, very
Doable.
doable. Look how low Crashies is, but salvos will come online. Ult is there, but they're not looking for any of that. They want to fight. That could be a mistake.
Looking to try and find where both these players have gone to. They have now fallen back into more passive positions. There go the salvos, and still unaware remotely of where these players are, even going to commit.
No time, I think.
Armageddon, just buying that little bit of extra time, and Crashies will
They just
get
peek
the
in
job
anyway.
done. 4-1. Fnatic extend
I mean,
their
chat,
lead.
we got buffered like 3 times, so we're probably more behind than usual. And then my YouTube stream is more behind than my Twitch stream as well, so
come up for Liquid.
my apologies. I live in Korea. I don't know what else I can do about that.
You just see that position from Crashies. He's got
Does it work in some way in Korean? Like, does it come from Korean language sensibilities, or just a quirk for... No, it's just a quirk for Koreans. And it's also like, well, okay, so like a twosome place, it works in... It works in Korean just because like Korean is, Korean words are, like each syllable is a letter, right? Korean is very easy to read because every syllable is a letter. So let's say if it's like let's say it's Valorant, so it's Pyre, Ro, Ran, Tu. So each thing it's Pyre, Ro, Ran, Tu. It's Val, Lo, Ran, Tu. So it's each one is a syllable. So when you shorthand things in Korean, you always take the first syllable. So like the whole way you do a twosome place kind of makes sense in Korean because you're taking the first syllable of each like sentence or whatever, but it's still made up.
Maybe this play didn't go their way. They have everything here. Okay, the shields are slightly lower. That's the barest of excuses that I can give. But as you said, this has to be the turning point. An early 3-stack towards the B site for this defensive side. Having the
Like we kind of need this.
maybe the battle for the orb with a few players getting that little bit closer for Fnatic, but more so the potential of the Thrash being the one ult available for Chronicle.
It's a very clear early plan, but it's already
Hit
disrupted.
plus
Tom.
Killjoy
You see that the
util.
Killjoy doesn't have a turret
Basically
down, 'cause
saying
salvos
go
are
to the op.
targeting that early on. With that utility removed, there's now a gap in middle.
I like
The
the
thing
0
is they
point
can
as well.
afford
Makes
to
it kind of
commit to that on Team Liquid
feel like they were
because they have
checking
a
if it's an
lockdown. So a
instant
little bit
rotate or
lighter
not,
on A would be possible.
making it
But
seem like
now,
there's an opening
Nats
now
ends up
for
popping
Fnatic
his
to try to
ultimate,
get through.
feeling pressure before it's even being applied. I mean, a free
You hear the
piece of
drone
utility
coming.
is more or less all they saw, and that's being put
Okay,
into play.
doesn't
Turret
tag him.
back up and online. That's going to be covering off the middle angle.
Rash.
Viper's pit for A. And even the
I mean, I don't know how I feel about this.
that'll be available late round.
Oh, they're gonna wrap around.
Switch up though. The immediate move towards middle. Like after
Wait, that wall failed. I think he meant to jump onto Boiler.
Is there to try and hold the line. He's done well and has Nats alongside. The man who left his pit to try and support.
That was a weird wall to do if you. I don't know why it would have failed. He could have just jumped on. Maybe you can't jump on?
Just to clear out any information
You
that
should
they
be
can.
able
It
to, I
doesn't quite
think.
catch onto Alpha yet, but Crashy's getting out of this position alive should be very difficult. While Kiko makes sure of it. It is alt spam.
Either way, good hold from Liquid. I think a little bit overzealous on Fnatic's part, but
That's a round that Fnatic are going to
is
be
Boaster
obviously
rocking the
not
Apex,
happy to
buddy?
lose,
Damn.
but the amount invested on the other side, the panic shown early on, that doesn't say that, oh, well, they've got a response to our playstyle. It says they've used their ults to win a round. A ton used up early on, and hell, we might have seen the lockdown, only that player...
Yeah. No, it's just because of how Koreans like view language, I guess, because of how Korean works.
Then here on the attack, but they
3
get
ults
them in
down,
control.
indeed.
He walls himself up, I presume, or perhaps it was from Tube, and manages to find himself that pick deep into the spawn.
I say I don't mind it though. Like well, when you're 4-1 down, your economy's on the brink. Use those ultimates. Kiko already finding one, and with Boaster not having a gun, they have actually put Fnatic into an awkward
Big
position
tag.
of their own. So for Liquid, that could
That means
be
Toxic
one of the
Screen
most
can't come
important
up.
rounds to win.
Timing
Kiko
for the
looking like
op.
he's gonna go
Oof.
back for more, and well,
Go.
I couldn't keep up with where the
Pretends
shot
like
went. It
he's
looked pretty close.
escaping.
He's winning these fights.
But
He's
Crashy
made
still
two
gets
players
2 before he
within
gets
sight.
traded out.
Just the ruse. 2 players now making a walk in towards A.
Yeah, and they're still creeping up. The rotation's already happened.
Doesn't have an
They're
ideal
feeling
weapon of choice. He
pretty
should at least be able
confident.
to
Yeah, that'll get rid of the
deny
wingman.
path. But he's being
I feel like at one point Fnatic surely get rid of the nanoswarms before they send wingman to his death,
Really
but
nicely played. They were isolating themselves, but now, buying
Oh,
time
no.
for the flank, but Nats is ahead of the curve.
Oh.
If they take that kill,
Chronicle?
the defuse can be found
What?
for free. Look how far away Boaster is.
Oh, no.
He needed them
He
to
can't
stay
get there.
alive on
The
that
wall's
site
there.
to buy that little bit more time, and he's walled out by his own teammate's wall. There's no sage
Yikes.
on Team Liquid.
Uh-oh. I think Fnatic might need a timeout here.
Having to save that rifle through to the next, and Team Liquid stringing the rounds together.
The timeout has served
don't
a
mind
lot
the
here
usage
for
from the
Liquid.
previous round, and then it still got dangerous here.
I mean, the
think it
op
was
has
the-
helped a
again,
lot
Nats
here
having to
for
have these sort of
Liquid,
big
right?
moments to turn the round back on its head, and
They're just watching. Oh, I was like, what's going on here? Just the Team
talk
Liquid.
about it, those pauses once
All the
more,
plushies.
4-1 down, pause taken for Liquid, immediate response with 2 rounds, still fairly even in terms of what they've got on offer.
Well, he was
but I mean,
already
terms
in
of the rifles
mid,
there
I
ahead,
think.
A good opportunity for them to get back to a
It was just his
4-4
teammates
scenario, of course.
died before the spike
Kiko's
fully got
position
planted.
with the operator is one that definitely there to be expected. But they always still have to be careful.
I think they thought
Those two
that Team
ults
Liquid would
plus
still be
Alfie and
rotating,
Crashes
but
with
Nats was just ready to deny
This
the
round's
plant.
not that far away.
Well, that's it, right? Kiko can find himself a pick with the op or just a missed shot and get out of there, then lock down to recover the site. They still have utility on it as well.
Again, the double
Information
tag.
on these players towards
Same
B, that
exact
knife
setup
landing, it might sell
from
that
literally
ruse, but
everybody
again,
except for the
retake A
op.
is something that Liquid will be
So, but the thing is,
comfortable
Fnatic already took
Turn's
yellow,
still
so they
online,
know
that
the op
mid
is on A.
completely theirs,
Well,
and
it could be
there's
mid,
a
but
bit of a risk of the walk up through kitchen. And again, the turret will see in the window.
They're going back towards Crashes. I think just maybe getting more ground than was expected.
you have Rez,
They could
you have
look to
Thrash.
use that Thrash in this position, but still there are multiple defenders here. Camo goes
Oh,
walking
Team
towards
Liquid's
yellow.
trying to
This
close
might
the
be
gap.
a bit of a
Risky,
nasty surprise,
but
it has been spotted. Nat's going
the
forward
stun
here.
doesn't hit.
What,
The stun
seemingly
doesn't hit.
caught, but never mind. He'll find 2 again. Individually on fire.
Feels bad.
And for the remaining 2, sure, Alfia still has a rifle. Boasted manages to get one with the Sheriff. There's a couple of low players around this position. They do have to be a little careful.
Time though. 20 seconds, 15 now.
Yeah, you got to go for the
Camo
swing out
still
there.
holding that back yellow. He'll fall. They've got the
Gotta bring it
utility.
over.
No, they've got no utility, in fact. They'll have to deny this just by swinging. Swinging through the orb. And, well, that
I
was
mean.
an ambitious play. The jump about. Maybe expecting them to be low. Not quite low enough. 4-4 now. Team Liquid. It looked like they were trailing and about to fizzle out. They have managed to find their rhythm 3 rounds in a row now. And the beautiful thing about this is Nats grabs those. There is a flash up top, but it doesn't actually blind them in time. He's too quick taking the kills for that support to really matter, and all it does is stop the players further
Still
back
no
from
timeout,
being
really.
able to get close and have any sort of a say.
feel
You have Rez, Pit, and Thrash for Fnatic.
There's high expectations. We know what we're
That
gonna
is
get.
true. Icebox and Nats. Bind and Nats,
Already
Icebox and Nats.
Again, early usage of util just to
Yeah,
deny
he is
any
saving them,
control of
but
the orbs for
it's
the
not too
defensive side.
surprising.
Not going to allow them to get any bonuses, but a lot of information being grabbed early by Liquid. The Knife, again, capturing multiple players, challenging.
I mean, it's very reminiscent of Genji versus Talon, where Genji just knew where the op would be and they would just hit the other side every single time.
Thrash, Rez,
And
Viper's
Talon
Pit
just couldn't
available
figure
for
out how
Fnatic, but
Genji knew, but it was
Viper's
just
Pit up
because of
against
how they
a
would react to the
lockdown
early
is
util.
Pretty much the perfect counter.
Hey, Jen. Yeah, the Nerdle, the equation one? We got through it. I think I got it also like two guesses left or something like that.
We've seen so far. Ult comes into play.
Okay, big flash, just to kind of deny them from
delay them by quite a bit. Put the time very, very low.
trying to rush through to deny the no command.
So Alpha can't really do anything about this. And all the while,
No command being gone is kind of rough though. Big ults here for. Oh, I love it.
4 players ready for the fight.
Oh, already.
Oh, I don't think they expected Camo to be there at all.
Done well, but Kayak's there with the trade. Plant
No charges left.
has come through.
Protection.
Potential for the Rez. There isn't going to be
Well,
the spam. It's actually Kayak.
actually
who goes
pays
down.
for it
In
with
fact,
his
they all
life.
start to fall, and now the only man standing was the Lurk. There's still a possibility. Both players need to cross for the operator, looking to hold, and in fact has already made it round that corner.
What? Alpha here. Make up your mind.
Needs to get a move on. In fact, I don't think there's going to be anywhere near enough time, even with that extra little nano swarm. That diffuser will come
that
through.
seems-
Liquid will take themselves the lead. Patek just watching for him to attempt to cross. And once more, I'm going to highlight it. A pause called by the coaching staff. 4 rounds in a row for Liquid.
Yeah, it really can't
Seems
be
a little
understated. We
panicky.
saw the same thing on Split.
3 health.
It was your first time trying it. Well, that's pretty good.
Running through that util.
Once they realize
Yeah, it
that
gets a
they've
little
got some
getting used to.
problems, that they think
Still
they've
getting
got the
used to.
solution, it seems like they're spot on every time. Now the test for Fnatic, as they've called themselves a timeout here at 5-4. This was a lights out start. They looked like they were going to lose the pistol over on Team Liquid, but Fnatic
I feel like this timeout is so late.
putting it 4-1 in the lead, and since then it has felt like utter dominance from Team Liquid. Starting with a round that I wasn't too confident would be repeated. they put in so
Yeah,
much
Fnatic
so early
TL.
on,
Timeout.
but it ends up working out wonderfully. That lockdown we've spoken so much about hasn't even been needed, because the A site, by the time that they come to pushing it, there's like 2 players on the site, and the one defender is often able to at least fend them off long enough.
I'd say as well, though, that something we've noted throughout the series with these 2 teams is just a lot of what's important is that.
What time is it? 4 a.m. Yeah, today we didn't take a break in the middle, so it's been a long
if that's in
stream.
a good position and you have the caliber of
We'll
players,
definitely
nothing else
break
matters.
12
so using
hours.
those ults, maybe just to get them back into a position of, okay, we're competing in this map, because at 4-1
What's this
down,
mouse pad? So
they were getting
I have
rinsed.
no idea. I'm like so. I should be at least a little bit more interested in like
Liquid look like
peripherals and accessories, even if I don't like care about buying them.
on their own map choice, that map choice that has.
Hey, who are we watching here? That's similar to what the crosshair I was
Right
using.
now, it's just that.
People were yelling at me. Oh, that's boasters. Who said my crosshair sucked? Boasters just like me for real.
First res we had come through, huge impact. Second, shut down immediately by Liquid. The rotations were there. There were 4 players in position.
Oh yeah, it was Kayak that got killed.
I mean, today's games have been so good. I actually don't
Dies, and then Chronica's like, wow.
feel kind of rejuvenated almost. The games have been good.
They said too many bodies to break the wall now. Challenge under 2. I said it was a
Chat's been
but that's
good.
in most
Oh,
rounds.
yeah,
Notice
it is
Camo has his
getting messy,
eyes
man.
set on the prize. The players coming under.
It feels like Fnatic's just like throwing play after play towards Liquid.
Numbers trail in a
It feels like they're not really
1-versus-3,
sure how to play the
45
map
HP
with
for
their
Alpha.
comp, which, to be fair,
Real chance of taking this across the line. Look
is
where the
not
spike is dropped
the
to.
easiest.
Even if he had it, getting onto the A site would be a challenge in and of itself.
Yeah, Patek already around position.
Especially if it's Lash GG. Thank you, Isla.
Manages to lurk through mid. It is going to be an opportunity for a 1v1. Well, with the turret.
You and your wife need to get
Holding
Scrabble
that
for your
range
new
and the
board
knife,
game.
even giving them
Yeah,
the
Scrabble
info,
could
that
be
will the
fun,
full force of
but
Liquid
she's
now
not.
grouping up just to fight this
She's still
last round.
learning
I don't think
English,
they're
so
gonna
it
take
might
any
get too
liberties
frustrating
with
for her.
Malfia on the other side, and while Serial will remove his
Yeah, I love
counterpart,
like logic
a minimum
puzzles and stuff.
of an equal footing for Liquid, and as said, the 2 times they played this map, the defense has been weak. 2-8, 4-8. Well, this is already the best performance we've seen on the defensive side for Liquid.
So my wife's not a gamer at all. The funny story is when I worked the PoE2 events, she, you know, she was like watching the stream and she was like, oh, I wonder what these like other PoE2 content creators do. Like, I wonder what kind of videos they make. And she was like checking them out with like their build guides and like guides on how to like, you know, loot and whatnot. And she was like, wow, like PoE players are really smart. Like they put in a lot of work. Like they study the game. And I was like, yeah, it's like what a lot of people do when they're making content for games. And she's like, wow, I had no idea. Like there's so much to learn. It's like you're listening to a seminar. And I was like, yeah. She was like just wowed out of her mind. It like took PoE2 for her to realize like it's funny.
Armageddon, Viper's Pit, so much to play with in this round.
Easy win for you. That's messed up. Hey, honey, you want to play Scrabble in English?
It's just missed.
GG, I win.
And that would have been crashes. That would have been a lot of post-plant utility gone.
I love that too. He fires the shot on A main, instantly rotates, knowing they'd be that little bit more relaxed about
now
that.
He's back there again.
If they were rotating,
yeah, but they're here.
Right into his waiting arms, and like you said, he's right.
I mean,
back in
Fnatic,
position, although
they're
now the pit is up. Luckily, he's got a shorty to play with. The downside
Gecko Tejo here with no duelist, because the reason the Gecko Tejo I think works with a duelist is because you can shock and awe. But without a duelist, you're not actually getting great info with it.
Stuck on the site, but is
The Sova would be better, I think. Oh,
yes, it is. Serial buys them that little bit of
dude,
space.
bodyguard
And with the
Serial.
pit up, there has to be a response. A pit in the other direction as Boaster
Oh, no.
will try to starve them of any space to play around.
Oh,
and it
kayak?
looks like it's working.
Classic kayak round.
Kayak. Things going swimmingly
Uh-oh.
for Fnatic.
Uh-oh, wingman. Little bro. Little bro. He's working on it. Okay.
Damn close, but they'll drop it in the end. And now the remaining players need to get on it.
Oh, no.
Fast.
Down into that 1v1. That's trying to stick it all the way through. There she goes.
Oh, no hesitation. No hesitation. Holy.
Takes for Fnatic to win themselves around. That was counter card
Damn,
to
dude.
counter card played throughout. Just to try and outdo each other.
Yeah, Path of Exile 2 is an action RPG. It's like Diablo if you've ever seen or played that. But it's like, it's much nerdier. Like the tree and the items and all that.
Fifth round over the line. And even then it came down to
I
a
did
matter of
play
seconds.
most, like I didn't play the Ace Attorney series growing up. I played
Close. Even Wingman very nearly got it. I mean, he was about a quarter of a bar away.
like the, you know, like the repackaged trilogy, right?
No fear. This time, going
I had that, and I think I played through the first 2. I don't think I ever finished 3. Well, I love those types of games.
Still safe. That thrash might not be recoverable.
Those dorm mates with people who play competitive Scrabble. Holy,
Amount to do so. In fact, they might even need the sight them off.
that sounds intense.
Still just looking for angles to be had, but with
Okay, it's just a
15
fast
pieces
hit.
of utility,
Just a full send, trying to get
put into
6.
that back line. It's not really a spot
They
left. The
really
whole
need
already
this.
broken, and that's
I
what
feel like Fnatic
we're seeing
really
again.
needs the 6th
Just
one.
an attempt to try and
I think
readdress
5
before
feels
they even get to the
kind
side.
of
Spike will be dropped.
bad.
Althea responds in kind.
Good round
Looking
start.
for a little
Okay.
more, but Kayak is there.
Kayak's
While
coming
the
back
one
alive.
standing camo to face versus 4. It's looking like
Hold
an
up.
even half, but there is still one
Okay,
standing.
the res is huge. The res is huge. Oh.
It's the right call. They've got the no. Close. Close as the scoreline. In the end, there will be no leader at halftime. 6-6. Hell of a battle coming out from Team Liquid, though, streaking together 5 rounds in a row.
Wait,
They
there's
had some
custom-
serious momentum, some wind in their
Wait,
sails.
custom
in the
community
second
cases
half.
with actual human beings playing all the pieces of the court. Wait, what? Huh. Fnatic is definitely very fortunate that this ended up 6-6. I think the calls are way better on Liquid side on here in Icebox, to be very honest. Wait, so like roleplay Ace Attorney? Is that what you mean, Sagi? That sounds intense. I've never played the Danganronpa series. I've watched one playthrough of, I forget which one. That sounds fun. Objection! The Ace Attorney series is charming for sure. Have a good one, Yugi. You know what else is fun is the Layton series, Professor Layton. One guy's playing defense three, one guy's playing prosecutor, one guy's on judge. Ah, did you guys like take like Ace Attorney stuff, or you just mean like mock trial? Because I was in the mock trial club for a year in high school, which I know was like eons ago, but mock trial was fun. Yeah, I got into Professor Layton very late, so I've only played one of them, and I can't remember which one, but Professor Layton was very fun. Yeah, I mean, the other thing about like puzzle games, and especially logic puzzle games, is that they're kind of timeless, right? So 47% win rate on opponent map picks this year. Well, we'll see. Audio, thank you. Thanks for being ahead of it, Happy Kitty. You're the real MVP.
Again, if history serves us right, Fnatic normally having those crazy performances over on the attack.
Kami and Infinite are like the interchangeable roles of YouTube and Twitch chat.
I think that's going to be
It's like show up, say some random memes. And then my job is done. You peace out.
Push back Team Liquid deep in with Kiko. He's been getting aggressive on the defense, and no change here on the attack. The space taken can already
hello,
get
Kayak.
Kayak spotted down underneath. But how are they going to deal with him? It's a risk to go swinging in that deep, but
what? How is he getting three? Dude, Kayak's getting some nutty rounds this map.
Classic, but still a 2
Oh, he goes through it? No shot. Okay, well.
Not enough, leaving Serial on 1
Damn,
HP.
dude.
The pistol round this time goes to Team Liquid.
Kayak trying his damnedest. You look at him, 17.
Dude, Kayak is getting some unrealistic rounds. How does he get the 3 here? No, show me Kayak. 1, 2, 3. Oh,
Just a lot of distraction as he
that's good.
on a dime, but ultimately it's Liquid to come out with an all-important pistol round. Well, Lohan at least pumped up. Not much invested. A single sheriff for Kayak, which, hey.
Okay.
Still something you have to fear. You still have to be a little bit worried. We go back to the first half pistol, and that's all you need to know. And it seems like the immediate read, not finding anything off the back of that Dizzy. And
fast rotate from Fnatic, but the guns just are not there.
They can't give the game away, though. Too much
Okay, Bosa puts down Poison Cloud. He's got Snake Bite as well.
Goes down, and Team Liquid will run back in the other direction.
Dude, the
got
fast
a lot
flank.
of space, a lot of control. The Killjoy on the other side
From Alpha
is doing
here.
exactly the same, pushing up and making it through A. And in fact, there's nothing spotting for this. Team Liquid want to go back, but they have to make it past Alpha here. He's looking the wrong way, and now he clears his corners. That is going to be a 5 versus 4 and an A.
That's a free sight.
With deep spawn control taken already.
Spam through the
and a deep
smoke.
fight won by Serial pretty much cements this round for Team Liquid.
Yeah, the idea from Fnatic, of course, is just try and catch them off guard, but
Yeah, Moon Logic. That's the term. Moon Logic is not as fun.
really wasn't much more to be had. Chronicle trying to
Yeah, a lot of point and click games, like they start with good logic and then they suddenly just have like a couple moments of Moon Logic that for me kinda ruined them a little bit, but they're still pretty good.
Very healthy spot economically coming into the next round, and for Fnatic, well, the pressure may be on. 8-6 and a potential leap forward for that attacking side. As we said, you know, that defensive side performance from them is impressive, especially, you know, the scoreline being 6-6 is one thing. The way that they got there is another. They
You
were
heard the
lost,
slap.
They managed to find and carve out a
Moon Logic. Moon Logic is the term when it's like you just kind of have to jump to a conclusion or something, right?
They're already 2 in a row here.
Where does it come from? Does it come from like the statement like the moon is made of cheese or whatever? Is that what it was? I forget the origin of the term.
There's a lot of players around this spot, but none of them really being able to deny. It comes down to Boaster to try and do the damage.
Double.
And well, we've spoken a lot this season about his individual level going through the roof. 2 quick kills. And well, Panatek's sneaky play is not as sneaky as he thinks.
Kayak clean. Clean round from Fnatic. EMEA might be the only region where not looking at the map is better.
Shutting that down before they got too close.
Kami, I actually think about that whenever they do the zoom in. I'm like, I like don't want to be looking at this. I actually think that.
It was left in pretty safe hands with Kayak.
It's funny that you said it.
10. You know, back in the day, you talked about this matchup, Fnatic and Liquid, going all the way back to First Strike, and back then we would have talked a lot about the Battle Sages. Kayak, he is reviving that.
Yeah, map 3 could be fun. I'll be honest.
I can't wait if that's the case.
I think I'll start to get tired if we get to a map 3, so I'm kind of okay with Fnatic winning this, but
I don't care what you say.
a map 3 would be exciting.
Okay, an early dink already. I believe that was Boaster spamming once again.
Apparently moon logic comes from superstition that the moon makes people crazy. Oh,
Everybody else has a Vandal.
Really?
Leaves them in a little bit more of an awkward spot.
Oh, I didn't know that. I guess they must have misremembered.
So desperately low. But with 4 players already on
We got
this
a
side of the
GE
map,
imposter before GTA 6. Hold up. Execute's about to happen.
over on the other side. A
Lock in, chat. Well, no, it's not because they're actually going for the lurk on A. But you lost Kiko, so Fnatic has a decent read on this. They reset, focus on mid.
You can see the only idea for Kayak is get someone on the cross.
Yeah. Okay, and he missed the opportunity, so he just backs out. You have res, you have wall, you have everything. You literally are playing 6v4.
Very spammable box. The most spammable spot towards being the most commonly spammed, and then he takes a fight.
What's the GE imposter? Go Paul East, go Paul East.
Fight given over to Nats. He's just 2 away from that Viper's pit.
That's funny.
As Fnatic happy to play the retake. The res there. Kayak doesn't want to be the one taking contact, but look at this setup on backside. A high-low coming in from Camo and Serial.
A salvo to push out from the deep corners. Try to gain some sort of advantage from heaven. Huge from Serial. Dude, no time for the res.
Kayak do it all again, but he's got the res to bring Crashies back
2v1 time though.
A valuable player indeed. No ultimate and no salvos just yet. It's all
oh shoot!
and he's caught.
Saw him. They saw each other.
Panatek does well, and the defuse needing to be stuck at least.
Oh, Crashies is so good. He's so good in these 1v1s.
He'll take it across the line.
He's so good in these 1v1s.
We've spoken about it so many times.
Oh my gosh.
But Crashies in these impact rounds.
Dude, he's so good at them. What the hell, man?
It's always nice when you get 2 bites at clutching out the round, but what an attempt from both Serial and Camo.
Yeah, that's Optic Crashy's moment right here. 6.5.
And even Panatek towards the end, I'll be honest, I thought he had it with how little time was left.
Damn, dude, and Kayak is having, I mean, like, Kayak seems so nervous, but, like, he is having some insane kills. He's having some insane multi-kill rounds. I'll be honest, I still think Liquid's calling in general is way better on this map, but like Fnatic is friggin' battling through it.
But it might not be used here. Look at the weaknesses for Team Liquid. They have kept their credits. This is a play for the next round.
Good with hero guns.
That, and it's going to be
That's true.
Fnatic.
And they have Thrash.
They lose this one, but they'll have the money to fight
Kiko's
back.
playing close.
That's all that matters.
Okay, a lot of awkward positions to fight from.
Uh-oh, they're getting...
Has already managed to
I don't think you had to greed that much. I mean, yeah, I guess you don't have a good post-plant guns, but... Okay, Flash Drive lets them know that he's gone deep, though. They're gonna use Viper's Pit?
2 stingers on the other side. Normally, that's an absolute stinker of a buy, but in a Viper's Pit, hey, that does
The pit's actually really good, though. It's a perfect square.
Opportunity, and look how far back Nats is playing, allowing Panatek.
Well, the Armageddon's gonna push him out.
Taking these duels, ult put into play. Nats falls back, but Kiko still close. Gets his Blade Storm, but he won't land the shots.
NT, it's a play for time at this point. The wraparound's huge. Panatek, trade for trade. Again. Oh, you gotta feel for Kayak, man. He keeps dying, putting up his wall for the defuse.
The Stinger, the one to close it out and put
Oh, man.
on the board. Team Liquid.
Like literally just half a second calm moment from like a calm down moment from Kayak, and both of these rounds go smoother for Fnatic, but he gets, you hear the beeps.
From Kiko, because it was actually the usage of that Armageddon to force Nats out of the pit. He had to run all the way out of it to get away from the ult, and that extra little bit of time.
Someone stop the assistant coach. He's gonna rip the hand of that guy. You mean Fnatic? I forget his name. I forget the assistant coach's name. He's the old BBL coach. But it is funny because he puts in everything to that high five. He like goes for a full swing. I love it. Scut. There we go. Scut. That's his name. Yeah, I remember it was like a unique name, but thank you. Appreciate it. Because I felt like because I remember like specifically looking up his name because I was like, I think this is a big pickup.
It's a lockdown in play for this squad if they
not, I haven't said it enough to remember it off the top of my head.
Into their favor. Flash, no, that's the ult being held.
Thrash
and
for
now
Thrash.
responded in by Chronicle, who I think
Big.
has caught one. Yes, indeed he has. But
That
Panathinaikos
should get the
still
lockdown too, no?
He's defending his
Oh, never mind. Lockdown just went down.
barely avoided a sliver of health left.
Panathinaikos.
Deep, and they'll get another
Gives a
rifle.
rifle.
Out of that. When Nat's already tagged low, a real opportunity now. They push them back to belt, but the
They should be fine.
rifle,
The vertical wall. The vertical wall. Ay, ay, ay. Good old Sage.
Easy defuse. And a well-fought response.
How did Crashies not find a team in NA at the start of the season? I mean,
that was one where
to be fair, there's quite a few good initiators, and I guess he had a pretty, he did have a rough year last year, but
as well for Chronicle, who's definitely had a quieter game individually. Of course, a role he switched back to after time and time on
but I do think
Sentinel
it's
and Controller, of course.
like I think he absolutely deserved more shots. I mean, who knows how the trials might have gone for other teams? I don't know, but
teams having 2 bites
I always hoped we'd still see him on a tier 1 team just because
but there is no
he was so good still.
From this point onwards, you get 2 chances. The second one is so much tougher in that lower bracket with teams that they've already gone close with throughout the season, with Foot building up momentum, with BBL down there with them, and even Na'Vi have looked dangerous when going into this playoffs bracket, so there is not really anybody you want to be facing. First time round definitely seems the easier of the lot, and while Liquid, they are going to call another pause.
Right.
As mentioned, the last one was the start of their 5-round streak, same on the last map as well. The second one,
big
well,
timeout.
did nothing. Fnatic were able to close out in the end.
But it's a great point you bring up, Tom. Not just the fact that you're 1 game away, but you'll be 2 when you drop down below, but the fact that it's Na'Vi first, and maybe that's the lesser of 2 evils, but then the
That's with a hero vandal.
Foot and BBL, neither of those teams
Turkish
I'd want to
firepower.
face. And I mean, Foot, again, in the group stages, in the early stages, sure, they didn't look too great the last time either of these teams faced them. They're able to best, but the reality is that last game we saw from them, they hit another level.
Yeah.
They made the changes they needed to, and now that's not going to be an easy game with elimination on the line and victory just around the corner. For Team Liquid, they need this map and another to lock in that international event to avoid the lower bracket run of nightmares. That battle
the
not
setup.
favorable for Nats.
That's that's the rifle. Oh, dude, he protects the vandal.
Oh, it's 2 HP. Even on 2 HP, he will survive, but the rest of his squad has fallen.
I mean, yeah, at what cost?
Kayak styling.
Can't use that.
Okay.
He is paving the road to what would be his first Masters event, his first international, and one that I think many will look at as not necessarily a surprise, but only a matter of time. I was going to say if they close this round out, but I think the story is
The
more
loser
so
of this
when Crassie's
plays Na'Vi,
position is
right?
one of
That's what they were
the
saying earlier?
weirdest spots. I think if Kiko had cleared that, I would have asked them to check him.
Damn,
PC.
you never know. You never know.
But that is now just 3 rounds away for Kayak to, well, be another one of the Polish alumni that have made it to international events. He's not going to be the first in that case.
No, No, but one of the most promising, especially stepping
Nice,
into
good
this
job, boys.
roster, as you said earlier on. Big boots to fill, but he is doing that and then some. They are bursting at the seams with this man.
Outlaw.
Coming in on the
Kept
Sage
for
as
Kayak.
well, an unusual pick, and what a way it would be to book in your slot at your first international, far from the first for Fnatic.
This is a fast
The
hit.
potential return to four Masters events.
Don't allow the
Somewhere they've done
rotates.
well recently.
Don't allow the Sage to potentially put up their wall. Don't allow the Killjoy to delay you. The no command
I think
immediate.
what they've been doing with Teo, sort of clearing a lot
Yeah,
of
then
these,
it's either one of
aggressive
Foot or
angles.
BBL. I got confused because they mentioned Foot or BBL. I was like, no, they should be playing each other, but they just meant even if they were to beat Na'Vi, it's then Foot BBL, which that is a tough series of matches. I think I agree.
Extra space to get into position. Instead, Liquid have used this to get.
I feel like both teams clear Na'Vi. I mean, I think both teams would be favored against Na'Vi, but Na'Vi has been slowly but surely getting better. And you just never know with those players.
I thought maybe they would let this one slide, but no, they want to battle.
Dude, they want.
With the self-heal, but he's taken down, and now Crashies with it all to do. It's
Not finishing the kill on Nats hurts. If he got that, maybe there's a shot.
As we move into round number 21, 10-10, tied up neck and neck.
I like the fact that Liquid really are happy to just fight them up front. I think realizing that the benefits of their comp, you have those extra flashes, and sure, okay, you do have a few nades that can be used to clear angles. but
Patman
they're
is the
using a
first
lot of
Filipino
those
player to go to an
they're
international
using
event
those
since
as the danger is there early.
2021.
So instead, when it comes down
That
to the
can't be
late round, they're like,
real.
okay, let's set up in their face. Let's not allow Fnatic to have
Secret
that
didn't
retake.
make
Let's
any
not allow them
internationals
to
in
throw
2022?
in the slow in combination with salvos to try and take us out. Let's make them adapt to the way that we're playing. And well, in that round at least, the firefights went their way. No clutch to be had. It has been a back and forth throughout. This second half especially has been a lot less
sucks
about the streaks of
ultra
rounds and much more just one
That's
either side.
mean. Oh, that caught me. Oh, that caught me off guard. Oh, I was not ready for that. Oh, dude, they're starting to. Liquid's starting to actually just duel their way through. They're like, forget the cause, forget the macro. We are fighting. It works. Like the cast just mentioned it, right? They were talking about the Gecko KO. Again, the shock and awe effect. That's what Genji and Sen were both using last year. There's a reason.
Not doing too bad, is he? But yeah, he is dropped early on, and that forces the hand. But Team Liquid, they're not happy with just a round victory.
I am surprised that it's since 2021. I would have thought Secret probably made one in 2022.
Move some of those weapons, but eventually,
Yeah, I guess not.
Takes a look at the scoreboard, sees the credits. He will just back off into their own spawn, carrying their own rifles through to the next, and allowing Fnatic to reset. Because at the end of the day, the lead is back in their hands.
Yeah, that's the main thing.
Oh, I guess it kind of shifted though, right? Because you kind of 2022 they balanced out the slots, and then that was the era of basically Xersha / X10 and Saber X. That makes sense.
Kayak, the best player in the server currently, onto the contact spot, and Kiko just wipes the floor with him. As said, when we saw
Hold on, but
historically
chat.
for
Let's be
Kiko on the
honest.
Jett, he's
The
fantastic.
double
But where he's
duelist
always had these
against
huge individual
RQ
performances.
looked promising. The only problem is like you almost didn't want it to look promising. That's the problem with Team Secret. You almost
There we go, though.
wanted there to be zero hopium left.
Aggressive.
But it was like actual legit hopium. So like now it's kind of, you know, like what do you do with that?
Yeah, put that pressure on, see if there's a
But I do think that last match against RQ looked actually pretty good for Team Secret.
That's an information vacuum for Fnatic. Conscious that players could now cross through that window, move into kitchen. And
So Team Liquid, they make it look like they're going to focus on mid. Oh, that's a big pick though.
You'll see that
The
angle
Gecko
held by
being
operator
gone.
Players, but they're usually a little bit lower down. You can see everything. And Team Liquid,
Yeah,
they've
that
lost the
wall,
opening pick. They've
that's
lost
a TikTok
Camo, and
wall
that's a
right
lot
there.
Of not just the ultimate that was in his back pocket, but a lot of your punchy utility to break through that defense is now left for the next round.
That's definitely a rough start. That's something you might see.
Now Team Liquid is forced to, but they're not. They're only going to be because they feel like they don't have a choice. They need to open up another option, which means Kiko. They leave Kiko because they need a hard sell on A because they know they have zero information on B.
Firmly in their favor for this round,
And
you
the
can see
Jett.
Boast's only plan is to deny them the plant.
I mean, he's on the side, so they start to rotate back, but oh, he gets the kill. That's kind of big. Okay, but you still go. Hey, you don't have time. He doesn't actually. Oh, I don't know about this.
17 seconds as they go running in. There's an Armageddon and also the salvo still
Look, you can't. No, you can't. You can't gauge it. You just have to go for the plant.
Going to win this round. Salvo's already sent through. Here comes Armageddon.
Oh, that is. Oh, he
just about get in, but they're swinging in for the fight.
Oh.
The battle with the knife to close it out for Chronicle. A heavy investment from Fnatic, but one that they are happy to put on the line. He knew that the plant had to be stuck. But taking steel out there is a bold maneuver.
Dude, dude, that was so funny because Chronicle literally like stood there and looked at him. He's like, he like looked at him menacingly. He was like, "Oh, I'm gonna shank you." He like had to stop and think about what to do because he didn't have bullets. That's just so funny. Oh my gosh. He said, "What am I doing?" That's so funny.
Oh, that's outrageous.
Oh my gosh. I mean, at the end of the day, a melon's round, but what a way for it to end.
Also available. Kiko is just looking to brawl, and he
Big kill from Nats.
and this is not a sneaky beaky
Good cover from Chronicle. Dude, Liquid is starting to just try to barrel their way through, but I don't know. I mean, I guess it kind of got them the lead. They're the ones who keep getting one step ahead. They didn't check. Had a tech. Uh-oh.
Kayak's being caught. Luckily, Chronicle has it.
The wraparound from Kiko, that's huge. Because they got detained?
I'm not talking about Crashies. I'm looking at Kiko on the other side.
Ooh, Crashies thought they might move. I think he was expecting him to sidestep.
Up the steps he goes. His timing perfect. His position unpredictable.
Do you think Kiko definitely thought about it for half a second, about shanking someone back? He thought about it.
Third weapon in his inventory. As Chronicle is left his own devices, looking to just carry this weapon through to the next at this stage. The round's already gone.
Oh my gosh.
Team Liquid have landed themselves.
Map point for split, or for Team Liquid first.
12 to
Oh
11.
boy.
Overtime guaranteed for Team Liquid. They're looking
Yeah, this
for a
is
third
intense.
I think with the weaponry being removed as well, ultimates being expended quite a bit over the last
What a
couple
kill
from
from
the side of
Nats,
Fnatic.
though.
This definitely puts them in a good spot. And well,
I mean, like, they up the tempo so much that their mid lurk is fast. Like, that is scary. That's what's throwing Fnatic for a loop here.
a little bit of semblance back into this one. Of course, your map choice and the decider.
Time out. Last time out before OT.
A level playing field for either side. I also have to say I love the call from Liquid. 11-11. You're on your opponent's map choice, a map you've struggled on, a map that you've not reached 10 rounds on so far this stage.
Chobra just wants to go to
Run it
bed.
down mid.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest.
Storm put in, Nats just sprinting
I'm
through
starting to
his
get
own
tired.
Viper orb, and the fact
Understandably
that ends up being
so.
what takes over
But
the
this
round.
game is
Serial
good.
having a decent performance there as well.
But I am kind of at my wit's
Playing
end.
ballsy, and I have to respect it. Like, this is, again, as I said, like, this is a map that you have had a horrific time on. There's so many that you look at throughout the pool for Liquid where you go, okay,
Well, we'll see.
this is where they come in with an advantage. This is not one of them. This
No,
has
but
come
I
down to
almost
just
kind of
the sheer
praise
grit
Liquid for just
of the
bulldozing
players
through.
that are
I
on the
just
other
don't
side.
know
They
if
do
that.
not want to head into that lower bracket.
I don't
They
think
do
that's the
not
safe
want to
play,
risk
but
Toronto.
honestly, if the game plan's not
Gotta get it
working,
done today.
they're playing double senti, just run them over, you know? Like, I think it's bold of Nats to go for that. I think it's bold of Nats to go for that style switch, and it's working out, kind of, barely.
They've had their last chance to sit down with the boys. Course correct. We move into
This
the
game
final
is great,
round
but
of
you should probably
regulation.
curse Team Liquid.
Viper's pit online for Boaster, one away from Alpha Yair's lockdown, and another aggressive play from Team Liquid.
Another
just
full
going
send,
straight in
right? They're
towards
just
B.
saying,
No
hey,
big
you
split
hold
this
default,
time,
you lose.
expecting perhaps an adaptation from Fnatic, but Kayak's got to play of his own.
He
Up on the wall.
kinda needed that.
pick,
Okay,
they do
they
deny
stopped the plant.
Definitely
And the
make things a lot
slower.
tougher. It's not like
Kayak's
the other
stuck.
side where there's a sage wall or something to respond. The response that
Oh,
is
he's
there
scared
is
of them pushing. I like
the
that slow orb,
usage
actually.
of those lockdowns. Plant will be found. Viper's pit sent through, and while
Oh, dude, Serial's ready for
Arrow is
this.
gonna be caught, there's not really anything
Crashies.
that can be done by that. It's just whether
And it
or not
figures
they
it
can
out.
punish him.
The turret's going to make sure they know that there's no flank.
Definitely get up there, but
Alpha
they're
Yair,
being
does he
slow
check for
about it.
this?
There's a player already waiting for that
No.
swing. Camo
Dude, they hide Kiko still. Oh, it's a mess. Okay. Dude, it's just nonsense. Dude, it's diffusing. Chronicle! No! The Nanoswarms! Oh my God. Dude, what a round. Dude, there are so many weird rounds this game. There were so many weird rounds this game. Oh my gosh. I mean, grats to Liquid. They friggin'... It's like, the reason I thought it felt weird is because I kept saying Liquid had better calls in the beginning and Fnatic was just battling their way through. And then it felt like Liquid just said, okay, fine, if that's how it's going to be, we'll just battle our way through. You know what I mean? Oh, man. No, that was like a weird but fun game. I think that was a weird but fun game. It wasn't a clean game, but... dude, there were some weird rounds. There were some weird rounds. It was a banger, though. The whole EMEA has lost their... I don't think so. Dude, Heretics is looking scary. Heretics is looking scary. They definitely don't have, like, they don't command the same kind of almost, like, royal nature of the beginning early years, but... Oh, man. All right, chat. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm at my wit's end. What's the last map? Wait, hold on. What's the last map? It depends. Is it Haven? No, it's Fracture. Oh. No, but the thing is today's Sunday, right? Yeah, so I gotta get sleep before and then go to church and come back for Pacific. So I actually don't have time. So chat, I'm gonna send you guys over to TMV. I really want to watch this, but I don't think I can. So I think we're gonna have to wrap it up here for tonight. So please go say hi to TMV for me. Be good. Just one more hour. Sorry, Paradox. No, because I was thinking about it. If it wasn't a Sunday, I think I would be able to. I'm not that tired, but gotta make sure that I'm feeling all right for Pacific Finals. So thank you so much for tuning in. Thanks for all the support. Thanks for all the views. Thanks for hanging out. Really appreciate it. If you guys are back for Pacific, I'll see you guys for the Grand Finals tomorrow, and then we'll continue on with more EMEA. That's gonna be it for today. I will see you all tomorrow. Have a